Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 event. I'm Raven, and I'm going to be taking you through the Hearthstone that's going to be happening today, which is going to be an 8-man tournament, which from qualifiers from all across many regions have played to get here. So very, very exciting stuff and tons of Hearthstone. But of course, the Red Bull M.E.O event is covering other games across the next week or so, so make sure to check those out as well as they do come up. Also, make sure to go on the Red Bull M.E.O website to check out the virtual Istanbul tour. Tons of stuff to see there, as well as a lot of cool games to play. So check that one out while we're going throughout the day. Check out Hearthstone. So tons of cool stuff coming up. Tons of Hearthstone with our 8 players. But I will not be doing this alone because, of course, you would get pretty bored of me if it was just me casting. So we've got some casters joining us, and the first one is going to be Derek Brown. Welcome, Derek, good friend of mine. How's it going? Are you looking forward to the tournament we're casting today?
Oh, I am very excited to be joining you from the void, apparently, as I am here. It's going to be a good weekend of Hearthstone, though, for sure. We're playing it all out today with the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and crowning our grand champion later on today. All happening here, and it's going to be a lot of fun as the meta, despite being towards the end of this year of rotation, still very vibrant. I think a lot of room for experimentation amongst our players.
Yeah, and speaking of the meta, we've just had a tournament and also a dog barking. I don't know if you can hear that, but typical timing. We've just had a tournament recently, very recently, just a week ago in Hearthstone, of course. And what do you think the meta is going to be this weekend? Do you think the players will have watched or even potentially participated in and took some good notes? And we're going to see, at least mirrorings of some of the lineups or at least strategies we've seen from that.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the ripples of a big tournament having happened in the lineups that we're seeing today at the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals. But things are a little bit different. We're seeing a bit of an uptick in Mage. We're seeing more players go for the Highlander Mage here. I'm seeing a few Burn Mages here. So even though the Skeleton is a very established metagame, I think with the strong decks being a lot of Priest, a lot of Rogue you're expecting to see as well, there's a big display of their own creativity, their own personal spin they want to put on the lineup, which I think is great with these mix of players who are both established, as we're seeing with players like Drivo, the Rabin, Thomas, who we've heard of, and a lot of players who are trying to make their mark this weekend as well.
Yeah, going to be really interesting, especially for me, just to see at the start of any tournament like this. I'm always interested just to see where these bans go and, what decks players are really respecting or not so much, because they always seem to differ. I don't think, at least in this meta, any specific ban strategy really does, is really cemented, I guess, in the meta. But, while we're chatting, of course, we have our third caster ready to join us, as it's still not just us two. We do have one more. We have the Statsman himself join us, who's going to be Lorinda. Welcome, Lorinda. How's it going, mate? And are you ready for this day of tournament?
It is going great, and yes, I am ready for this. I've been ready for this for a while. The qualifiers all took place last year, so the players have been hanging on in there waiting for this to happen, and it's going to be, I think, a pretty spectacular day of Hearthstone action.
Yeah, well, before we dive too much into the players or lineups or anything like that, we can just have a bit of an overview of what the tournament is going to look like overall, because it is an 8-man tournament, single elimination knockout. So a lot on the line for these players, and it will just be in that conquest, basic format, I guess, which I think we've pretty much all agreed on is just the right format, I guess, for the majority of Hearthstone, at least, right, Derek?
Yeah, it's definitely the version that I have the most experience with. As you can see here, the way it works, you bring 4 decks. Each have to be from a unique class of the, now 10 classes as opposed to the traditional 9 in Hearthstone. One of those is banned away, and then you have to win with each of your 3 decks, which basically means that the onus on the lineup is, what is your weakest deck? Can you squeak a win with that 4th deck that maybe isn't quite as refined as the other 3? And the way it usually works out, weirdly enough, is you have 3 good decks, and usually it ends up falling off pretty steeply after that, which is where I think a lot of the creativity and a lot of preparation needs to go into finding that powerful 4th deck that fits your strategy.
It is funny, isn't it? I think recently, at least the past few years, when this format's really become the norm, the fourth deck is a phrase that has become very much used. As it
Yeah.
does feel like there is that you find your good three, and then you have to find, okay, what can I slot in with this that works? So it definitely is pretty difficult overall. And I'm excited to see what these players have brought, because in this meta, there are so many options. But just a quick one to you, Lorinda. Is there a standout deck you really want to see, or you want to, at least to do well based on what we've seen recently?
There's kind of the opposite of that for me, if I'm honest. I want to see how Paladin does, because last week I think we all expected it to do really well. And it didn't totally flop on its face, but it was really not going as well as anybody really expected. So there are some Paladins in this tournament. Be interesting to see if the people have either tuned them up or have got different strategies with it, or what. Why have they brought Paladin again when maybe it didn't seem so good? I'm really curious how that gets on.
And it's really interesting as well, because as we well know, the Hearthstone competitive meta can change due to a tournament happening, and within just a few days of ready for these players' deck submissions. So a lot could change even just within this past week. But we've spoke about the meta. Let's speak about the players we are going to see, and I'll go back to you, Lorinda. This is the top 8 we're going to have in the order of play, of course. Are there any big names that first stand out to you, or names you're going to be keeping your eye on, maybe an underdog or two?
So the Rabin and Thomas have been around for a long time, played a lot of high-quality Hearthstone in that time. But for me, Drivo has been really kicking into gear in the last year. He's a teammate with Gabby, who a lot of people will know, and has been doing very well in the Masters Tours. He went 6-3 last week, and he's basically totally changed his lineup. And that, to me, is a good sign. It's very easy, you're at the end of a meta, just to think, I've solved this meta. These are the 4 decks I want to bring, and just bring them to every tournament. He's willing to change everything up. And after 6-3 results, you think, that'd be okay. But he's the one they're going to be shooting at. So I think he's aware they probably scouted him out. He had to do something. He's changed it all. Looking forward to seeing how he does with that.
And I think it's also very important that that lineup was initially put forward for a Swiss-style tournament, which this is not the case. It is single limb, so you can't, be, I would say, too risky in a sense, if that makes sense, to say like, okay, well, if I take a loss, it's fine. I'll continue playing and do better in the other rounds. That doesn't really exist here, as the players will be knocked out if they take a loss here. But just before we move on to deck archetypes or anything like that, are there any different names you're looking at, Derek, or is it still on Dravo for you?
I mean, Draver's definitely the big one, very emblematic of the new wave of French players who have just been absolutely dominating. But in terms of, I guess not so much the players, who I am not so aware of, the remaining players who we haven't talked about, but their nationalities also emblematic of a rising wave within Europe of a lot of countries who are starting to do a lot better. We're seeing Shura here from Italy again. We saw Turner get another good performance to go with Cagnetta, Pinas as well, who have been doing very, very well in these Masters Tours recently, and so Shura, I think, will be yet another point of pride for the Italian Hearthstone scene, as well as we have also a couple of Greek players as well, who again had a pretty strong performance with the top 16 from one of their players that last weekend at the Masters Tour. So there's a lot of up-and-comers in terms of the countries, even if the players haven't made all too much of a stamp yet.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the starting point, right? We know well from, back in the day when a lot of tournaments similar-ish to this existed, where this is how players got their name out there. They won the third-party tournaments. They won these kinds of things and really, did well, got their name out there, and then grew from there, and then pretty much did start to land some big tournament results. I think the majority of our super well-known pros right now started off in like open cups, right? So this is pretty much where it begins for players that still want to, be on that road and get to that point, and maybe be a grandmaster one day. But we can check out at least some of the deck lists we've got coming up as well for these players, because I'm always excited. It's my favorite, believe it or not, the favorite part of any tournament I'm into is just seeing what lineups people are bringing, the deck list for the players and stuff like that, just to check it out. So we can see the Rabin here bringing the Highlander Priest, which honestly, for me, Lorinda, not too much of a surprise to see Highlander Priest being brought.
It is not a surprise at all. And of course, casters always check to see how many Highlander Priests there are. It's the first thing we do to see how long the day is going to be. But yeah, Highlander Priest is just one of the best decks, along with Rogue. You're looking at something a bit unusual if you choose to bring neither of those two decks. And yeah, he's brought the priest. I'm not surprised. When he used to play in the Swiss HGG team, I seem to remember he just brought very solid standard stuff every week.
Right, and is there anything in this list, Darren? Because we have a really cool breakdown, actually, of all the mechanisms within the deck, of, what kind of battle cries or how many of everything there are. Was there anything in that list that stuck out to you as, like a bit of a wild card, or did it look fairly standard?
It was fairly standard for the most part. It was a little bit more reliant on some of the combo pieces. There was a Cabal Acolyte in there, which is not often run in these Highlander priests anymore, because generally I prefer the list that just play big statted minions on curve. But one list that feels a lot more set in stone, I suppose you could say, is this Pain Warrior that we see here from Jetrom. It's a very standard list. He hasn't gone with the ETC variant, which I'm perfectly okay with. I don't think that you have to run the full combo at all, as you still obviously have access to the Corcoran Elite or Gromash Hellscream lethal, which can get you up to some pretty absurd amounts of damage if you want to go for a pure combo game plan.
Yeah, and where do you rate this type of warrior, Lorinda? Because honestly, recently in competitive Hearthstone, I didn't expect to see this list do particularly well. I didn't even think that many people would bring it, but it saw quite a large bring rate and also some really strong performances as well. So is this a deck personally you rate and going into match number one?
I really like this deck. I think that there's two things with it. First of all, it was just the best deck last summer, and now it's got better cards than it had. People will be practiced with the deck is a very important aspect as well. But secondly, it fills the void. It can do kind of anything. It can beat control decks. It can beat the very fast rogue decks. I want Risky Skipper in all my decks right now if it was allowed to get rid of some of these stealth rogue minions.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, it really did just surprise me, honestly, because I just didn't see a deck when we've got the ETC variant for combo and everything else. I just didn't see it doing that well. But we won't have to wait much longer to find out, because I do believe we have our first match of the day ready to kick it off. So let's take that one away, as we do have the Rabin versus Shura in our match number one. So a lot on the line for these players. Like I said, just another reminder, guys, that this is best of 5, but it is single elimination. The loser is done and the winner does go on. So we are ready to kick off that match number one. But any favorites from you guys as we get into this, as we see the guys just load into the game here? But what are we feeling here? Do you think the Warrior's good enough? Oh no, sorry, it's going to be Paladin by the looks of things.
I think the other way around from what we were expecting. But this is a matchup that we saw an awful lot this weekend, with it really feeling very back and forth, because the Paladin has obviously that real late game power spike when you have the pen flingers, all those cheap Librams, and all of that good stuff as well. But the Priest obviously has a lot of ways to keep up with that tempo in the mid game, and then of course when the late game comes, Mind Render Alusha to just delete the late game effectively from Paladin. So it's a real back and forth. I could see either side being here with an advantage in this first game.
Yeah, Elucia is an interesting card to me. I mean, it's one that a lot of us think is maybe a little bit too powerful, but when it was first released at 2 mana, like, it was played a lot and loved and hated, or whichever, in equal parts, I guess, and ended up getting nerfed. But it was never felt that that was the only card in the deck. But now there are several matchups where it feels like the whole deck is, my deck doesn't die because I'm Priest, but if I don't get Elucia, I lose. It seems to become a very one-dimensional deck these days.
Well, I mean, we say... sorry, go ahead, Raven.
No, I was just going to say, I think for me, the tough thing here, at least in the matchup for the Paladin, is if they really don't get rolling, Priest just has the time, right? As we can see already, there's a good opening here, but there needs to be that to be kept going. The second hand of Adal is going to be great to make one big minion and keep the card draw, but without almost chaining, like curving minions out, I think it's going to be very, very tough, because Priest, at least the way I've seen it, just always seems to stabilize, and then it becomes so difficult for Paladin to end it.
They do stabilize, but it's going to be a little bit tricky here, because Shura down on the bottom has some pretty powerful combo cards, or just early game combos that he can throw together. Penflinger, Hand of Adal, lots of tempo at the start here, and it's going to be a little bit difficult actually for the Rabin to stabilize on this and stop the pressure.
Yeah, this is going to come in really rapidly. Not always what the Paladin does. It quite often takes a turn or two to just set everything up, get itself going. But this time around, with a combination of buffs and minions that you can only dream of, this damage is going to start being pretty tasty pretty quickly. But Now he's got to decide whether to keep clearing the board or actually apply some damage, because obviously there's always Apotheosis waiting somewhere in the wings.
And I do think this makes the most sense for sure, just developing the card draw, because he had the option of going for Libram of Justice there, which would technically have allowed him to stick his Aldor Attendant for one extra turn. But, I mean, it's Priest. You have to imagine they have some way of buffing up this the 1-3 on board, or, of course, having a bit of extra damage from hand. And so getting the card draw instead feels very, very smart from Shura.
Looks like he's going to make sure to conserve resources by just pressing that hero power button as many turns in a row as he can. Obviously, you don't want to go too slowly, but saving resources against Priest always a good thing to do. Just get free things.
I think something that's really difficult in situations like this for the Paladin is the weapon feels very difficult to use at this point in the game, because you can't just go face because Priest might heal. But also, there aren't really great minions to trade into, and there's also that slight fear factor of if you just play it and sit there, there might be removal generated somehow, especially with the Zephrys, for example, and then you've just wasted it. So I think like this turn especially is very difficult because there's a lot of options, but none of them feel fantastic, for me at least.
It definitely doesn't feel perfect, but when you say you can't go face, I agree it doesn't feel great because they have the possibility of healing, but very often I think you just have to, and say, you know, if you don't have the Apotheosis, you've already used a Renew, you don't want to spend 2 mana every turn on a hero power just to heal your face. You equip the Libram of Judgment, you swing face, you've got 2 Penflingers. There's quite a lot of damage shaping up in this hand already that you could just start pointing all towards the dome.
Does decide to trade in. Obviously, the Corrupt not particularly relevant against Priest in particular. No real reason to get lifesteal on his weapon. Just get that damage going somewhere at the very least. And you know, if you get to the point where you need to lifesteal, well, you've probably lost anyway. So just choosing to play on curve sensibly. People do mess that up sometimes. I think they try too hard to activate the weapon.
Gorgeous draw there of the Crab Rider off the top, though, with the Blessing of Wisdom. This really is the genius inclusion here, I think, with going for Crab Rider. It's good to throw down with Hand of Adal, but with Blessing of Wisdom, it's just absolutely absurd. As Shura gets to draw 2 cards here, if he wants to. I think he's just opting to draw 1 instead. Which, you know, if it can't be removed, is obviously very powerful, but it's definitely taking a bit of a hit immediately in terms of the card draw, which is quite important to his game plan.
Does pick up the Truth Seeker, though, which means he is going to be able to start getting these Penflingers to do a lot of damage every turn, starting in 2 or 3 turns' time. Obviously, that is the point of the deck, but sometimes you just don't get the balance you need, and that's what we saw last week. But this week, so far, it does look like he's getting a good balance of buff cards, things to go with his Penflingers, and Libram reduction.
Yeah, there is a fear factor, though, right? Without a Libram, those Penflingers, although potentially very powerful, just aren't right now. And even now, the Ogre comes down, which is an inclusion I think is awesome that we've seen over the past, say 4 weeks or so, maybe longer. And this might just have to be Libram of, does it have to be Libram of Hope here? Is there a slower way? I guess he could go Broom and Truth Seeker to actually kill this off without anything. I just worry that anything else might be a bit slow, but I guess the reduction on the Librams is worthwhile here.
Yeah, especially now he's picked up Lady Liadrin for the very near future, but again, still not quite got everything rolling how he wants, but pretty close to it. Just get the things reduced and played, so you've got the maximum stuff coming in a couple of turns' time.
Yeah, exactly. This is just the case of playing as much stuff as quickly as you can here, because you want to make sure that you're dealing the damage. Shura on the bottom is absolutely the aggressor here, trying to close out the game as soon as possible, basically before Elusha is found, because it's not the only important part for the Rabin, but it is a very critical part of it, as it does look like we're having a slight connection issue that I'm sure will be resolved very shortly.
Yep, the joys of a reconnect feature as opposed to the olden times when it was just, I guess the game has to be either remade or something. But that will be given at least a certain amount of time for a reconnect. It shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe restart the old internet somewhere. But at the moment, Lorinda, who do you feel is actually ahead at this point, because the Paladin's done well so far, and there are the Librams of Hope, but they are quite slow versus Priest.
Yeah, I think the Paladin's okay placed there, but the Priest does have that mind control available. That could just lead to an accident occurring, like steal all your Librams and the thing it's on all in one go. That can just about end the game if it goes wrong, if the opponent isn't careful with it.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? Like I said, I've just had a load of bad memories, but whenever I play Paladin, I either stomp them in the first, say, you can see the game's going to end in the first 7 or 8 turns, even if it might take a bit longer, or you just sort of peter out a little bit. And we could see that potentially happen if and when this reconnect happens, because like I said, the Libram of Hopes are there, but there's no Libram of Wisdom for the Penflingers, so suddenly there's just the 2 Penflingers in hand that, okay, you might weave them in to deal 1 damage or so, but you can't really do much else. And basically, how soon, Derek, do you think that a Libram of Wisdom has to come down at this point, as we do get back into the game? Yay!
The Libram, from the deck. Yeah, I mean it's pretty important with how this deck works. Like at the moment, for sure, it's very possible that Librams of Hope plus Lady Liadrin, like Libram of Hope on effectively 4 subsequent turns, maybe is enough pressure to just close out the game. But the fact that the weapon, the Libram of Judgment, has already been used up, it does start to become doubtful whether there'll be enough pressure to actually close this one out.
I'm just seeing that the Priest doesn't really have that much health. I know they find health. I know there's ways of getting health, etc., etc. But 14's just getting to the point where you can fall over the finishing line against them, I feel. I'm not saying they will, but it's definitely not over because the Priest is so low on that health. But yeah, now it all starts to turn around.
You just need 1 Libram of Hope to connect face. 1 8/8 dealing all that damage will pretty much for sure close out the game, unless there's a disgustingly powerful Apotheosis, Pyromancer, some kind of nonsense turn altogether.
Really interesting turn there, because I think there was a way he could have actually gone the double juggler on the Sethic and then bounce and then just play another juggler. It would have retained the Divine Shield on the 8/8. Of course, the juggler is going to be weak on the board at that point, but it's just interesting because losing that Divine Shield does feel pretty bad, although we can see in this instance it'll make no difference because it's going to get Shadow Word Death. But just interesting few options there, using the Broom instead just to kill a Sethic feels bad, but that Sethic's going to generate tons of problems for you in the future.
More tempo as well from the Devout Pupil. This is exactly what he's looking for right now. He just needs that 1 turn where the Priest doesn't have the answer, and he's got 2 or 3 more turns of threats to try and find that threat that can't be answered.
Yeah, the weird thing is that the 8/8 might be that threat that can't be answered if it gets stolen the other way. There was the option to go wider here and have a more balanced set of minions, but obviously, yeah, if they've got a mind control, then unlucky, I guess. It's not a card you really worry about too much.
Well, there's the steal. It's a big deal, obviously, to try and counteract this tempo. And while Shura does have the answer, it's a little bit awkward, actually, with how it works out, because he doesn't want to leave Penflingers on the board to be answered. Okay, so I guess pinging the Divine Shield, then going for the Libram of Justice afterwards. Very, very nice way to go about it. The one thing I guess you could maybe take umbrage with was that he didn't play Lady Liadrin in that turn. If he had kept back 1 Penflinger there instead, he could have instead played Lady Liadrin and not floated quite a lot of mana actually on this turn at the end.
Wonder if he's a little bit concerned, or maybe considering the only way he can lose would be Plague of Death, so wanted to keep back another attempt for afterwards. I'm not sure I agree if that is his thought process. Yeah. That might be the thought process, that he wants a reload option.
No, I think you're probably right. And being able to just go Lady Liadrin plus Hand of Adal is not bad on the following turn, but I would really like to have just played another 8/8 on the following turn if there was a board clear on this board, for example.
Yeah, I think that's the worry I always have is, was there a turn that Liadrin could have been played? Because if not, you're delaying your game by a whole turn every single time, and it's a clunky enough minion to play as it is. So it's a little bit worrying, although that second Devout Pupil is going to help shore up any issues on board at least, or at least on future boards.
And you're not getting away with not playing the Lady Liadrin now. You have to do it at this point. What you cast the buffs on, though, is a little bit interesting. Like, I guess you just go with the Hand of Adal. Like, my thinking is I kind of want to get Blessing of Wisdom played on the Crab Rider this turn and just allow it to go face twice for 2 extra cards. But I think that makes the trades just a little bit too ugly by comparison.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to buff that, obviously, with that Wind Fury, basically doubling the damage that you're doing. But the numbers didn't seem to work out particularly well. There's a Zephyrus. Is he in time?
Well, he's at 10 mana, so at the very least, you're just looking at Twisting Nether to mop all of this up. The problem is, though, that then you're like potentially giving away a silence effect to get rid of the Libram of Wisdoms, were they to come down later. But I mean, I'm getting too ahead of myself. This is a board that needs to be cleared right now, and that's a pretty good way to go about it.
Whether by design or otherwise, this is a very unsoul mirrorable board. I don't know how to word that any better. Every single minion just wouldn't die to a soul mirror right now, so probably deliberately set it up that way. Although Paladin kind of does that automatically anyway.
And I do agree with this, honestly. It doesn't feel great because the board's kind of threatening and kind of not at the same time, and you know there are Libram of Hope's coming. But I think as the priest player here, you have to just cut your losses and say, you know what, Zephyrus clears this board. The refill should generally only be 188 as a massive problem, in which there are other answers for that. So it's pretty interesting, though. He has Vol'jin in hand, right? So he could just Vol'jin this, which would be really big.
Yeah, which is part of the reason why I think Shura Alessandro could try and keep back some of these one cost minions, in hand, just to act as an umbrella to stop the pen flingers here. Like, even just with the Orc Merchant and the Acidic Swampus, it's only a 50-50 that it's even going to pull out a pen flinger at this point. And the other two, you really don't care if they're swapped out at all.
Amazing how much faster people have got on pen flinger over the last few months. When it first came out, I was like, oh, look, I've got a mana. I'll fling a pen at you. And now you just start flinging. The second the turn starts, just get on with it and start doing that repeated damage.
I mean, it also puts into sharp contrast how bad the Americas server lag was at the Masters Tour last week, because I think players were going at the start of their turn and they still just couldn't get all the pens out. So it's nice to see maximum efficiency APM pen flinging here this weekend.
There might be some pens flung around the Rabin's room at this rate. If he can't tidy up this, he's really close to dying here. He's got to make no mistakes at all to have any chance here.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. He really, really wanted a sniper pen flinger there. Could have even got the Wild Pyro to clear it off instantly. And now, even just this 3 damage that he's tanking could just spell the end, as I think there is actually just straight up lethal now on this board. He's got, 4, 6, 8, 10. Might be just off with the way the mana expenditure works. Well, I think with the 2 Blessing of Wisdoms, there is actually just lethal on board now.
Yeah, and if there's not, he probably draws into it, to be fair.
Very true.
I'm not going to count it. It's either lethal or it soon will be.
I think it's easy lethal, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Should be, because the buff from the Hand of Adal as well adds 2 damage and flings the pens.
Yeah, it's just over. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's kind of what happens. You know, I've been saying that the Paladin, it sort of struggles in the mid-game, and then if the Priest can find the strong late game to delete the pen flingers, then they're looking very strong. But if they don't, you see why this version of the Paladin is being run. These pen flingers are just obnoxiously strong.
And I do think that the Aldor did come at the right time, right? That Libram reduction when there's double Libram of Hope in hand, that is a huge deal. The difference between playing those for on turn 7 basically, or waiting to play your first one till turn 9, or turn 8 with a bit of reduction, was huge. It meant he could basically go back to back if he chose to, and still have that Liadrin. So without that, it might have looked a little bit more clunky. But you are completely right. I think the Priest never really just got a foot down, right? They never really pushed Paladin off board enough. There was the Zephyrus turn, but although I agree with the Zephyrus twisting Nether turn, it had to be done, but there was knowledge that the refill was going to be there regardless, so it was more just trying to bide time, right, as opposed to any kind of game-winning clear.
Yeah, the only alternative way he could have gone about it, I guess, was like play the Libram of Justice that he had in hand, to get everything down to 1 health, and then gone like Zephyrus plus Arcane Explosion, but he would have had to tank extra damage that way. I think for the most part there, for the Rabin, there just wasn't all that much he can do. He took the strongest tempo lines each turn, and it just wasn't enough in the end. As we finally get a look at how Paladin is supposed to work. Like, this is what we've been seeing on ladder for weeks now, just getting demolished by it or demolishing with it, and finally the tournament results are starting to back that up as well.
Yeah, it's a big deal. We're saying that the Priest is a big deal, but the Paladin getting a win is something we weren't expecting to happen based on last week. But as you say, as Derek says, based on ladder, we expected it all along. So maybe last week was just an anomaly, and this week's going to be what we actually think was going to happen.
Yeah, and it does mean that there's one win, in the bag, I guess, for now for Shora. And I agree. I think the Priest, again, I know there are top players hitting, rank 1 legend every day with Priest, varying different Highlander builds. And I appreciate that the deck's good, but sometimes when we've seen it so much over the past few weeks in competitive, it feels like it either dominates or it doesn't really get to play. And that's the nature of not only being a Highlander deck, of course, but also it being Priest, which I feel like is an ongoing trend, at least until the rotation, I guess, of Priest. Just the answers are either in your hand or they're not, and that's going to be the deciding factor. Whereas other classes obviously do a little bit better in terms of just keeping that hand size big and keeping the curve lower, I guess. So yeah, it's a big win for sure. And again, I think it will be a good round, or at least match 1 win, if he can take down the Rabin nice and early, and maybe for him nice and quickly as well.
Yeah, I think it would be very, very a big boost to his self-confidence, because again, Shura is one of the players that we don't know all too well. And while Rabin does not have the most illustrious Hearthstone career ever, make no mistake, he is still a known entity in the scene. He's probably part of those established practice groups that can be a very, very big boon. You got to remember that if you're just a ladder player trying to apply, qualify for a tournament for the first time, you can put the 4 best decks for you into a lineup and just pray that gets there. But that by no means will be able to keep up with the sheer amount of preparation that the established practice groups can do when they work together, which almost always find some very unique and powerful lineups.
Yeah, and I'm just checking out I'm just checking out the list from Rabin, and he has the Libram Paladin, the Bomb Warrior as well. I say Bomb Warrior. It's Bomb Warrior with Ringmaster Watley in there, like Clockwork Goblin in there too, obviously for the extra draw. So an interesting little twist on a deck I didn't think I'd see too much of. The Priest of his own, of course, and basically that Whirl Kickmaster Rogue. So maybe apart from that build of Bomb Warrior, a very, very standard lineup from Rabin. So I do still think he has a chance. But sorry, what were you going to say, Lorinda?
I can't remember now. That was weeks ago. No, I was just going to point out that Mindbender Lucia wasn't drawn in that game, so their Priest didn't win.
Do you think
kind of?
So a bit seriously, I guess. Like it wouldn't have made a difference in that game, right? Because there were nothing to really bank on. I guess the jugglers, as we see Lorinda's lovely cat pass by. So I guess like maybe the
jugglers,
stealing the jugglers would have been a big deal. But I think as well that the continued just Libram of Hope spam, I guess, was just as big a problem, at least in my mind. So Lucia definitely could have helped, but yeah, it was still just a tricky game overall. I do believe the players are getting ready to go into their game number 2. We're not just chatting for the fun of it, I promise. They're going to get in when they are, as I can definitely hear them getting in now. I just want to check if I can find Shora's deck list, just to be able to see what he has brought.
Shora has got that Enraged Warrior that we looked at the start, the Paladin, the Priest, and another deck.
Oh, Rogue. It's Whirl Kick again. So very similar lineups for both these players, at least in match number 1. But let's dive into game number 2, guys. Paladin on the bottom once again, and Paladin on the top.
Why?
Yes. I'm not entirely sure why, if the Paladin was the winning deck for...
Oh, wait, that's a good point. Yeah, something's gone wrong here, hasn't it? For some reason, I got in like last hero standing brain for a second and was like,
I mean, maybe we're supposed to be. We were told it's Conquest, but maybe it's...
Oh no, it's
It's
Priest.
probably the
It
wrong
was.
way round, right?
I think it was just a visual. Yeah, it's Priest. It's Priest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
that was a. I think that was a visual thing on my end. My fault,
But
guys.
just the
Blame
other
me.
way
It's
round.
absolutely fine. Yeah.
Right, so Priest versus Paladin. Well, we haven't seen this one in a while. What do you reckon, Raven? Do you reckon that the Paladin's just gonna, just have a cruise all the way through, or will it maybe get a bit weaker in the middle of the game and then get stronger?
I reckon I nearly just spat my Red Bull out as I was taking a swig as you said that, and it cracked me up far too much. So please, Lorinda, don't do it again. But yeah, again, everything we said about the matchup, I think, rings true again. Although the builds might be just slightly different. Obviously, I wasn't looking at every single card in each deck, but the builds could be a little bit different here that could help out. But most importantly, Derek, the Crab Riders are in, and that's all that really matters.
The Crab Riders are here to play. They don't have the support to go with them quite yet. And I think the real difference this game, which kind of heartbreakingly for the Rabin, is it looks like he's on the worst side of things here, because now Shura on the Priest, he has got the juice. This is a hand that can fight aggressively for tempo. And I think this is really the important distinction or realization that people came to about Highlander Priest, is you were absolutely right earlier in that a lot of the time they just don't find the removal and it looks very weak. So don't play for removal, play for board, get ahead at all points in the game. You don't have to find removal when you're just dominating the board, as now the Kaj comes down, the buff comes on it. No amount of damage is going to be sticking here for the Rabin, and it's just going to be a case of him scrabbling to try and get any semblance of board control.
Ogremancer, Acolyte with Wave of Apathy, and then there's not to mention the Wand of the Brim. Just the whole thing is going to get that board, and Paladins don't get the board back particularly well. They might do sometimes against, say, a Rogue if they just somehow manage to clear up. But the Priest things don't go away. If they've got a board, they're going to be killing your efforts to make your own board as well as just hitting you with it. So the next turn or two, it looks to me like Shura will get control of this board and probably keep it. But this is a difficult turn out of all of them.
My brain is working at maximum capacity, which is not much, to be honest, but trying to come up with any way that Soulbound Ashtongue could be used to deliver an OTK here. I don't think Priest has anything at its disposal to take advantage of that other than like Penance. But who knows? Maybe a Holy Nova that can go face.
Or generated in a fire. Maybe or something along those lines, right? Now we're talking.
Or you can try and buff the Ashtongue's health and then just keep smashing against it instead of going face. I'm not really sure why you do that, but whatever.
It's called Rush Minions, Derek. Rush Minions. There's a broom there, right?
There we go. Holy Smite can now go face.
Who said it couldn't?
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing here is you just need to pay attention to how does that barrel affect things. Can you make it good for you or bad for your opponent?
So I think there was a trick missed. And I'm going to put forward one of my amazing suggestions.
Oh my goodness.
I'm getting ready for this. Right. So you could smite the Ashtongue and then just heal it back up again so it can't trade off. And just keep chipping away. No?
Why not
really
just go face, though?
Because you can't with
not
a smite.
as funny.
Thing.
Smite it, heal it, and then your broom can be used next turn to rush a minion in, heal it again. It's perfect.
And then if you could raise dead the smite, Raven, that might be okay, but that's not how raise dead works.
Raise dead the broom.
Jokes aside here, sure it did have a way to clear the board on that turn, right? If he attacked into the barrow, he could have cleared off all the minions on the other side of the board. And this is the direct punish for not going for that line, because Rabin on turn 5, just playing the Truth Seeker, is a very expected play. That is the most likely play that will happen on turn 5. And if they have one big minion on the other side, that is the dream scenario for a Cabal Acolyte plus the Wave of Apathy. And here, Shura didn't go for that line, and he's left stealing a significantly worse minion as a result.
Yeah, it felt like both players didn't really know what to do with this Barov. Like, it was dumped on the other side in the first place as kind of almost a panic play. It looked like just killing it off was going to be a pretty decent play for the Priest. And then he ended up with it on his own side, Shura. And like you say, it just didn't really end too well. It's like neither player really had a plan for it.
And this is painful, isn't it? Although you can argue that the Ogre's done a good job, it's traded a minion, it's almost certainly going to soak a weapon swing. but it's not had any of its actual effect, which is being, its best effect has been infuriating for your opponent to deal with, and it's just been picked clean. The only benefit here is that Priest has Galakrond and Soul Mirror, so the next couple of turns, there's some great backup options, and quite frankly, the Paladin has nothing in hand anyway, so it's not going to be a huge amount of pressure, but still, like, this is looking, weirdly enough, kind of brutal for both players right now.
Yeah, that was a classic case of too much ogre, not enough Mancer. You don't just want a big dumb body. You want it to actually do something in that instance.
Both players starting to run out of resources. We both know that neither player will run out of resources because that's just not how Hearthstone works these days. But there's lower resources you're going to get at this stage in the game.
And even if they're not going to run out of resources, I feel like as this game just continues at a very slow pace, it kind of favors Shura on the Priest. I think he's more likely to be able to find the resources he needs, build those big combos, find a Lucia, and as long as he doesn't play a minion here, it's going to be difficult for the Rabin to even draw a card at all with that Crab Rider Blessing combo.
Well, I was actually really surprised that the Crab Rider just didn't get played last turn. Like, just what is Priest going to do to kill it, right? It's unlikely that it dies. You've seen Cabal Acolyte used. There'd have to be like Raise Dead Cabal spell to steal, or something direct, which is 4 health is pretty unlikely. So I actually think I would have liked to have seen the Murloc preloaded, but now, of course, there's a little bit more to do with it, as the Priest has decided to play onto the board.
Oh yeah, I mean, now you go. Murozond, absolutely the correct pick, and I think probably correct to play it there as well, because it was a pretty powerful swing turn. But now, the Rabin, he can deliberately leave up the Penflinger, I suppose, after he goes for Libram of Justice, and then just rush the Crab Rider into it to draw an extra card at this point. It looks very, very good for him.
It does, but it needs to be, right? Because this is it. This is all he has. These cards will, of course, restock him, but the Soul Mirror, the 29 health, the Galakrond, it's all looking okay still for the Priest to make this go on for some time yet.
Left deciding if he wants to deliberately sacrifice his Crab Rider to draw an extra card immediately. I think I can respect the potential here to, force the Priest to find a clear for it, which is relatively unlikely, as Raven was just saying. And then you go looking at a potential 2 extra cards. So I like the calculated risk that Lucian's going for here.
There's also just the insane fear on the other side that, well, if the Murloc's alive and Soul Mirror comes down, then the Priest can also draw many cards with that Murloc. So I think Soul Mirror looks fantastic here, honestly.
He did have the option here to be greedier with this, with the Sethek, and try and draw some cards, but instead just healing his own face and picking up the rather good Hysteria.
I think Soul Mirror's the nuts here, right? Because he would get a Libram for the Sethek next turn because of the 2/2. He would gain the Murloc with the Blessing of Wisdom on it to draw in more cards. Like, I don't know. I think the Soul Mirror felt good there.
I think he was going to, and
sorry, go ahead.
I think he was going to Soul Mirror, but then when he picked up the Hysteria, he just felt that Hysteria was... The Hysteria is never going to be better than it was right then, but the Soul Mirror is going to be good in future turns still.
I don't know. Hysteria is a good card versus Libram of Hope, right?
Yeah, it is. It was a tough choice. I mean, the Soul Mirror didn't necessarily deny the card draw, and he had no idea, obviously, that it was exactly Lady Liadrim which was picked up, which is like the best card in the deck for the Rabin. It could have just been another useless card, in which case cutting out the card draw immediately is definitely something I can respect, even if it was a lower tempo play.
So many Murozonds.
Interesting.
This isn't even that good, right? It's okay, but it's...
Yeah, it's really not that good. Especially when he knows there's a Penflinger in hand. Like, that is just going to make quick work of all these minions. Healing Face as well. Like, that's just such an easy trade now for the Penflinger instead of healing the minion.
Yeah, he's been healing Face, like, consistently rather than value, which... I know, maybe that's working out for him in playtesting, but it has looked a bit weird some of the times.
But this is where things really go into overdrive now. Again, the Paladin has hit this kind of unbeatable state where it just throws down so much damage, so many buffs every single turn. It requires some kind of silence effect, mind control effect, or Elucia, obviously, to deal with these buff cards.
And I think this, I'm not saying this would have saved the day, but if he'd soul mirrored that previous board, he would have drawn more cards for a start, which is what you want in Highlander Priest, right? He would have still had a bit of a roadblock, and he would have, I think, gained an additional Libram than he already had. Obviously, he's got more Librams now because of other things he's done, but he would have had another Libram. So, I don't know, he could have really not only drawn cards with the Murloc, but then had the Librams for the Sethic as well to try and like have a pop-off turn the turn after. So really surprising there, but a very timely Plague of Death, kicking that off and pushing back on board now.
You do not even think about that for a second. All the Librams deleted, all the value, it feels like, deleted as well. It's possible now, I will say, for Shura to stabilize here. He can summon himself an 8/8 with the Libram of Hope played off of Murazon, should he want. There's a chance it targets his face as well, which would be insane. And there's the Elucia to deal with the Penflingers as well. This is not over.
Yeah, the Elucia will allow some element. If this does stabilize, which is still not certain, depending on the next card draw, the Elucia will then stabilize it after that. It's going to be all about this next singular turn.
Yeah, quite rightly. Just cleaning up every single turn, doing Paladin things. We've seen it all many, many times before, but it's still breathtaking in how powerful it is once you reach this late game.
Yeah, this deck just doesn't look powerful on paper. When I first saw this deck and someone said, "Hey, this is a real deck," I'm like, "No, it's not." Like, you just got a shambles of a set of minions, like Sethic's Pride or whatever his name's Pride is. It's like, no. Just none of these cards do anything, and then suddenly these nothing cards are overwhelming you and destroying you quite comfortably.
Yeah, I still remember when people still thought pure Paladin was better than Broom with Penflingers, and it's just like right now, it's laughable to even suggest that people thought that because it is so much more better. It's crazy.
I kind of almost still believe that, actually. I know you're saying it's. I mean, I don't think it's better. But I think
laughable, Derek. Laughable.
Okay, well, yuck it up, Raven, because I'm saying it. But I mean, to your point, like I think as much as I love to rag on our good friend Board Control, when he created this version of the deck with all the card draw, like I think that should have been his application to work on Hearthstone. Full stop. Just making this deck, because it's so weird putting all these card draw effects in there instead of tempo cards. But it works so beautifully when you see it in action.
Is this just a 50-50? Do you just
I was going to say the same.
do the thing and hope?
Yeah. I think you have to. Oof.
Missed.
Yeah, that one stings, as, I mean, if it's not lethal on board, it may as well be, because I do not see how Shura can both deal with the Penflingers in hand and then follow up with dealing with everything else on the board as well.
And there's still a card draw, right? From this Libram? From the Hope minion? So, yep, there you go. Useful. Seems pretty useful to me.
Plague of Death gone, Soul Mirror gone, Hysteria. I suppose that came off of the Renew, but either way, it's just all too much.
Hero power doesn't even heal you anymore, just in case you'll be more miserable. But it's going to be one game all, and both of the Paladins getting it done, and both the Priests still remain, and you know what that might mean.
Yeah, I was going to say if you can get exactly Hysteria off the top and clear the board and then play Elucia, maybe there was a chance even then to squeak away with a win, but there's nothing here.
But he used it, right? He used
I think that one came off Renew.
No, that was generated.
Oh, was that off Renew? Apologies.
Yeah. In which case there was a slim chance, but it does not come into effect here.
Yep, the Elucia, just to have a quick look what was available, just in case there's something there, but wasn't going to be enough, of course. But you still, you don't put Elucia in your deck and not use it as a final hurrah. But that does mean that we are going to have this series evened up at 1-1 now, with, funnily enough, like, both paladins beating both priests, which is not, although again we talk about how strong paladin is, it 100% is. It's definitely weird to see like the same matchup happen twice and go just pretty much the same, like exact same way. Is pretty interesting, but I do think there were some options there, honestly, from both players to just go about things a little bit differently. But yeah, it's a little bit rough there, but at least now in a weird way they're just on even ground again, because both of them have priest left over because they both lost with it. Both of them no longer have access to paladin, so I guess it's it turned into like a weird best of three now instead between these two players. So pretty interesting start to the day, and a surprisingly fast start to the day considering we've had two priest games.
But there's more priest games to come, Raven.
There probably
you don't expect it to go quite that fast, but things could still speed up yet again, because for sure, I believe if the warrior was the deck that was banned, that would mean that the priest and the rogue would be left over. Indeed, so we're seeing the warrior here from Jetrum. I think this is still Shura's list, though. However, that we're seeing, taking a look at the list there. So if that is the deck that he is playing, still in a very strong spot. I think it's a deck that can absolutely take down Priest if you get enough card draw to get that combo rolling before they're able to lock down the board as per usual. Yeah,
it's one thing that's interesting, isn't it, is that Priest doesn't really have much to say about what Warrior does with that deck. They can't really control it other than trying to kill a few minions. I think Priest is very susceptible to whichever type of OTK/burst damage you end up going for with your build as well. So I think that matchup is really difficult. Like I think stuff like 0 Battle Rages drawn have to happen for the warrior to struggle, and it really is the only way they'll struggle is if they don't have access to the resources. Do you agree with that, Lorinda?
Kind of. I mean, that matchup all the way back to last year, obviously it's swung a bit towards the warrior now with better cards, but that matchup has just been a massive source of arguments for some time. And we don't see it that much anymore because most people don't play Enraged Warrior anymore. But yeah, it takes some doing to stop somebody just 30ing you now. It's much easier to set up than it ever was.
Yeah, well, that's the trick as well. Like, because they don't even have to hit that hard, like a lot of the time it's like mid to late teens worth of damage, and Priest, it's very difficult to say, okay, I'm on 23 and I have a heal card. If I use it now, they might not even be ready for the combo for 5-6 turns where hero powers would have worked instead. So it's difficult, I think, for the Priest at least, to choose when to actually commit to using those healing cards that are available. Because if you use them too early, then they don't do enough when you need it. But we're kicking the game off. We're going straight back into game number 3 now, this Warrior versus Priest matchup.
And he's got the curve that he wants as the Priest.
Yeah, really nice looking hands for both players, actually. There's the Zephyrus on the Priest side, but then for sure on the bottom, he hits Ankar off of the Corsair Cache. That is a hand full of cards that he is going to be getting. And of course, that then thins his deck, so the Battle Rages that Raven was talking about are much more likely to be found. It's going to be a very close one.
Interesting to see how he plays this hand as well. Sometimes when you get this hand, it's not immediately obvious whether to stay with a tempo plan, which is almost always correct, or to start looking at having some sort of combo plan. Look at all the pieces there with the Grom, the Mercenary, the Coin, all coming together for potential just OTK further down the line. So he needs to decide now what he wants to do later, because he needs to know what he can and can't commit. And he also needs to find a way to kill this massive thing.
Right. I mean, this is the really scary bit for Warrior, is that without Barov almost exactly, this minion alone is going to be very difficult to deal with, but 2 of them next turn with the Psych Split is going to be extremely difficult to deal with.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier about the Priest struggles when to use the healing for it to be maximum kind of effective against this burst damage. Well, making a massive lifesteal minion kind of negates that question, right? Because you're healing every turn. And it's very funny to me, at least, that this might have been the one minion outside of Barov that could deal with this, as it will bounce the minion back. Obviously, it'll still exist in hand, but the lifesteal effect is huge. So, therefore, the impact of this Psyche split is even bigger than the Pirate, right? Because the Pirate was going to sap the Challenger, which will be a problem for the Priest, but that's been negated now, and there's a 4/15 lifesteal minion on one side of this board, and that is very scary for the Warrior player.
I mean, it's scary as is, but next turn I'm seeing Zephyrus with 1 mana left over into an Inner Fire that's going to be basically game over for the Warrior unless they find exactly Barrow.
Or unless Zephyrus does something silly.
Very possible as well.
I was imagining a turn in the future. It'll be Zephyrus like faceless manipulator instead, and it's just I've got 2 again. It's like enjoy. And also, wait a minute. At this point, Zephyrus plus spell, and then you would imagine Zephyrus dies. Wouldn't Raise Dead just get Zephyrus again as well?
Yeah,
that is insane.
Sound like it would. That's a
just sounds like lethal to me.
This is nutty. There is the chance that you miss it. You shouldn't miss it. Like the Inner Fire thing with Zephyrus is just a big deal so often. It is a missable play, I guess.
I mean, it's not even necessarily the correct play. Like, you know, you don't have to play it at all on this turn. I mean, it probably is from where I'm sat. But, like, you know, Blessing of Kings is not ridiculous as well here. It's probably worse, but something to consider at the very least. The main thing I was looking at...
You're right, but...
if there was a way to connect it face, actually, on this turn, like, trying to go for the second Warmaul Challenger just to clear off the Sword Eater and then go with the Zephyrus for Inner Fire. Kind of like the look of that a little more.
I don't know. I like to have a monstrous minion because the Warrior just cannot get rid of it. I guess you're right. Like you're talking in terms of, yeah, okay, this is fair. In terms of, you know, we know there isn't a Barov, but obviously Rabin doesn't know there isn't a Barov. So yeah, he's just going to give his options open for next turn. Fair enough.
It's really tough because dealing 15 damage to your opponent and being able to raise Dead Zephyrus, even if you're Priest, you're still kind of getting close to being able to deliver lethal. But at the same time, there's Skipper, there's Armorsmith, there's Barov. You're kind of banking a lot of percentage on there just not being that clear, which is, you know, far from a certainty.
Yeah, Wind Fury on a 15/15 lifesteal though would be pretty.
I mean, that was what we talked about at the start. It's very hard for the Priest to win this. So when you get the chance, take it. Just hit him.
This is difficult though. Like, what even is the route here? Like, what is the plan? Is it just gain tons of armor? Is it to like slowly try and chip away these minions? Is it to draw cards to just try and hit Barov in any way possible?
Make 1,000,000 bombs is one option that sometimes works here. Don't forget, he doesn't know that he's facing down Zephyrus.
I mean, I've got to be honest, this is not the line that I was anticipating. I was kind of looking at, you can go for Skipper, Bomb Wrangler plus 1 Armorsmith, or even just Skipper, Armorsmith, Skipper, Bomb Wrangler, and then Cutting Class to draw a few extra cards. But just playing this, aside from Barov, I'm really not sure what it is that he's waiting for to improve this hand.
I was even looking at something overly silly, probably, of like just Armorsmith, Cutting Class, maybe Armorsmith afterwards. Because the problem is you don't want to commit Skipper without Barov, right? Although I guess there's 2 of them. But also, I think this game, without sounding too silly, is draw Barov or lose. So
I think this goes back to what I was saying at the very start. He's being tricked by the fact he's got all the combo pieces in his hand, so he's scared to pay a combo piece as a regular minion. He's not sensing the danger that he's in here. And so he's trying to get that massive OTK, but he's not going to have the time to build that up. And even with Skipper into double Armorsmith to gain some armor, which he will probably think is going to be fine, we can see there's a great chance that he's not going to be fine at all.
And suddenly, the game's flipped.
It just turns around. And this is kind of what I find weird about the Rabin's line is with the plays that he went for here, with going for the Warmall Challenger 3 turns in a row. The downside of that is it's still devastating if they have Barov because the board is cleared, whereas there's like 15 damage more that he didn't deal by not going for the Zephyrus a couple turns ago.
I even think if Zephyrus was facing, if the turn where Sword Eater was played, and it was blocking the Challenger, I think if you just went Zephyrus Shadow Word Pain, Zephyrus gets in the Deadpool after that, and then he resurrects it and does, Inner Fire or whatever, any kind of buff. Like, even that would have still been tons of pressure, and you get to do an additional hit to face. So yeah, I'm surprised because now I'm getting worried as to what this Zephyrus is going to achieve, because there's been a lot of time for the Warrior to draw loads of cards and assemble this potential combo.
I mean, they hit you for 15 and see if you can stop it, Camp, I'm afraid. If you stop it, well done. I'll have a couple of 110s and maybe another Zephyrus later.
Agreed. As the real fear now for the Rabin isn't even necessarily the threat of a board being developed. It's the combo, because he, again, does not have a Lucia in hand. There's limited ways to generate taunts or armor to get in the way. And there's still the full combo available for Shura. He just needs to hit that card draw to activate it with Corkron double copy and a whole bunch of buff effects.
This is so close, although he hasn't got the mana, I don't think. This is so close already now. There's 6 on the board.
6, 9, 18, 24 damage.
It's 24, yeah, it's 24.
Yeah.
Wait, is he just... Oh! Wait. Can you do this a different way?
How?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, you could just launch it all face and then go Grom next turn to try and close it out.
Yeah. That's what I was looking. I was making sure he could not only use the Inner Rage to proc this turn, but he has the Skipper to proc Grom. Right? I was making sure he had the options. And this is insane. And this is the problem of getting hold of the game early, but not really doing anything about it and not really taking control and winning the game is a problem against a combo deck. And he's feeling the impact of that now. And this is what worries me, is the Zephyrus and the Raised Dead are still in hand. And they could have been so impactful early in the game. And it's just not come to pass here. And even if this board is cleared, Zephyrus X to clear the board, it just won't really matter.
Yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's a generally good rule of thumb that if you lost the game with Zephyrus in hand, you've done something wrong along the way, because there's always a way that it can be better than what you managed to get in the end. As there is a taunt that can come down with the evasive Draconid, the only thing standing in the way between Rabin and just instantly losing here. But it's going to have to be pretty impressive indeed to win this one.
Yeah, and also, luckily enough, this Brute can just about be played, clear off the taunt, and then it's back on the Priest to defend. And outside of, like, Zephyrus Healing Touch or something, I mean, maybe now, again, there is actually a weird clear where he can play this, Murzond, create a taunt, get and trade off with the Brute as well, so he can clear the board and have a taunt. But this is risky. This is a turn-by-turn survival chance here.
It's turn by turn, but at the same time, he's kind of close to just having lethal of his own with the Zephyrus. Like, if this Murazon sticks alone, that's just game. You can just go win Fury or Blessed Champion, whatever.
Is there a 1-cost minion he could draw for lethal? Because he can swing the weapon into the taunt, go Skipper, Grom, 1-cost, and it would be game, right? But I don't... Does he have the power?
There is not. He's played one Sky. He only has one Sky Raider in the deck. So yeah,
right. Because that would have been sick.
That would be awesome.
Oh, okay. Well, there's an Armor Smith turn with a Brute in here.
There's something very powerful going on here as Thomas.
I think you play the Wrangler with the Skipper, and then you play the Armor Smith, and then something else. I think you may have to get the Brute down to trade in. You get to go face for 3 with your weapon if the bomb's going the right place, and then maybe you only need 1 bomb to actually hit. Something like that. But he's going
gaining
to go
some
that
kind
way.
of armor here. Basically a necessity. If you can't get the actual kill on this turn, you do have to go about it this way. And by playing Bomb Wrangler as well, the Blood Boil Brew is still playable. You can't play Armor Smith as well first, so you have to stop the greed here. But it is still a tremendously powerful turn. Huge amounts of armor gain. Board being wiped out as a very important bomb deals with the Blood Boil Brute on the other side. And now, once again, the onus is on the Rabbit to survive for one extra turn. The difference, however, being now that there is no activator for Grom, so he could potentially survive just by clearing as long as he stays above that 4 health threshold.
Yeah, it's really tough here, isn't it? And there's still this Zephyrus. There's still options as well. The Ogremancer can come down, but I don't really know what that does. I think there needs to be some kind of even like maybe even Zephyrus like Tyrion or something could have been okay there. Just get something in the way, right, of being charged. At least that's the way I would see it. Obviously, Lucian has something a little bit different in mind. I'm just worried that the other options leave him open to, in a rage Grom dead, and that's it, which is very, very scary.
Such a back and forth. That Zephyrus is just still hanging on in there at the top, like just refusing to take part in this game at the moment.
And he really needs these bombs to not go face here as they miss again. He gets to survive even against the Grom. We're looking for Inner Rage for lethal here. Still a possibility if he just wants to go for the Battle Rage off the top, but I do expect a couple more cards to be drawn here instead.
It's just worth it, right? Because again, you would expect there to be enough damage even in a turn's time to be able to win this with an Inner Rage Grom. A hero power. And there it is. A hero power from Priest isn't going to be enough.
And somehow, after 2 attempts, the Rabin hasn't got this done. I feel like at some point he should have done.
Well, if he goes for Tyrion here, he
wow,
can survive, right?
Yep.
Still just about.
I think this is still pretty straightforward, though. It's just swing everything to Tyrion, right?
Yep.
And
save the Inner Rage.
Wait, because you know your opponent is grasping at straws, trying to get taunts in the way, and now he has Grom, Inner Rage, and either more damage to face or a cleave effect to get through the taunts. So he's setting himself up for success here.
The worst thing of all for the Rabin as well is that he can't play a Lucia because as soon as he does, Shura just slams Deathwing, deletes the Rabin's own hand, and clears the entire board. So that just doesn't exist in the Rabin's hand at the moment. He has to find some other way to stay alive.
Unless that is his out, and then he has to top deck an answer to Deathwing. Like he might be in that much trouble that is actually the play.
Maybe.
Like it depends as he works this out. Like this Grom sat in hand for a while. What could this card be?
Right. In which case he needs double Radiance or something like that to be able to survive here.
Well, there's Renew. He can also Mind Vision for some information if he wants.
Grave Runes, Luminance, just none of it quite good enough here.
No. If that's where he's pointing this, that is not going to get it done.
That's a scary card to see.
The other one's scarier, I would argue.
I would argue that you are correct. But there it is, in the end, after a very, very close game, and one that I think we can both agree the Rabin could have done a little bit more to capitalize on in those early turns, but in the end, with the Nitro boost as well, it's more than enough damage here for Shura to be able to close out the game, as I think he, in the late game, went for a pretty smart way to approach things. He could have kept the combo of going with the Corcoran Elite, the copy effects, until it was a true OTK. But instead, he just went for it when he had it, and he knew he very likely had the follow-up with Grom. And even though it was interrupted, it was still a very potent game plan that did secure the win.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
not
problem,
like
isn't
other
it?
OTKs.
Yeah, like Priest especially, like isn't really going to recover tons of health. Like that probably isn't something you do against a paladin with a good amount of cards, because the Libram of Hope is not only heal but also a taunt in your way, right? But with Priest, it's more reliable to say I'm going to cash the damage in now, and because there's Grom, I only need a certain amount of cards. But I think the big deal for me was just him clearly prioritizing card draw at the right times, because this type of warrior with card draw wins games. Like that's literally what you look for. And the cutting class helped get hold of the Barov. Obviously the draws later on, although we could have seen if he'd just pressed Battle Rage, he would have had the Inner Rage for the win. But obviously doing the right way of saying, actually, I'll take one more turn, but for twice as many cards is great. So I think that was just good knowledge of the deck. And I think it's pretty obvious that that's not something that he's just, I only started playing Warrior a few weeks ago. I think that's just shows a good knowledge of not only his deck, but the matchups for his opponents as well. So a good one. And that means that Shora's only one game away from winning our first match of the day here and moving on to, progressing through this 8-man tournament. So a really, really big deal for him.
It is, and it's just the Priest left over now, I believe, after we've seen the Warrior, the Paladin, and the Priest is the one deck that's lost for him, with the Rogue having been banned out of the way. And even though it looked kind of weak on both sides against the Paladin, it's still just a very, very strong deck overall that I think has a perfectly good chance, even in the mirror, of taking the win, obviously.
It's definitely got a chance in the mirror, Derek.
Derek just gave us the cursed mentioning the Priest mirror as well. So we'll have to see if that happens or if it doesn't, at least initially. Of course, just a reminder for anyone new coming in, each player submits 4 unique classes/decks, and one deck gets banned before the match begins. And then each player has to win with each one of their decks to progress and basically win the match. So you can't say, I've got Paladin, it's my best deck, I'm going to queue it 3 times, win 3 times and call it. Once a win is done, the deck is like removed from play effectively, and you have to win out with the others. So as you can see, Shora only has this deck on screen left, which is that Highlander Priest we saw a loss with earlier on in this match. So he has to win with this to get it done. And honestly, we won't match into this tournament, but Priest is just not looking so hot, is it?
It's early.
0-3 at the moment. It's going to have to turn around pretty quickly.
But this Rogue, Lorinda, this is, memories of Secret Rogue. Obviously, this isn't exactly the same, but works in very similar fashion. Mm-hmm. I think, I'll be glad for rotation, not because I particularly dislike this deck, but I think we've seen it dominate, or this style dominate for so long. I'm looking forward to seeing what else Rogue can do. But what do you think of it in this matchup, Lorinda?
I mean, I just think this deck is superb in all the matchups, to be honest. But yeah, it's 13 combo cards was something that we saw on that list there, and Foxy Fraud exists now. It says it all, really. Half of your deck you can play for 0 mana. That being said, you do have to get it done very quickly against Priest, indeed. The infinite 1/1s and 1/2s, all very nice, but the Priest can start chunking out some much bigger stuff very quickly of its own accord.
And also just a quick announcement for anyone watching. In those opening hands, it does look like it's Rogue v Rogue, but that's because it's the opening hand from the player's view, and the way it's spectated, it just shows Rogue or one class for top and bottom. That is obviously not the case. It's just the way the spectator works sometimes. So don't worry about that. We've definitely got Priest versus Rogue here, and the mulligans were correct, just so you guys know at home. But already this game, Derek, is going at a lightning pace. After casting so much EU, GM, this is not something I'm used to in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a spicy start, as as both us and now Shura knows as well. It's a hand that's very high on tempo, but it's a little low on value, actually, for the Rabin right now. It's approaching the point where, unless something changes quite quickly, he might have to shadow step the Pharaoh Cat, which you rarely want to do in any matchup, to be honest, unless you're getting a big questing alongside it. And so while it's a very aggressive hand, this is not the kind of hand that beats Priest, in my experience. You really need to be able to get Secret Passage, an extra copy of Swindle, and obviously at the backbone of any strategy, you're trying to hit that giant questing or Edwin to just dominate the early game.
And he is going to rely on the top of his deck. He's decided he doesn't want to bounce the cat. He is just all in on finding a Secret Passage or similar. Otherwise, he's going to run out of stuff. It's as simple as that, to be honest. Bouncing the cat, certainly not the only option there, but now he has no other option. He needs the top of the deck to behave itself. There is, however, an awful lot of good card draw, including the World Kick and the Secret Passage.
That, however, is a premium draw at this point in the game for the Rabin. He's able to prep out the Eviscerate. He can go Foxy, Step Foxy if he wants to, if he gets an expensive combo spell. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, you saw him queuing all the actions there. Like all the cards sort of flashed and then moved, then unflashed. Now we're just waiting for see what else he can draw, because he's done the first half of his turn in about half a second here.
This is disgusting. An incredibly powerful turn. And it shows you why, even when people say, oh, I hate including World Kick in this deck, it feels like the weakest card. When it's strong, it's just insane. It completely refills his hand, pulls him back into the game against a turn that, I've got to be honest, I wasn't actually such a fan of from Shura. Going for, on the previous turn, Acolyte Coin Renew. In a hand where you have Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, I think you have to have a very, very good reason to use the coin so early, and that didn't feel like it was quite worth it for me, as his hand has slowed down a lot now.
On the other side, though, we talk about hands. The Rabin's hand has gone nutty. He's going to have a full hand of cards in a minute, the way this is going. Raven.
I'm actually a little bit surprised. I don't know if I blinked and missed something, but wasn't that always a fantastic Alusha turn? Because he knew there were 2 lackeys and the 0-cost World Kick? Wasn't that always just... And look at his hand, right? Yes, he did the lightning for Breath of the Infinite for the AoE, which I 100% get. But I think that could have been a really strong turn, especially when you know there's another mess of a World Kick coming at you in the following one. Just an interesting observation, I guess.
No, I actually agree with you completely. I was caught up on disagreeing with his previous turn as opposed to that turn. But you're right. I mean, the thing you have to bear in mind with Alusha as well is not only what you're taking, but what you're giving to your opponent.
Right.
And he wasn't actually giving all that much. Ooze was the biggest threat that could have been developed with that hand. And so it wasn't like he'd be punished in any big regard. So I agree. I think that was a very nice Alusha turn.
Well, it was okay, he can Lightning Breath my board, which is technically your board, because I stole all your minions, and then you spent 3 mana on that turn. I just think, there was a really big opportunity there missed, and suddenly, like you mentioned earlier, look at the World Kick, look at the value. It is absurd. Why has the Rogue got a full hand? It's so nutty.
Yeah. It really, really is. As... recurring villain having been found, and I think that's a Nitro Boost poison in hand, so potentially a very, very powerful roll there.
3 turns ago, it looked like this rogue was trying to find a card to just stay in the game, any sort of draw. And here it is, it just can't get the cards out quick enough now. It hasn't got enough mana to play its hand on turn 8.
Pretty ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy how it's picked back up. And this is something that's going to change in a week's time. All of the lackeys that are making this possible, or a large part of this possible at least, not going to be available. So Rogue's going to have to find another way to get this crazy done.
And I mean, how do you even want to go about this? There are so many strong ways to play this turn. Kobold Lackey the questing and then cast Combustion on it. At first glance, looks like the best thing you can do. But there's even deliberately sacrificing the recurring villain just so that you can get back a 3/6 or whatever on the following turn. So many strong ways to go about it. But I think that the Rabin has pretty beautifully passed this hand and put maximum pressure on the board whilst also clearing everything off.
He's down 25 cards. Somehow managed to dump half of his hand there.
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I mean, he gives an absolutely garbage hand, to be fair, with this Alusha. He did a great job of making his hand truly awful before he played it, which is worth something, I guess. Allies is useless. You just take that so they don't have a good card.
Oh, he's okay. I was interested that he was going to heal instead of using up the secret passage.
He didn't play Secret Passage there.
Yeah, that
That is
surprised
a
me a lot
crime.
because it's basically never mind.
Uh,
There's Zephyrus. Who cares? Oh, that happens to me when at the odd times I decide to want to feel
Yeah.
pain and Q Priest, where I'll Lucia and then my opponent will just like top deck Alexstrasza or something or Zephyrus, and you're like, come on, I purposely gave you a bad hand. But there, what a quick and incredible finish there, and a quick game and matchup from the Rogue, because I do think honestly that was Alessandro's game to lose. I think there were multiple steps there where things just weren't done. There was, to me, a almost open hand Alusha that he knew what like most of the cards were and knew they were all playable. And as you pointed out, Derek, that there was no real drawback. The drawback was you either Breath of the Infinite my board, which is 3 mana AoE, which okay, who cares, or you play an Ooze and Penance, which again, who cares? Yeah. So I think that was like step one. But then there were other things, like you mentioned as well, with the not playing the secret passage, is even if you don't lose that turn with the Zephyrus, of course, well, you're giving secret passage back to your opponent to draw 4 extra cards to win the game. So it felt like, I think maybe there was too much fear on the priest side there. Like, oh, well, if I Elusha and he draws something good, or if his cards aren't good enough, I'll lose. And like the self-heal at the end just didn't matter because the Rogue could draw so many more cards. So a really weird game there, but one that was over very, very quickly, Lorinda.
It does feel like the priest play in this match has been a bit weak. The other decks seem to have been played fine. Everything, we haven't disagreed with much at all. It's always been the priest plays we're not quite so sure about. And now we're going to get a chance to see which of the players can priest the best, because we're going to have a priest off. We're going to have priest versus priest, and someone's going to have to get it done. And this is actually, as long as you don't see 10 of them in one day, quite an intriguing matchup to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this is a very interesting matchup now. It's a big departure from the Priest Mirrors of old, where it was entirely about fatigue. The entire matchup was just rolling Reliquary of Souls to shuffle more cards into your deck to delay fatigue. It was a toxic matchup of the highest order, but this is a tempo matchup for the most part, which means sure as hand here with Sethic, Kaj, even a Raised Dead is premium, in my opinion. This allows you to get a lot of tempo right out the gate. Even the Alexstrasza, if you want to just keep that to coin it out on turn 8, these are threats, which is exactly what you want in the matchup.
Yeah, with Priest not really, and you'll know what I mean, even though it sounds like it doesn't make much sense. Like, Priest doesn't excel at minion removal, right? It has tools to do it, but it doesn't excel at it. So I think, like, and I'll respond to the reaction I could see, but our audience definitely could not, was Derek freaking out that the Kaj was thrown. And I'll agree. I think just, anything like 2-drop into 3-drop into res them into 2-drop into 3-drop seems so powerful to just say, well, I have all this stuff, you need to answer it. And Priest doesn't really have, one-to-one answers for things outside of like Shadow Word Death and the odd, penance, and that's it. So I'm surprised too, Derek. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, like it's easy to kind of treat pressure as this homogenous entity where just anything you play is good in the early game. But if you look specifically at the breakdown of cards, Kaj is one of the strongest cards I think ever printed for the early game in Hearthstone. It is beyond absurd. If they just play a 1-drop even, it's still way above the power cut for a 3-drop in terms of what you're pumping out. And so even as we can see here, it's a relatively slow start. If you'd just been able to copy an Ooze, a Wand Maker, anything like that, you are miles ahead on the board at the start. So I do disagree with that toss there.
Yeah, and if you don't steal anything, you've got a 2 minion to 0 minion advantage if you want to go that way. You might want to hold it back, but you can just start hitting them. And something with the Priest match, you call it a tempo matchup, and I just wanted to elaborate on that a little bit. It's this sort of slow tempo matchup where one person is in front and then the other one takes forever to get back. Like, you're not hitting them for 14 a turn, you're hitting for 2. And then when the other side removes your minion and you play another minion, you hit them for 2 again. And it's really hard to stop that tempo once it gets rolling. And there's no turn, because of the expensiveness of all of the pre-spells, where you can clear the opposing board and make your own. And for that, you need Murazons and Soul Mirrors to do some creative accounting for you.
I really like this, and this Shadow Madness choice, because obviously you don't want your opponent to be able to res a Sethic. You'd much rather than res a Pyromancer. So again, especially off the back of what we've seen so far in this match, I like this. Just Zephyrus is good this turn. I've not got anything else that great. If I don't kill the Sethic on the other side, then they're going to generate more resources. So just use the Zephyrus, get it in the res pool, deny a Sethic resurrection from your opponent. It's not mind-blowing, but it ticks the boxes for me.
No, I agree completely. Like, I wouldn't have hated just playing the Cobalt Spellkin on the previous turn to get it on the board, but I'm perfectly okay with this. Hey, Mind Vision's into coin with a hand this expensive already is one of the better cards you could get.
Yeah, it looked awful, and the more I looked at him, like, no, actually, this is just really good. He's got Murazond whenever he wants it now. He's got the Alexstrasza a turn earlier if he wants it. There's so much kicking off now. But first, he's got to slow this the opponent down. It's just still a case that every single turn the Rabin is slightly in front.
It is surprisingly even, though. I don't think you see this too often, where no one's really got too far ahead. Obviously, there's been some damage dealt, and there's certain minions in the res pool, or, for example, Zephyrus being used up, and so on. But I think this one could go on for a while, but normally, even in these types of even matchups, it takes the I guess, losing person, as in the person who doesn't have board control, one turn of not being able to clear, and they normally lose. Yeah. Right, it normally ends very, very quickly, even though the build-up may be slow. It's a cute play.
Wow, it's cute, but it's quite a lot of potential tempo he's lost here, right? Because he gets an 8/8 on the board, obviously, immediately, which is very powerful. But Murazond can do a lot better than that in the matchup, and Coin Alexstrasza can be a lot better than that as well, which is kind of why I was leaning towards just playing the Onyx Mage Scribe on that turn to get a thing on the board. But I'll be curious to see how this plays out, because it's definitely not a bad turn.
I'm just waiting for now the counter Murazond to make another Murazond and then coin Wave of Apathy or something.
He's
just to have, okay, you've got one 8/8, I've got 2, and your 8/8 doesn't trade with mine.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad.
And also, obviously, you wouldn't be able to coin out the Alexstrasza plus a dragon, but he has a natural Alexstrasza to play next turn for another 8/8. Yeah. And I think in this matchup, at this point, you need to start saying, I'll make a wave of minions. If you kill them, there's another wave. There's another wave. And there'll be a point where the answer just won't be there. He's going to choose probably the more standard or reasonable play, I guess, or however you want to phrase it, of the Kaj, and wow, it's paid off. It's kind of like 2 Murazons.
I kind of liked just making 2 8/8s, then playing an Alexstrasza next turn with a coin in hand, must admit, but this looks alright too.
Whoa, there are some tricky plays that can start occurring now. For both of these players, like Soul Mirror here, starts to get very interesting. You can't quite make it work out perfectly due to the mana restrictions, but you need to be, your spidey senses need to be tingling at all points here for potential shenanigans that you can pull off.
Just gonna lob it out there.
I guess, weirdly enough, this keeps the advantage with Lucian, right? Because he now has still a bigger board and has the Death Rattle sort of style-proof minions. The big question for me is how this Vol'jin's going to be used, because that could be huge. If he plays Alexstrasza and sticks it, he can bounce Alexstrasza basically back, which is a big deal. There can be other uses, obviously, like more offensive uses.
Trade Murazond here, and everything goes crazy, I think.
Oh yeah,
wait,
trade Murazond plus Soul Mirror. It's insane, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
looks perfect. Soul Mirror's just been cast. It kind of forces there to be a Plague of Death on the other side. This is a very nice turn.
9 Murazons on this board, and they make it stop.
and this is what's huge. Another Murazon. This is what's huge, though, because this is what I'm talking about, where one player has gotten ahead And now if a plague is a response, okay, Alexstrasza plus dragon, go again. And there is a point where Priest very quickly runs out of these answers.
That's it. These decks have infinite threats, but not infinite removal, and that is why having the initiative, having tempo is so critical.
And you've seen it there. He's turned it around with that trade, and now he's forced out the plague, and now he's just doing it again. And now the opponent's Alexstrasza is kind of a lame duck. It doesn't get to do anything.
I mean,
he might have to do it anyway.
Yeah, you could just play it here. You're obviously very scared with Malagos down, but even then, Holy Nova, Breath of the Infinite only go to 7 damage as opposed to 8, which is a pretty big distinction to make. Pyromancer Wandmaker would be my guess for what those 2 drops are. Difficult to see from the pixels that are visible.
Now he's getting behind.
Oh, 2 for 2.
Easy.
Derek, the Pixel King.
Oh, Plague of Death number 2 when you're behind. It's something.
Yeah, it's good. He just needs a turn where Shura cannot do anything, because even if there's the Plague of Death, it's still just threats every turn that he doesn't have the ability to swing the board is what he needs, rather than just a clear.
I think Shura's doing a good job of keeping the pressure on, but also he's doing all the little fiddly things quite well as well. Like he raised Deaded randomly a couple of turns ago to have maximum number of Murazons in the pool and that sort of thing.
And the bounce, sick. This is what I was talking about earlier. If Alexstrasza lives, you just get to go again. And honestly, like, yes, there are, depending on how you think about this, there are better or worse minions for it to hit. But I think Murazond is a completely fine outcome. Obviously, you probably would have preferred Deathwing. But I think Murazond is fine. Maybe even would have preferred the Pyromancer if you think you want the least impactful minion from hand to be played. But I think Murazond, it's fine. You trade a Murazond for an Alexstrasza any day.
Lucian's got issues here because where he's sat, he is dead to Zephyrus.
Which he's seen though, right? Zephyrus was used for...
Has he seen both the raised dead cards?
The Shadow Madness.
I think he has now. He's seen
them. Yeah, he has.
Yeah. Okay, so step that.
But I mean, it's still scary, right? Because even if he doesn't die on this turn, if he doesn't have an answer to these boards, he's still going to lose, which is why we're seeing here, instead of the Plague of Death, he's going with this Pyro sweep turn, which is critical. This is exactly what I was talking about, where he can clear the board, but he can't swing it into his advantage. And even though this is not especially impressive, it's still some way to try and grip back the board, which is just, again, turn after turn falling away from him.
Yeah, and you can see it starting to take effect in the hands. Look at all the versatility still available in the bottom hand. And at the top, it's just cards I have left. Some of them are quite good cards that Rabin has left, but they're just cards, whereas the ones at the bottom, he's got rid of all the heavy stuff. He can actually do a lot of work with these Cabals and so on.
Yeah, the big double Cabal wave of apathy is ridiculous because he's seen so much of the big removal. He knows soon the only way to fight back will be with like big chunky guys, right? It's funny that this is now happening to him first, but the only way to fight back will be with big dudes, and the Cabal set up this. So maybe he just has to steal his own stuff back at this point.
Right. I mean, he can go, whoa, holy... there was a way to do that instead with double Acolyte and steal both cards there, but he's going about it this way, which, okay, sure, it effectively accomplishes the same thing, I guess.
He played that turn remarkably quickly. Like there's a lot of things you have to think about there, like Sethex and Pyros. And there's a lot of options there. He just went, I'm doing this. This is how I'm going to do this turn. I think great turn, but wow.
I think this way round was that not the better way to get those 2 exact minions as well, to do it that way around, or did I miss something? I'm not sure.
Well, no, I mean, he had to cast Wave of Apathy to get the 3/5. I was just wondering if there was a way he could just kill the 3/5 and take the others instead. Right. Which, you know, you save a Wave of Apathy, which without the Cabal Acolytes is not an especially useful card. So it's fine either way, however he wants to go about it, yeah.
Well, another Plague of Death does come down, and that means that, again, the board is reset. But as seems to be the case for this whole game, Alessandro has actually just got the initiative. He gets to play onto the board first once again, and it is just continuing to be on the back foot on the top of the board there.
He's also, by nature of how the game has gone, going to be the one to start getting a little bit of value if he wants it. And he might not want it until he's played the Mind Render to get some value out of his hero power. He's going to actually get value. But there's now this sub-game going on with nobody's got much big stuff left. Who's going to Elucia the stuff out of the other hand?
Well,
maybe nobody. Because then you go into fatigue.
Well, this is the benefit of the Rabbin having banked the mana from a Draconic Studies on the previous turn. Is now he gets to go for Dragon Queen plus both the 1-cost dragons, which usually you have to leave at least one in hand, and then Elucia can steal both of them or steal that one important minion out. Whereas here, if he wants to, which I imagine he probably will, you're going to slam down a few big threats on this board. It's insane.
Dragons are going to have to be useful, though.
Yeah.
Was that 2
Nithos?
Okay. It's a lot of eggs.
Yeah, the weird thing, that's like weirdly good, because it either requires some crazy AoE, which exists obviously, a lot of trades, or the eggs go off. And obviously in this situation, it's meant nothing because the spell damage plus the Holy Nova, of course. But in a general scenario, that wasn't a terrible outcome, honestly. When Nithog normally is.
No, that's true. It could have been okay, I suppose, just didn't turn out in this instance. As now with 3 potential Elucias here, things can start to get weird, but I mean, you have to kind of ground yourself when you're talking about Elucia. It's not this magic card that always finds an answer. Very often you just spend 3 mana and get a hand that's basically just the same as yours in terms of what it can achieve.
Yeah, the problem is, right, if Elucia equals play it and get to play 1 mid-range-ish minion, then it's not really achieved much, right? It's just
trash,
played a board you could probably have played without giving your opponent your cards. So definitely a tricky one in a matchup when it's gone like this, 100%.
Looking for Plague of Death, looking for not another Mind Render Elucia.
Oh my.
Ooh.
Not the best in some ways, but it only leaves up the 3/1/1s. Maybe you just do it and hit face with the rest.
Yeah, that's true. It does clear up a lot of the board. If you play it and then end with Elucia, that doesn't really work, does it? Because your opponent can just play the Elucia to steal their hand back if they want.
I was wondering if there's not a good, Pyro Silence target. Because let's be honest, outside of that crazy Holy Nova turn, he doesn't need spell damage. So he could just silence the 5/7, trade 1 in, trade into the Onyxia. The Pyromancer wipes the 1/1s. He gets a spell from the Sethic, and he retains a chunk of the board.
For me, I just want to go Soul Mirror here and go face, not the play that he's going to do. Because the last play told me that he can't deal with the 11, and I want to put him on a clock of lethal, but this kind of does that too.
Wait. This... Oh, he had to do this, or Onyxia wouldn't have summoned, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if he wanted to play the Pyromancer too. It was a bit awkward there as to how you go about it. I still was kind of thinking that Raven's plan of playing the Unsleeping Soul was a little bit better, but it does push less face damage, which is relevant. You want to put the clock on your opponent, I suppose.
Yeah, that's it, right? It pushes more face damage, but using a Soul Mirror when you don't have to scares me.
Yeah.
Because Soul Mirror can just stabilize or win you many games. So that is a little bit scary, but again, definitely not a particularly bad play. Whereas Zephyrus now, up on the top of the board, what are the uses here? What's the thing to do with Zephyrus? Is it just a Twisted Nether at this point?
I mean, that's definitely what we're looking at first glance. You have to think, can I get away with Tyrion here? To which I would guess the answer is no. I think you do just have to go for the board sweep.
Oh.
Doesn't feel.
The problem is here, every single turn, he is just not answering long-term issue. And the long-term issue is that every turn now he's facing down lethal. Sure, he's clearing it up, but he's using his best cards to not get anywhere. I'm not saying he's doing it wrong. He's just it's the tempo trap that happens to you.
I wish I could just magically create an alternate universe where this exact game happens and be like, guys, just spam Elucia. Because each one could ping pong Elucias, right? You play one, you get theirs. Play that, you go back to your 2 in hand. Play that, you get theirs again. I just want to see it happen. But unfortunately, I just don't have those kind of powers. Nor any powers, actually. So I guess that's just not going to happen.
That's what somebody with powers would say.
It's nice to know that Avengers would be a very different story if you got your hands on the Infinity Gauntlet. You'd be like, yes, finally, unlimited power. Play this Hearthstone card.
It's like my grand plan has come together.
Bing, bing, bing.
I'll click my fingers and just obliterate 50% of all the priest cards.
Oh, and Hunter will finally win a game of Hearthstone. Actually, only the Infinity Gauntlet can't fix Hunter, I don't think.
Oh my god! Raven, you have the powers! That's another Elucia! You don't even know it!
There's a reason you can't see my hands on the camera. I've got the gauntlet on. Most importantly, though, we have the story of this game kind of continuing, where at least there's some kind of fight on board, but Lucian's on 5 health, which is a problem. Now it is not... The board needs to be cleared to try and win the board in the long term. The board needs to be cleared to not die and lose. And again, this is the final game of this series. The loser is done. They're out. Great job for getting top 8 and qualifying to this tournament. But if you lose, you're out. If you win, you carry on. That's the story of the day.
And while it's brutal for Lucian on the top, it's this entire game has just been a legacy, as that is very unlucky, of that one swing turn when Murazon played the Soul Mirror, got all those extra Murazons on the board, and left him with 3 8/8s in play. He has spent the entire game on the back foot and just hasn't been able to turn it around.
Perfectly balanced.
No, incorrect statement. As if he doesn't like what he's looking at now, he could just take it all back again.
He could take it back. Oh, yeah, it works. So it's strange when you do it twice because it kind of resets. But if you do it 3 or 4 times, now that's what I want to know. That's the science. But the Holy Nova is actually a really big deal here because it clears off the board and keeps at least the pressure on. I'm even a little bit surprised to not see... Oh, no, this is right. I thought he wasn't going to play the Mage Scribe. Obviously, he doesn't want the spell burst to go off because then that would give his opponent the spells instead of himself. So really good. Just it looks simple, but under this much pressure in game 5 of a single limb, you've got to keep these moves sharp, I guess.
Whereas for Lucian here, the best... Yeah, exactly. He's playing Pantry Spider here, effectively, would be the best thing that he can go for with just a bunch of 3-mana 1/3s. Okay, well, you're not dead, I guess, with the way that worked out, technically.
Yeah, and for once it might not be the best kind of not dead. It's like he's just been hanging on with no real way back into it for so long now, especially with Zephyrus and Alexstrasza both gone.
Yeah.
I was trying to work out whether it was better for him to play the Elucia there, but then he would have given his opponent the Giant, which then there's no great answer to, so I guess that makes sense.
Big threats. I mean, Shura has been pretty sure of his plays for the last few turns, as it is just throwing down threat after threat. And rightly so. It's going to win him the game.
And the series. And I think he's been good for the series, to be honest. I think he's played just that little bit more tidy. There's been some weirdness, but I think Rabin missing that potential win, I'm not saying he definitely would have won against the Warrior with his Priest, is a big turning point in this one. And so I do think that Shura has earned this victory and deserves to go through to the semi-final, assuming that I haven't forgotten the card in the deck, as always.
Well, Murazond is not going to cut it. Hero power into... I'm not seeing it. I don't think there's any card that can pull him out of this one. No spell to activate the spell burst effect. It's with the Shadow of Death unplayable. Not quite there.
Yep, the Morizande is going to come down, but it is not going to be enough unless there's a magical card played that I don't know about, because that looks like lethal. That looks like the game, and that means that is the series, as Alessandro Slashura does win this game and this match, and he is going to be moving on now. And unfortunately, of course, that means we have to say goodbye to the Rabin. But it was, again, all these players you see today have played in like basically their regional based qualifiers to get here. So they've already done very well to get into this top 8, and I'm sure they'll be playing in future events similar to this. So, congratulations to the Rabbit for getting here, but a bigger congratulations to Shura. Again, like you mentioned at the start of the day, Lorinda, kind of continuing the positive runs that Italy has had, and getting that push along with Turner last week as well. So he's going to be in the semi-final number 1 that's coming up later on once we've done all the quarterfinals, of course. But honestly, Derek, just a pretty crazy series that I hope Shura just maybe polishes up some of maybe those nerves or plays in general for his match a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think that there were a couple of actually pretty unique interactions that Shura was very good at spotting. His technical plays felt very right on. It was just kind of macro game plans that I think were a little bit lacking on the Priest in particular, which again is a very, very difficult deck to play. There's a lot of different ways to go about it, not to say that anyone is necessarily better than the other. But as you say, a bit of tidying up in his play, and he is a real contender to go the distance.
Yeah, and anything that really stuck out for you there, Lorinda, in that match? Any surprises?
No, not really. Basically, I thought the Priest play was, as Derek's alluded to there, a little bit weaker than you'd expect. I was a little bit worried about Shura when he started speeding up his play in the middle of that game. I mean, I don't think it led to any mistakes, but that is a sign of nerves to some degree. But now he's got that first one out of the way, I think he'll be able to relax and just go, okay, well, I've made the top 4. I've played well on stream, which is always a fear of a lot of people who don't get on stream much. It's like, oh, will I make an idiot of myself on stream? Well, no, you've beaten a well-known player 3-2. He's through. He can relax. He can enjoy his day now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was just our first match of the day. Just quarterfinal number 1 done. We are going to be moving on to quarterfinal 2. But before we do, we are just going to bid farewell to Lorinda because, old guy needs a bit of a break. So he's going to go away for a minute while myself and Derek take you through quarterfinal number 2. So we'll be right back with that one. Or are we right back now? I don't know. I guess not. Okay. More importantly, we do have quarterfinal number 2 coming up, as we'll just carry on and Lorinda can sit there because you're still not allowed to talk, Lorinda, I've decided. We do have Thomas versus Stathius coming up as well for our match number 2. And we are gonna go for that match. So it's going to be a pretty big deal for these guys. So like I said, it is going to be the single elimination. So a huge one there. I think I'm just going to check with production. We are okay to get ready for match 2. Can I get a confirmation? No? Okay.
Well, I think we might just be carrying on for the moment here while we get game 2 set up. Yeah, as you were saying, Stathis from Greece is going to be up against Tom, as I think these are the banned decks that we are seeing now, as Thomas has had his warrior banned away, I believe, by Stathis, if I'm reading that syntax correctly, which makes sense. The Bomb Warrior is still just an incredibly potent threat, even if it's a slightly different build here with Kronks shoved in there as well by Thomas.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deck there, I think, with the Bomb Warrior. It's a deck that I think, at least, we'll see if you agree, because I think you're still here, Lorinda. Or not, I don't know. But like the deck I felt underperformed a little bit. I thought it was going to be really good in the recent performance in tournaments, and it wasn't. Have you got any big thoughts on the Bomb Warrior, at least in current meta? Do you think it's better than Pain Warrior?
I actually, like, for all I stuck up for the Pain Warrior earlier, I do think the Bomb Warrior is the more solid pick. I don't necessarily think that means it's better or worse, but if you want a deck that's going to get it done and not let you down ever, Bomb Warrior is just that deck. Whereas the Pain Warrior, a little bit more hard work to learn the deck, a little bit more hard work to learn the meta, and a little bit more variance in what you draw. Whereas Bomb Warrior just does its thing, it bombs you a few times. If you live so many turns, you win the game. Much more easy, straightforward choice to build a lineup around.
Yep, and it looks like the rogue, of course, is going to be banned out there. So it is going to be the warlock, sorry, here on the bottom, and this is kind of a cool deck, honestly, because there's just it's a deck that hasn't seen a lot of play super recently, but there's some like key players have put a lot of, I guess, like faith in this build for the warlock on the top there, and that Ticketus is one that could be a very, very big deal, Derek, in this particular matchup.
It could indeed. Obviously, you are referring to the fact that once you can corrupt it, it then discards cards from your opponent's deck rather than your own deck, which really is the main sort of line of defense, I would say, for the control warlock, to try and hopefully discard Il'gynoth. You know, if you get rid of Il'gynoth, you win the game on the spot. If you get rid of a couple of the combo pieces, then maybe you're able to get over the finish line. But I agree. I think that this innovation of bringing Control Warlock does make a good amount of sense. I'm not necessarily sure I understand the lineup that Thomas is bringing it in, because for the most part, I understand that Control Warlock is anti-priest tech. It does very, very well against the priest because it has good amount of threats, good amount of longevity. It never dies, it feels like, to the pressure that priest can throw down. But he's also got OTK Demon Hunter in his lineup, which almost forces you to ban Priest if you want to go for that strategy. So it's a little bit of a lineup that I don't necessarily understand at first glance, but maybe there's some other alternate strategy that he thinks goes very well for him with the Control Warlock.
And I guess it might be a kind of backwards, like not even backwards, because that has like negative connotations, I guess, but like a way of thinking about it, saying, well, if I bring Warlock and Demon Hunter, like, only one can get banned, right? You know, kind of thinking the other way, like one probably receives or potentially receives a ban, which leaves the other one open to pick on whatever. So, because they do kind of perform against combo decks in similar fashion. But anyway, diving into this one, on the bottom, Thomas with the Demon Hunter is just going to be mainly focused on drawing a ton of cards. I think, you know, job number one for this Demon Hunter is get Skull of Gul'dan on it in an outcast position and play it, because that then basically directs you on how you can play out the rest of the game and how quickly you can perform any kind of big combo.
That's right, and it's a weird old situation here for Double Jump, because even if you do get Skull of Gul'dan, it's not the end of the world here. You will still be able to play it from the left-hand side for the outcast, potentially, even if you have to delay 1 or 2 turns after turn 6 to do it, because every card in his hand right now for Thomas is expendable. You don't need it for the combo. You would just like to have it for the combo. It makes it a little bit easier for you if you are able to do that. He, of course, did not get the skull in the end, which, I mean, I think probably just leads us up to Aldraki plus Consume Magic just to get the card draw effect while you can. And then afterwards, it's really just a case of trying to dig for those card draw effects that we know the deck is chock full of.
And I'll be honest, I've not personally like cast or played tons of this exact matchup, but one thing that I imagine is a bit of a problem is Demon Hunter doesn't like repeat clearing of boards, right? Because it can't, generally speaking. And the Galakron with the invokes, yes, the minions aren't big, but it can almost build a board like every turn of the game. And the second that multiple layers of AoEs quickly need to come out from Demon Hunter is when they become in trouble, because they either have to use Fellscream Blast, which is a huge important combo tool for later, or they take damage themselves and receive pressure, and they only have the 2 Immolation Auras, right? So I think this matchup, like, just the more I even look at it and watch, it's looking pretty good for the Warlock. I think the Demon Hunter really does have to just piece together the combo super fast, hope the Warlock's tapped a lot and not healed, and then go, because they just will not have time.
No, I think you have a very valid point. It's kind of my natural inclination to say, against any deck that isn't like aggro or has incredibly roast mid-game, Demon Hunter can just over it and remove all their threats, but that's definitely not the case. It does struggle often to clear these mid-sized boards. But here now for Thomas, I would really like to see holding off on the Illidari studies for a turn here, which I like that he's doing here, because you want to be able to play that next turn and just pray that you get Skull and then play it. It really doesn't matter how threatening of a board your opponent has. You're just going to jam it anyway, as we see Afathios going with a Very aggressive play of the Vol'jin there. It does not get the key combo piece he was looking for in Il'gynoth, but it's still a bit of a blow to Thomas's game plan.
It is interesting that Vol'jin kind of acts like a much worse Elucia in some respects. In that, again, if that hits Il'gynoth, even if it hit a Moag, obviously, like you said, it might not just win you the game if it hits a Moag, but it creates some more problems, right, for your opponent. So it's a really interesting card and choice, and things are going to start stacking up really quickly because the Warlock does have a 7-drop to be able to activate Ticketus. So basically, like coin on turn 6 into the 7-drop, and then go Ticketus straight away. Just if you wanted to do it super early and as quick as possible. And I think with Demon Hunter, you really do want to do that because it also negates some of the skull potential. Because even if you burn a skull, it's not strictly a combo piece, but it also kind of is because it adds to the potential combo damage by such a large amount. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, like this is a big delay turn here for Thomas, which is fine. He's clearing off a lot of pressure from the board, but I feel like facing 7 damage on the other side, it wasn't especially scary, and very arguably that was the best turn he's going to get for a while to play the skull, which is why I did kind of like the idea of actually just jamming Illidari studies there, and then if you miss, you can just forego playing the 4/4 and clear up with the rest of your cards anyway with the extra mana that opens up for you.
And this is really going to start going downhill quickly. Honestly, without much exaggeration, if you're not used to this matchup, when Ticketus comes down next turn from the Warlock, if it burns Il'gynoth, the game will be over. That's just the way it's going to work. So there is a chance with burning 5 cards that's going to be done. And as I mentioned, the early coin into Tiamat will now corrupt that Ticketus in hand, which means the Ticketus will burn 5 cards from the top of the Demon Hunter's deck. And if that's a combo, or like the combo piece of Il'gynoth, that is just game.
It doesn't have to be just Il'gynoth as well. Given that no philosophies have been played to copy Moags, if it's both Moags, the game effectively ends. Like it's technically possible for you to try and finagle a way to get there, but it becomes so much more difficult because you then can't use any of your combo pieces for removal, which is a key tool in the arsenal of Demon Hunter's ability to survive.
I mean, even now, obviously that I-beam is bad, but helps with this situation. Killing the Tiamat is a bit of a problem this turn. You don't, never mind anything else. So obviously he would have loved that to have been a skull of Gul'dan. But the I-beam at least will help him kill off the Tiamat. But again, it's just a matter of time that this Ticketus is going to come down. And I think coin Tiamat, it's almost him telling you you've got Ticketus at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing as well that I love from Stathis is the fact that he went for Divine Shield and Wind Fury instead of going for the Rush to clear. I absolutely adore that play. I think it's such good recognition that you need to be going for pressure. And this 4/4 on the board, you just do not really care, to be perfectly honest. It can do whatever it wants, and you're still going to be able to easily deliver a whole bunch of damage no matter what that 4/4 does.
Yeah, with no skull played, there's no real threat for them, in the meantime, so looking good. But here's the moment we've been building up to, Derek. This Ticketus coming down could just be game-winning, and there's not even a decision point here. You play it and you hope.
Okay, Plague of Flames first, sure, to clear up this board, and then 5 chances to instantly win the game. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve.
Okay. Oh, that's a big one. Lot of card draw. A Moag. Wait, so he's got... Oh, no, he got the skull. He got the skull. Oh, he got Il'gynoth.
This game is alive. This game is very alive. If he can get the second philosophy to copy this Moag, I mean, who cares? Obviously he lost Skull and Spectral Sight to draw cards, but in a way, his deck was just thinned of 5 cards. That was almost good for Thomas here.
And the 0 mana Soul Cleave as well can help. The 1 mana Il'gynoth, although he burnt a Moag, like you said, everything else kind of just went right. He's piecing together the combo somehow. And there's another skull? Or do you think it's Sigil Runner at this point?
kind of leaning towards Sigil Runner. Yeah, I think that. I mean, I can't see obviously exactly how many cards are in the deck there, but it's the thin picture. It doesn't look like there's all too many left at this point.
There is still an 8/8 on the board, though, so there is still a slight fear. Obviously, it's not like any kind of lethal now, but also I think that's a Kartuk Defender in hand too, so that can help something. And at least this is more on the frame of mind of, well, if he doesn't quite have a massive combo because one Moag's been burnt, then maybe 20 something can be enough, depending on what happens. Of course, there are a lot of variables, but it's worth the try.
Yeah.
And also, it's starting to pump out a ton of damage.
Oh, and this gets very, very tight because every single one of these cards... Oh, is it just lethal on this turn? I mean, I was going to say he needs to try and clear the board. Honestly, I wasn't actually counting if there is lethal here, which there probably is with this many cards.
There's a lot, right? There's spell damage Moag, but then there's 0 mana Soul Cleave, the 1 mana Eye Beam, and the Fell Screen Blast.
I think that'll probably just do it.
And there's always that moment that when the Kartuk heals, you're like, wait a minute. But it is more
nicely done by Thomas. It's the way the deck goes. If you don't destroy the Il'gynoth, you just lose. It doesn't really matter how much pressure you apply.
Right, and it was so close as well, right? Because you saw that, yes, the way cards are generated and drawn through the deck. We're not going to go into how the game of Hearthstone in, like, the building of it works, but basically the fact that, yes, he burnt some key cards, but then he drew exactly Skull off the top into Il'gynoth with a 0 mana Soul Cleave was, like, the perfect recovery from what could have been a disastrous situation. So a little bit of a rough one there, I guess, for one player and a great escape for another. But it is just one game out of this best of 5 series, so still a lot on the line. But that is one of those games where you need to be in full control as the Demon Hunter. And like we were talking about options when he had lethal, because people who really play this combo Demon Hunter know it, right? They know exactly what adds up instantly because it's more pattern recognition than it is actual counting of numbers. So that you have a good grasp of what you can spend and what you can hold on to and what you can survive as well. So really, really big deal there, and a really good win, honestly, for Thomas, because I felt like that game was going downhill almost from like turn 6 or when he played the Tiamat, right?
Yeah, and I think for what it's worth, Stathis on the other side, I liked pretty much every decision he made that game. He applied maximum pressure. Like you said, the Tiamat to go for Wind Fury was a lot of extra pressure, getting the Turbo Ticketus as quick as possible. The one thing I guess you could argue with was the Zul'jin coming down, or the Zul'jin, sorry, coming down a little bit too early in that instance, which I don't even think necessarily it was, because it was extra pressure on the board, and there was also the chance that he just instantly wins the game on the spot, which is a very big deal as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense game, number 1, for these players. Just another reminder, of course, this is quarterfinal number 2, and we are going to be playing through the whole bracket today. So if you got time to watch and you want to hang around, by all means, because we have we are going to be going all the way to that finals. But let's check out what we've got up next, Derek. It is going to be that Warlock again, and you can see a bit more of the deck list this time with not only Silence in there with the Iron Beak Owl, but so much removal, it's kind of ridiculous. There's, of course, Twisting Nether, but Cascading Disaster is such a powerful card, very easy to corrupt, and then Yasharaj gets some more back. So in some of these slower, more grindy matchups, you can just outlive someone because you can literally kill everything they have. And of course, again, the Ticketus going into Ticketus number 2, where the Yasharaj can just basically fatigue your opponent. So a deck I like a lot, but I feel performs worse than it looks like it should, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It's a weird deck because it does struggle very heavily now, I feel like, in the hyper aggro matchups, because even though it has the removal, it's lost a lot of that healing capability. As soon as you discarded the Moags and the Nether Breath from the list, that burst healing has disappeared. And even though you have the Soul Fragments, which vary in how heavily they are included in the list, it's rarely enough, I find, to counteract the aggro decks. And against the likes of Druid, the heavy removal is there. You have Plague of Flames to try and answer some of the bigger minions, but it's difficult to get enough pressure on board quickly enough to fight back, which is, not to say that it has a terrible matchup here, but just overall, I feel like even though the Warlock technically ticks all the boxes that a strong mid-range deck is supposed to be able to do, it just does it a little bit less powerfully than the tier 1 decks in the game at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And this very interesting Druid list, actually. This isn't Highlander, and it's not Token, which to me the two Druid lists, or the most common Druid lists, I mean, overall.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually just more akin to, I guess, earlier meta's Beast Druid to an extent.
Yeah.
Because it does have Guardian Animals and Ramp, but it also has the Yashiraj in there as well with the Carnival Clowns, and the Strongmen. So it's sort of like an amalgamation of not only old Beast Druid, but with current corrupt tech. And what do you make of this deck? Because it's not one we see too often really pop up.
I have a special and bitter connection to this deck because I can sometimes fall down the rabbit hole of, okay, I'll play until I win a game and I won't go to bed until I get at least one win on the table. I went on a 3.5-hour streak of playing this deck where I did not win a single game. I came to bed absolutely furious. My girlfriend was very upset that I had just been sat there grinding games all night when I was supposed to get an early night. I do not like this version of the deck. It's a little bit different to the version that I was running because it does have that Guardian Animals included, whereas I think mine was the full clown package. But personally, I am not a fan of this list, I've got to say, but that is not to say that Thomas has not had a lot of success with it, and I respect his initiative to bring something a little bit different at least.
I can just imagine now Grumpy Derek stomping up to bed.
Oh.
What's wrong, What's wrong, Derek? You wouldn't understand, okay? And then that's just it. I can't draw ramp.
I have 8 ramp cards in my deck. Where are they? An opponent every game. Breath of Dreams Overgrowth. Breath of Dreams Overgrowth.
Just turns into
whereas
the Batman meme. Where are they?
But I mean, here for Thomas, this is clearly what I was doing wrong. I wasn't going Breath of Dreams, Overgrowth, Bloom Ysera every game as he has access to here. Or maybe that's not even the strongest play. This hand is so insanely powerful.
I do think that although that generally is a superb play to get the Ysera out super early, look at this. This is what you were doing wrong, Derek. You weren't just laughing at an opponent's board by just getting these rush minions out that also have cleave. Because, to be fair, this is a threatening board, right? If this was a Ysera turn, and he gets hit in the face, and then there's, say, some form of easy removal, like Cascading Disaster, then you could just be dead. So I actually really respect this Guardian Animals turn, and it is paid off quite a lot.
It's just absolutely brutal here. Like, I think in the end you just accept that you have to bump one of your guys into a 3-1. I'm not seeing any way to get, both the hits on the 1-1s here.
There is this way where you only bump one in hero power. Oh, okay, he's going to actually bring out the extra minion.
Okay. You
can always tell when Derek's not a fan of a play because he'll go,
No. Honestly, I'm not a fan at all. Like, the weakness here is obviously Plague of Flames, right? If they have an Invoke card plus Plague of Flames, this is disastrous for you because it completely annihilates this board. But that's pretty unlikely, to be fair. You've already seen one of the cultists come down. So, even though it doesn't allow you to play your bigger threats next turn, it's still acceptable here, I think, for delaying Ysera for a turn.
I think the important thing to remember, which is easy to forget, is as the Druid, you sat there thinking, oh yeah, if there's Plague and Invoke, I'm kind of in trouble, right? And my follow-up's not great. Then you realize your opponent only has 5 mana. So you're like, That's true. Yes, I'm way ahead in ramp. Never mind. It's even more unlikely now because Shield of Galakron wouldn't work, right? So that's one less minion that could invoke into the play. So it's just funny that, like, it looks bad, then you realize you were, like, infinite mana ahead of your opponent. You're like, oh, okay, it's not too bad. And now, again, tons of pressure. And even if this is cleaned up, there's just Ysera next turn. Boom, tons of dragons shuffled into the deck. And it probably only gets worse from there.
Of course, Raven. I'm seeing the error of my ways with Druid play. I was thinking. Now I understand.
There you
That
go.
was my fatal flaw. Just
Mhm.
throw out your big dumb idiots every turn and win the game now. He has,
Yeah.
I am mocking him. I think that Thomas' way of approaching this was perfectly fine because the other
Yeah.
benefit was that he got the Twilight Runner down the turn before Ysera. And even though obviously it was cleared up here, it was a very reasonable expectation that it would stick for an extra turn and then you could immediately start drawing those dragons, which is a big deal.
And I have quite a lot of experience casting slower players in terms of just raw play speed, of course. But I think I really like the way Thomas is approaching this game because I guess based off the one other match we've cast today, I felt some of the turns were a bit too fast. Whereas even what looks like a fairly straightforward turn is just sit back. You don't have to rope every turn, but just sit back, think of the outcomes, take your time, and then go. And I think Thomas has not been sucked into any kind of matching speed of his opponent, which is pretty good discipline, honestly. And he does end up going for actually the Carnival Clown, and instead of banking the Ysera portals, it's just saying, well, you just used a plague. If you don't have another way to clear, and you can't twist in Nether this turn, then you just lose. You're just dead. So I actually also like this play for this turn from him.
Oh yeah, big time. Thomas is legit. He is old school Hearthstone pro. Like he's been doing this for a long time. I think I first ran into him as him and Surus as the two Lithuanian players that I'm most aware of at one of the Dream Hacks quite a few years ago at this point now. And he's just been doing it ever since. Very strong ladder results consistently, as well as you can see, very disciplined play here that leads him to just a gorgeous win. It was very, very nicely done. And again, on the Warlock, Eftathios left with essentially nothing to do. Again, just run over two games in a row.
And that, I think you even see there that, yes, if the game continued and Ysera was played, Thomas is still in a fantastic spot, right? But the fact that certain board was built, it was a turn before Twisted Nether could come down, which is the ultimate AoE answer, of course. Then you leave the natural AoE answers without Plague, and it's just like, oh, well, the likelihood is at least one minion will live. And then there's the buff, and you're like, wow, that was just genius. And he knew that was just set up from multiple turns in the back, and that was just really strong play. And based on what I've seen, maybe this Warlock has let me down a bit more than I thought it would. But Thomas is looking very, very strong. And if this continues, he could take the whole thing at this point, because this play is on point.
Yeah, it was one of those classic instances, right, where he was given the dream hand, he just had to sequence it perfectly to maximize his percentages, and it felt like that's exactly what he did. I think that the play that I was suggesting, even though it was just a snap initial judgment upon seeing the hand of Bloom Ysera or Coin Vate Ysera, many people would have gone for that, as, it looked like it made sense. Traditionally, that is the best thing you can do in Druid, but he realized by hyper-focusing on the aggro, the early game, even though he was at 7 mana at that point, still technically the early game, was the way to go, as the Warlock didn't have enough answers. And again here, Stathis is trying to get a win with this Warlock, as there is only one hurdle left for Thomas to get the win with, to just sail to a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, of course, he doesn't have to queue Warlock in this format. He could queue any of the other decks because he's not won any of the games yet. But I guess he has to win with every deck, which means at some point he has to win with this Warlock. So just going to keep hold of it. And honestly, I kind of respect it. But this is where it gets spicy, Derek. Because guess what? Thomas is also playing Warlock, although it is a slightly different build. Oh no, it's actually very similar. I don't know if it's card for card, but it's very, very similar, actually. I couldn't see the Galacrond. So yeah, this is effectively going to be a mirror match. And this is a match that could end up being a bit strange, as Ticketus could have a very silly impact on this game. If you get to play the Corrupted Ticketus first, and it hits Galacrond, Yashiraj, the opponent's Ticketus, even to an extent Siamat, then all of these things don't necessarily snap win you the game, but they probably win you the game. And especially if you do your opponent's Ticketus, because that means they can't effectively respond, and Warlock burns through cards fast enough as it is. So the fatigue counter basically jumps a million miles ahead. So let's go into our game number 3, a potential 3-0, the first of the day on the cards here. But what are these mulligans looking like, Derek?
Well, kind of to get to the heart of the matchup, I have not seen all too many Galakron Warlock mirrors recently, I'm not afraid to admit. But I do have to imagine that even though the discarding effects, as you're talking about, could become a potential factor if fatigue is entered, it's much more likely to just be a tempo matchup. You're trying to fight for that mid-game push because, again, there are powerful board clears on either side. School Spirits, Hysteria for Thomas as well, in addition to Plague of Flames and Dark Skies. Eventually, one of the players is going to run out of threats, and then you push on to win the game. So I think for the most part, they're going to be looking for curve options, and also just any kind of invoke effect plus Galakron, which is why from Stathis on the top, I love just going for Devoted Maniac, Galakron, very possibly, if the cards come in the right order, just coining out a level 2 Galakron on turn 6, as we see here. This looks great.
And also, there's, again, I don't want to go too much... I don't want to make the game revolve around Ticketus, but if Galakron's in your hand, you can't discard it, right? So it's just a nice additional bonus where, well, the plan will work because Ticketus has nothing to say about it if the card's already in your hand. So a sort of extra bonus there. Galakron being drawn for Thomas, but indeed, as this potential coin, invoke Galakron potential here for the Warlock player on the top. So this game could accelerate pretty quickly, Tarek, into ridiculous power levels.
It just could not be more perfect for Stathis, could it? Like, obviously Thomas has the initiative, I suppose, so he can dictate value trades with his imps, or at least trade ups, I should say, rather than value trades into the bigger minions. But I doubt that advantage is going to be quite enough to get him the win here, as it's just brutally strong.
I also think that advantage quickly disappears as soon as Shield of Galakron comes down, because that one minion is chunky enough that unless there's exactly Veiled Worshipper now and some trades, nothing kills it, right? And I actually would like to see Veiled Worshipper down this turn from Thomas, because he isn't going to get the card draw from it. He already has Galakron, so why not keep hold of the board? And he can make one value trade and 1/1/1 can trade in. So he still has 3 minions, so it would require an invoke plus a plague to even just flatten the board out for each player, right? Which is a big ask, in my opinion.
And we could clearly see Thomas reaching for that Veiled Worshipper, which I fully understand. Of course, you want to keep the pressure rolling. You don't want to fall behind, especially when, its hand is not especially strong on removal. Cascading Disaster, when they're going to be invoking a lot, is likely not a very good card here. But at the same time, losing that burst card draw is so brutal. He needs the invokes to activate his Galakron, so he does instead take the lower tempo line, just trying with any ability he has whatsoever to find those invokes to get this hand to do something.
And again, though, another invoke here.
Yep.
And also he gets a value trade, which is a huge bonus as well. The board's even though he was falling behind earlier on. Devoted Maniac picked up for Thomas, so not too bad at all. But still, as soon as this becomes Shield of Galakron into Shield of Galakron, that is a lot of stats to hit through. And I think Thomas will basically need School Spirits into Cascading to be able to even hold off that. And they're not even the big threats in the deck.
Right. And so there's a couple ways that Thomas can try and respond to this. As again, we're not really analysing what Stathis does here. He does what he's been going to do for the whole time. It's very, very easy for him.
Since turn now for Thomas, one, he could just go.
Exactly, yeah. Very, very simple. Cutter Defender is the kind of obvious play to just go for on curve to spend the maximum amount of mana. But I kind of feel like you're actually leading up towards Veiled Worshipper here, because if you're not going to go for level 2 Galakron next turn, you really want to find those extra invokes, which I think is pretty smart to give him the options. Now, he can go for Galakron if he wants to next turn, but he could also just hold off for an extra turn or two and get that level 3 effect instead.
And I really like this because he can kill the Shield of Galakron. I think if he couldn't necessarily kill it off and get some kind of advantage, I would think about it a little bit more and still probably play the Field Worship if I'm completely honest. But the fact that that's already dead, now he can make a strong play on the board and increase his hand size. I think that's a huge, huge deal from there. Plague being picked up here on the top, but it's probably just another Shield of Galakron, right? Just keep the train going.
Yeah, you could take the 50-50 first with Plague of Flames, just as like the only alternative I can see to the standard line. But I think at the end of that, you just accept that they're going to take the trade and, yeah, just play out all your stuff instead. And now again on the other side, there are, you know, clears available for Thomas in a couple of ways and for a couple of turns as well. But it's going to have to be that struggle that we saw in the Priest Mirror, where it's not good enough to clear. Sorry, to just clear. You have to clear and swing. Get the board control under your favor, because just clearing is not good enough to win this matchup. You're going to be chipped down until you lose.
Looks like it's going to be Galakron here from Thomas. And okay, that's kind of interesting. I also understand this because anything else, even if the board is cleared, one, I think he's probably just expecting Galakron to come down from his opponent anyway. Right. But also, this not only activates Cascading Disaster, it activates his Ticketus as well. And he still has response, right? He has double Skull Spirits, he has Hysteria and Dark Skies. There are things he can do if he's losing board by the end of his opponent's next turn, except on top of that, he has activated some of his corrupt cards, which I think is a very important thing.
That's true as well. Yeah, the Cascading Disaster and the Tickets both is a big swing potential. For Stathis, the Galakron is obviously scary because this is like the biggest board your opponent's going to have for a while, so you're very tempted to just go for the Plague of Flames now and then, you know, probably just, I guess, the Kartut Defender. But what if they then develop another threat? What if Ticketus comes down or Kronks comes down and summons an 8/8? Maybe it is just best to play it now. You have the weapon as well, which your opponent doesn't have, which gets you another advantage in your favor. It's close, I think, here, actually.
I honestly like just value trade Galakron and just say, well, this 12/12 isn't going to die this turn. Yes, it'll kill off one of my demons. Okay, I can deal with it next turn. I think this might be a little bit slow and might actually give Thomas like a good way to really get back into this game when it's felt like he's been behind. Because to me, not playing Galakron on curve has kind of sabotaged what he wanted to do. And there's burn number one, Yasharaj, gone. Twisted Nether, gone. A Cascading is relatively important as well. Not mind-blowing, but that Yasharaj reduces the how long you can really stay competitive in this game.
It's a very, very big deal. It definitely puts the onus on Stathis to go aggressive here as he can, as Rustwix is one of the demons that he gets off the Galakron effect. All of a sudden, that onus on him to go as aggressive as possible is kind of reversed. It looks like he's going to be having the stronger deck as well as the stronger mid game now. So it's all on Thomas to flip this around before those primes can swing things back for Stathis.
There's a really good turn here, though. Double Skull Spirits is very nice. He can trade Skull Spirits, and then just hit him for 8, which seems pretty good to me. Also boosts up that militia too. So if he does get this 8/8 cleared, or I guess 8/4 at the end of this turn, then the militia can come out, refill the board, and say, "Okay, try again."
Yeah, he sees it instantly. It was a nice spot by the two of you. And it's a big deal because, again, if he's got this board control, which he's been scrabbling for many, many turns now against those constant invoke effects, and now it's going to be difficult for Stathis to clear the board and swing things back in his favor.
Yeah, and of course, one thing, although it looks small, these constant imps to just fill out turns are a problem because they're still good for Plague. They do soak up damage from the likes of Dark Skies that we just saw. Of course, didn't make a difference in that particular turn, but they are minions that will just chip away. And if you can, again, just constantly retain board control, it's a huge deal. And probably the worst Hysteria board I've ever seen. Will not get much done in any way, but still. Even this turn of like I'm not sure how many souls he's got in the deck, but Dark Sky's Militia just to refill, and your opponent only being on 4 cards, you've got to feel confident, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's at least 4 in the deck, and I think a lot more than that with double School Spirits being played on the previous turn. In which case, I'm kind of looking at just going like Soul Shear the 5/1 and then just value trade everything else. Maybe save yourself the Dark Skies, but at the same time, like tempo Dark Skies as well is not bad here. It's not going to have much use if you have board control.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure if Thomas has seen any School Spirits from his opponent yet. So I would be with the value trades. I'd be worried about School Spirits, right? Just wiping them all up. But that depends. I'm not 100% sure if he's seen them or not. That's my bad. My mental count is not keeping up with the game. Oh yeah, there was more than enough souls in there, Derek.
Plenty indeed. And now it's getting scary. If Thathios had a very, very impressive start to the game as he just curved out, but he's low on resources now. Obviously, Kronk's off the top is absolutely insane to pull him back into this game. But without that, it was looking a little scary.
And it's not like this now means he is ahead. This means he isn't dead, right? Because this can be easily batted aside by Thomas this turn, and Thomas can still develop behind that. So it just means he isn't going to be overrun so quickly, but it's still a problem, and it's just the lack of resources. Siamat coming down now, or at least being drawn for Thomas, gives him a lot of flexibility in terms of whether he even needs to use a big removal tool this turn, or whether he just chucks Siamat down.
Oh, he just goes Siamat. I was really looking heavily at Dark Skies and then Siamat Divine Shield Wind Fury there. It's kind of tough for your opponent to deal with, I guess. You've seen one Cascading Disaster go down, which is a big deal, but he's being very, very, I don't want to say greedy, but careful with his removal spells. He's anticipating that he's going to fall behind at some point, whereas it almost felt to me like if he'd used his removal spells a little bit more aggressively, he'd be able to generate those extra threats, and therefore he never would fall behind.
It is interesting, though, because it's something that reminds me of Yala's play, especially on Galakron Warlock, funnily enough, where I remember last time I cast a lot of him in GM last season was every single turn I was like, oh, why didn't he use that? Why didn't he use that? And it's worked out that, wow, he just gets more out of every single card than I've ever seen. So maybe that's just the kind of style where it's this Dark Skies can be better this game, so it will be better this game. We do see Ticketus get picked up, though. But no way to activate it right now, or no good way to activate it right now, and at least till next turn.
Yeah, exactly. Mashifan Prime is the best he's got, which is, oddly enough, one of the better ones, I think, here, just because of how big it is.
Oof. Cascading to kill 2 imps.
It's expensive.
But again, you start to see those imps stack up. Like, yes, they're only 1/1s, but the board control's there. Welp.
So has he played a Cascading Horror this game? Cascading Disaster, sorry. I don't believe
I don't think so. I think the one on his left is his first one that he's had in hand for the majority of this game.
So Yasharaj is obviously playable on this turn because you could just slam it down with Ticketus to delete yet more cards from your opponent, but you'd have to imagine he's instead going to prioritize some kind of a clear, especially given that he still has, a very powerful turn aside from that with just like Shield of Galakron hero power in addition to the Dark Skies.
There is the other option the mindset, I guess, of Yasharaj Ticketus this turn. If your opponent kills it or has to full trade in, okay, he's even deeper into fatigue. If they don't, then there's Cascaded Disaster to get through any taunts or annoyances, and you go face for 8 to 18, obviously depending on outcome.
That's true.
And one isn't necessarily right. It's just a different way of looking at it, but it does look like, and it shouldn't surprise me just because from the way he's played this game, that Thomas wants maximum value. So he's going to play Cascading Disaster this turn, and that means next turn he can Yasharaj, Ticketus, Cascading Disaster again, or just hold the Cascade in his hand.
Right, and that's the real difference maker here, is that he had a much stronger turn by, as the play I was suggesting, Dark Sky's Shield of Galakrond, but it meant a much weaker turn next turn, where it is now, with the way that he's played it, he gets to kill the Mashifin, play the Ticketus as well, and get the 10-10 Yashiraj in play. This could not be better.
And look, and like I said, he's been taking his time over turns. Look how quick that one was, because this was the setup.
Yep.
Like, yes, he didn't know there was a Mishifin Prime exactly, but this was the setup, right? Burn more cards, create a huge board, and just obliterate my opponent's board. And it's worked. And let's see what the damage is. Well, there's one Prime. See a map. My. I thought the card might have been changed. It only burns legendaries for the first few cards there. That was ridiculous. But now you've got to wonder what power. Yeah, you've got to even wonder what's even left now for Tom's opponent, because there's not a lot. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking kind of at the point where you have to get Canrathad Prime into resurrecting the Rustwicks to get more primes in your deck, or of course maybe just the most insane Solarian Prime of all time, because I mean, I was anticipating that the Ticketus wouldn't be such a big deal. Clearly I have been shown that that is not the case in this particular instance, at least.
Yeah, you don't disrespect Ticketus, because he disrespects you and he's better at it, as you can see. Again, the burn's not too bad there for Thomas. Obviously, you'd rather no Ticketus come down, but nothing vital, because I think everything vital has been played. He's already drawn it and played it at this point.
Yeah. And very happily going to be connecting face for the 10 here to try and close this out as soon as possible. That all of a sudden opens up some alternate ways that you could go about this. Like, I'm looking at the cleanest way to try and get it done. Obviously, if you can go Hysteria on the 1-1 and it gets the other 1-1, then it's insane. But very possibly Dark Skies first and then Cascading.
I also just think, what about any of the taunts and Cascading? If you don't hit the 8-8, the 8-8 becomes isolated.
Sure.
And then, although we can see the owl, well, it still doesn't trade cleanly with Yashiraj, right? It's going to go even different and just say, no, I'm going to Cascading Disaster. Cascading Disaster, I'm just making up names. Cascading Disaster just gets better. So I'm not going to play it until it's fully corrupted.
Oh, and already down to one card left. Like, Plague of Flames is great here. A huge tempo swing that he could seize.
Is he going to...
But is it enough?
Is he going to bounce?
Bounce?
He can bounce, right? Trade, bounce with a...
He can.
And then Plague. That's insane, right? It's insane in terms of it's by far the best play he can make to even have any chance of winning this game, is more what I mean.
You are not wrong. That is the best thing he can go for, absolutely. The problem is, though, that even though he's left then with not having to worry all too much about fatigue, because he can destroy all the important cards in his opponent's deck, what threats does he have left? Like, a single Ticketus, I do not see being able to carry him to a victory, given that he offers complete initiative to Thomas on this turn. Like, there are so many strong ways that he could threaten lethal.
I think that turn was very good. But sometimes very good turns still don't win you games of Hearthstone. It's just that being able to bounce and give himself something. But we can see the Cascading Disasters, or the Plague, or the Double Plague, if somehow he misses, will kill this Ticketus, and that is pretty much that. He did do a good job of getting the Veiled Worshipper out, though, for the Plague, because that card was unplayable at this point in the game. That's so at least he got the good end of the stick in some respect.
So instead of having a nothing card, he has a 3-mana 2/1 to try and deal 32 damage. Maybe.
Hey, there's a Kartuk still in hand. Come on, you can silence that. It's something.
And I think for Thomas here, like, he's just wondering what is there left that he could possibly throw down. Is there any reason to not just go 10 mana worth of stuff on this turn? I guess getting the value out of hero power, milking that every turn would be... some reason, at least, to not just play all 3 of your minions.
Yeah, I think, honestly, just Invoke and Hero Power, and, sure, the Armorsmith, maybe, like, whatever, is fine, because he knows all he's got to really answer, I imagine, is Ticketus, right? And he knows he has Plague. So just
Oh my
chuck loads
God.
of stuff on the board. He can keep his cart up for when he needs the healing, which is important. Because at the moment he's on full health, so the healing wouldn't do anything. And this is a big deal because that is a Solarian Prime, which could decide the outcome
That
of this
is a
game. Dark.
Solarian Prime. I mean, we've been calling Stathis out. He has had pretty much nothing he can do for the vast majority of this series. He's just been getting the rough end of the deal. Now things might be turning around as he could make a truly dark pact with a demonic entity indeed in Solarian Prime.
Yeah, who'd have thought, like, you're playing Warlock, but the dark pact you make is with a mage card, and that's by far the most the worst thing you could do.
I mean, he knows it, right? Thomas knows he can figure out exactly that the cards left are Dragonblight and a Prime. He doesn't know what it is. He's going to be praying that it is any of them other than Solarian Prime, because I don't think any of the others get there. Even like
Rustwix would. Oh no! Wait, what am I talking about? That isn't a prime. I'm just making things up. Rustwix gets you primes. What am I talking about? Yeah, of course. So well, here we go.
Here it is.
Nothing. Definitely nothing. Hilarious. And nothing. Wow.
Absolutely nothing.
Looks like Thomas got away with that one.
Council? Yeah, I mean, 10 out of 10 for meme value.
Wait a minute, Jiraxis?
Not quite today. Not lethal yet, but with nothing left. I mean, yeah, Thomas could literally just go like... it's a brutal way to go out. The Pit Commander, I mean, it's an insanely good card to get in general off of the Shadow Council, but it's not good enough here.
Yep, finishing the game with 2 Plague of Flames and a Hysteria. And okay, the Dark Skies isn't that powerful anymore, of course, because of the hand size. But I think it's a good display of how Thomas has valued his resources multiple times throughout this game. We've been saying, oh, he could have just used this. He could have just cascaded that. And I mentioned it does remind me a little bit of Yala, who shocked me in how much he valued each card. Like, if that was me, I wouldn't have anything. I would have the Cartot left, maybe, and that's my whole hand. Whereas, Thomas really getting everything he can out of every single card and has left him in a solid situation. Of course, the Ticketus helps. But I think overall, it was just a very well-played set from Thomas. And, it's unfortunate for Estios that he went out 3-0, but I think he did just get outclassed a little bit here in this series, Derek.
Yeah, I don't want to be too hard on him after he got a very bad beat. Like, against the Druid, what are you meant to do? It was the absolute nuts from Thomas. There's no real way that you can beat that. And, against the Demon Hunter as well, he played the Ticketus as soon as he could. It didn't hit the Il'gynoth, so he lost that game in the end. It was close. And so I do want to give, a big hand to Stathis. I think it was, for the most part, a very well-played series. But for Thomas, it was just clinical. He knows his lineup inside and out. You can just tell by the way he's playing it. The very considered way that he is going about things. It was a pleasure to watch. And that does mean that we've got ourselves for, after we're done with the quarterfinals, of course, a pretty strong-looking semi-final. If I had to guess, I think I would put Thomas in the lead. I think he's played a little bit cleaner than Shura. But either way, I would be very happy with either of those players going through to the finals.
Yeah, I think it's been looking very, very good. Thomas has impressed me the most out of the 4 players we've had on stream so far. Obviously, in a tournament and in any tournament like this, a player who didn't look the best last match could look the best next match if they won, right? We can see turnarounds, but I think Thomas for match 1 looked very, very clean overall and looked pretty solid in general. It does look like we are going to be checking out the next match. So it looks like Lorinda will be able to join us once again. And Derek is going to say goodbye for now. As I'm just sticking around. I know you guys are going to get sick of me soon, but I will go at some point, I promise. We are going to check out this warrior. And I believe Lorinda is with us now. Let's just check. No? Maybe? No?
Not quite yet.
Okay, well, let's go into the next match of the day. And it is going to be the priest on the bottom with the warrior on the top. And it's going to be another one of these types of games where it is going to be the Highlanders priest job, I guess, to actually just defend, keep health high enough, but also most importantly for me, take control of the game and the board state in itself. I do believe you are with us now, Lorinda. I apologize for the too early intro. How's it going?
It's going well. Can you hear me now? It's all good?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to this one. Thomas there putting on that display, as expected from somebody who's actually played a couple of like HCT top 32s, like the actual points main events. So experience showing there. And the experience of this one's going to be interesting too, because Victor, it's Jetron. It's his first real tournament, he was saying. Very inexperienced. Has been to the World Championships as a spectator, but never actually really played a big tournament. Whereas Ermine, Achilles, has been sort of around the world playing Hearthstone for a while, loves the community, and just seems to have that little bit more experience on paper, on the responses they've given us in questionnaires and such like. But let's see how that actually translates into this game. We're back into this priest versus the warrior, very similar to the one we saw earlier with the Highlander priest. It's basically always Highlander priest these days. But the warrior, I believe, is once again the Enrage warrior. Or is it the ETC, actually? I'm sorry.
I can check if you just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, just drop you on the spot there as you've been casting for 3 hours. I know you have everything open, I'm sure.
I am all over this, Lorinda. Do not worry. The warrior can confirm does have ETC in it. So it is the combo warrior. The 2 brooms are in there too. It does not have the Gromash, but it does have the Corcoran Elite for some extra push.
Yeah, and so very similar the way they work, except it does have that ETC, give all your things rush and smash them all into your opponent doing 2 points a time. But they're doing 6 points a time because they get copied twice. I know 24 is a good number that seems to come up a lot, but you have to be versatile and count it up each time because it can be different depending what minions you're crashing into and exactly what is going on the board.
Yeah, and I really like to see this actually from the priest player. Like, Pyro's down, Lazul's down, he has the board. I hope if there's a good opportunity for an early Zephyrus that makes an impact, that it's taken. Because, again, similar to the Demon Hunter matchup and the other warrior styles, you can't Zephyrus to recover or answer a board, because when the board gets created, you are dead. There's no response, right? So for that reason, I like to see early Zephyrus pile on some pressure, or if there's an awkward minion to get through, just use Zephyrus to get through it, carry on the pressure, make your opponent react. So, I think we're probably about to get close-ish to that point where the Zephyrus decision is made, although Mindflayer Karjlander could change the plan.
Yeah, especially with the Swamp Ooze that you also have to decide. They might do both those 2 things, wouldn't surprise me, and just postpone the Zephyrus a bit. But the essence of what you said makes a lot of sense. You have to take the board as the priest. And if you do, the warrior has surprisingly few ways that it wants to respond. Yes, it can use the weapons. Yes, it can use varieties of inner rages and so on. But all those things are cards it really wants to do other things with. Right. And so, other than the one Baroff, really, and some skipper weird combo-ness, actually, if the priest just gets a board outside of Baroff, it can just win the game there and then.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Lycan. Obviously, it was a little bit in a different circumstance in an earlier series today, but we saw that, right? It was pretty much Barov or bust for the warrior. So it was a real tough one, and we'll see if a Victor can keep hold of this game. But I think I really would like to see the Mind Flayer card if the ooze isn't going to come down. There are other weapons to ooze, so oozing this is not the most important thing. But he is going to go for it, and this does surprise me. I think having a 3/3 with a 2/5 taunt locked in the trap, I guess, I think would have been very, very powerful.
Yeah, look at it this way: if you play the cards, they probably hit it with the weapon, and you get a 2/5. So you kill the weapon like you would with the ooze, except you've still got an ooze in your hand, and you have a 2/5 instead of a 3/2. That's how I would sort of work it all out. But he did go for this line, so.
I think it's even more of a problem with that previous turn, right? Of course he has Zephyrus into weapon removal, but Corsair Cash was played earlier. So he knows there's a buffed weapon in hand, and he oozed like a 3/2 when he could have just played Cash. I don't know, very tough play there, and I'm not sure if that was the best use of his resources, because now he has to consider whether he wants to actually kill off this Ankar.
Yeah, and also I'm not quite sure what the card is waiting for. Maybe I'm missing a trick. It's been known, Raven, for me to miss a trick just from time to time.
Only now and again. Only now and again.
But for me, there aren't that many card targets that don't just kill you when they're played. So I just want to get my cards getting anything, and a 2/5 seems fine. Anyway, moving on. Maybe he'll show us later what he had in store for this. He has now got some board. He has got that second ooze, which maybe he was just planning all along, and he's got a bit of tempo going on.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is I can't argue with the using Zephyrus early. It's exactly what I was trying to promote earlier on, to just use the Zephyrus in an aggressive manner. He is piling on some pressure now, but these combo pieces are coming together slowly. I think there's just got to be one turn of just maybe clearing off these minions if possible. And there is a skipper for that, so...
And you say slowly, but they're coming together rapidly. There's a lot of the combo.
With the ETC pickup, anything's possible because the minions don't like the minions can pre-exist, I guess is the phrase I'm going to use. Like you don't have to have all the minions you need to play in hand, right? If a minion's already on the board and then you give them a rush or whatever, like they already exist. So anytime a board is stuck for the warrior, it could be a big deal here. And this ETC combo can actually come out surprisingly quickly if the right card's drawn. I've been comboed to death on like turn 7 of a game before, and I didn't expect it, but it happens.
And weirdly, the normal version of Enraged Warrior combo is also starting to gather in hand really rapidly right now, in fact. With the double Enrage, the Cork Run, the Shield of Honor, and the Mercenaries. That's 8 mana for what? 6, 8, 22 damage?
Yes, correct.
So if this board isn't dealt with, he's one off lethal. Just from nowhere.
And funnily enough, the board is not going to be really dealt with. Of course, one off lethal isn't lethal, which means that there has to be some respect given to this, but I believe Barov just is in hand, right?
Yeah, and there's the broom now if needed for the other part of the combo, the ETC.
If there's broom, can that be lethal?
It can. I'm struggling to add it up upside down. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm not
don't
familiar with adding things up upside down.
Because he could inner rage the armor smith, so that kills the armor smith. The other armor smith, should I say?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of ways you can get the brute to hit face. If that pushes more damage. This is tough. Let's just sit and watch, Lorinda, because I'm going to assume that this is lethal. Because I thought it could be.
The way he's taken his time, and it was difficult because he had 2 halves of a combo. Like he also had the Corkun combo going on as well. But I feel like he's worked this out. But he's got to kill the armor smith first. And if this is
lined
lethal,
everything
then
up.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, these hits into the armor smith get pretty heavily negated by the 4 damage that are going to go. Let's find out here. I'm excited, Lorinda.
I am too. The speed at which he did this makes me think that he's got this, but I've been wrong before, as I said earlier.
Wow. Really, really impressive game there. And honestly, this is what I was saying earlier, and something I like to point out for people who maybe haven't seen ETC Warrior too much, and luckily it paid off super well. I'm just such a good caster, Lorinda. Is that the minions sitting on board open that lethal up, and that's why it can happen so early. If the warrior has no board, you can you know how much mana and what cards they will need to lethal you because they have to play all from hand. But any minions on board like that, so big, and the ETC pickup into Broom was huge, and it was a really good quick spot there from him to get that, because it took us, obviously we were reading the cards upside down and everything, but it didn't take him long to go actually bang 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 done, lock it all in, get the turn finished, and lock in the first victory, which is honestly really impressive. I thought that game wasn't going to go that quickly, but it shows what ETC is capable of.
Yeah, and he dodged the trap that I fell into, which was, this Corkun Elite and all these inner rages, and the copy that has 22 damage. And I think it was one off lethal that way, but he worked out how to, hang on, I'm going to count the mana, and I'm going to work out how much damage is done for each point of mana, and the ETC is better. And he's managed to get an extra sort of 6 damage out that way. And there we go, 1-0 in double quick time. And for your first tournament, if you're his opponent, not the way you want to start off. Play 3 or 4 cards.
Right.
Not sure if one of your decisions is right and lose horribly on like turn 6. It's not his fault necessarily, although that early play looked a bit iffy. That was just one where the opponent drew all of the stuff, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides, right? One, regardless of how, I guess, hard or how you felt like you couldn't do anything about a loss, which those kind of losses feel like, regardless of that, as a player and as someone who takes the game seriously, you do need to look at, regardless of whether you would have ever won or not, did you play your best? Did you make the best plays you possibly could? Maybe, maybe not. But let's move quickly on, Lorinda, to one of my favorite decks at the moment, which is this, I guess, Burn Mage. And just looking at the build, it looks extremely standard. But there are just a couple of differences. The Firebrands have been known to be replaced with a Zephyrus and a Mana Reservoir. I always want to call that card Fountain, and I just know it's not called that. But anyway, so there are a couple of differences. I personally like the Flame Waker version. Oh, sorry, the Firebrand version. We're not going that far back. So it'll be interesting to see how that performs. And it is going to be going up against this Priest again. Another kind of tough matchup, but once more, Priest doesn't really have ways to deal with this outside of Elucia if it looks like the Mage is storing up cards and burn cards.
Yeah, but you say outside of Elucia very quickly there. Elucia is a massive difference. You can just empty your opponent's hand, and the Mage doesn't... When the Mage loses control of this sort of situation, it can just lose control completely. That being said, it doesn't lose control because it kills you so fast. It kills you more rapidly than you think when you look at the deck list for the first time, that's for sure.
The important thing is, with this build of Mage, it has a very finite amount of damage, whereas the other build with Zephyrus, obviously there are Pyroblasts, Tyrians, other things, even an extra Fireball that can close the gap, right? Whereas this version, it doesn't have Zephyrus, so that finite amount of damage, it gets quite difficult to work out when to apply it, because in this matchup against Priest or any class that can heal a lot, you can't just Fireball face and be like, sweet, that's 4 mana spent, it's done. If you're against Rogue, that's something you can do, but not versus Priest. So it's going to be interesting and difficult for this to be managed, but certain openings as well are so explosive, especially we can see this Imprisoned Phoenix being available so early on, that they can be real trouble for Priest to deal with, because as usual, Priest needs time to get things done, right?
Yeah, and he's not messing around with the build either. For instance, just the 1 Arcane Explosion. This is a nod to maybe he didn't expect to play many rogues of stealth variety or just didn't care about them or whatever. He's just going to get as much damage as he can to hurt the Priest with.
Bear in mind, though, with the Firebrands, you have extra power against Rogue a lot of the time too. So the Firebrands do make up for some of that lack of AoE, because Firebrand pretty much acts like AoE anyway. But already off to a quick start. Sethic coming down here for Victor. And I still just like this Phoenix. There's a Studies in hand, right? Not Studies, sorry. Oh my god, I forgot the name of the card. What's the 2 mana draw?
Know.
Oh, Lorraine,
2 mana draw is... you've done my head in now. Cram Session.
Cram Session, of course. So with the Cram
We
Session...
got that in the end. The second you said it's not Studies, what is it? My brain goes, it's Studies, right?
Too much Battlegrounds for you, Lorinda. With the Cram Session in hand, I think I would have liked to seen the Phoenix just drop down. But of course, that would not kill off the Sethic. So there are, a couple of ways you could have gone with that. And the Phoenix does come down this turn, so not the end of the world. Confection Cyclone 2 is going to refill the hand with a couple of those elementals, and I imagine they're going to be held onto for when an elemental allies is drawn.
Yeah, Sethic with Apotheosis on it is just a very scary thing for this deck to have to deal with, because you have to kill it before you do anything else. It just gets in the way of your missiles and generally just eats up a lot of time and damage and is irritating, as well as the card advantage that comes from the Sethic as well. So taking that chance is just a lot of chance to take. And maybe you can, but I understand why he chose to not do that.
And this is where it gets difficult, in my experience, for the Mage player, because once again, on the Priest side, if he wants to, he could have a bit of a board. And the more you put into clearing boards, the less you can put to face damage-wise. And the less you put to face against a healing class, the more chance you've got to lose. So it is, these decisions over the next couple of turns now are very difficult, and it will say a lot to what his mindset is in this game, because if he kills this Sethic with burn, that would scare me a little bit, and I actually quite like this. Just ignore the Sethic. It will die probably to missiles or something next turn, so ignore it, pile more damage on the board, and push, because he's running out of time.
And get a Solarian down, right? If you can't win by fair means, just go for the Solarian Prime and see what happens. And try and cheat your way to a 1-0.
Well, sometimes you need to rely on rolling the dice, right? And that's just the way life is. So I think that's absolutely fine.
Giving himself maximum chance to draw that Prime by getting this down first. I mean, it wasn't a complicated thing to do, but the ping to the face was the tough part. And
also, as well, more importantly, if the Sethic value trades, obviously that sucks, and that's just the way it is. But if the Sethic is trading into it, then the Sethic's gone. And if it doesn't trade, it's more spell damage for next turn to make this cram session pretty absurd, or to make the Raz Frost Whisper that's in hand absurd. So it was kind of a win-win with that Solarian.
So far more spell damage being drawn, but this is where things just start to get, I don't know, awkward, messy. I'm not sure what the word you want to use is here.
This is like
because one false step
mindset.
And you just lose at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Hunter mindset, where you start counting backwards the damage and see where you can get.
You're
Cram session coming out
now.
Yeah. Cram session coming out with the Phoenix just makes sense. It might not look great because it's not like a smooth curve play, so to speak, but you cash in on this Phoenix spell damage however you can. And at the moment, I think just drawing a ton of cards is the way. Get more resources, so then he can plan out how much damage he can push over X amount of turns.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking in terms of you've got to do it quickly, but that doesn't mean you've got to do it instantly. This is a mistake people make with a lot of decks. Like the opposite, what he didn't do. The mistake you can make is thinking that speed is the most efficient way to do damage quickly. Well, actually, it's often to do damage over 2 or 3 turns in a massive burst. 3 lots of 10 is 30. That's the game over. You don't have to do them on turns 2, 3, and 4. You can do them on turns 5, 6, 7. As long as you're setting them for some absolute monster turns, you're okay. But the board has gone. He's never having the board again.
Yep. And that was a choice. He could have gone, well, not a strict choice because the board was pretty sticky anyway, but there could have, for example, been a Arcane Missiles played. He's had the coin for a while, so he could have tried to do something with that and try and trade the board down. But as I mentioned, the more damage he puts into the board, the more he can't put to face, and then you just lose that way instead. Yeah, your opponent's got no board, but there's no burn damage left to actually win the game.
Absolutely. And he might get to clear one board. Like, he's just never going to own it himself. He might get to get rid of some of this stuff with a buffed explosions or something at some point. He's never going to occupy. He's never going to do any more minion damage to face. That's where I'm going with it. The damage is going to have to come from all of these lovely spells.
Yeah, there are certain things that can happen, like with Studies turns, you can get, and Firebrands obviously, you can get pretty high damage Arcane Missiles that help clear up boards and such. So there are things that can be done. We're seeing some of it now, but these Arcane Missiles, like, this is painful because all of this was done without the spell damage from the Phoenix.
Yep. But you haven't got the time. This is when we're talking time, we're talking you cannot waste your mana. So he had to do that. But then, you're wasting damage, it's killing minions.
I'm trying to work out if this would be like... maybe not this turn because the Fireball, but we're getting close where there's almost an guaranteed Fantastic Elucia turn, right?
Yep.
Because he has loads of AoE removal, which doesn't do anything for the mage. Whereas obviously the mages at this point in the game almost always has a lot of very castable or playable cards. And if you dump those,
it looks like he's going to do it. He went for the Mind Vision there and then changed his mind. I think he might be going to go for the Elucia. I'm surprised he hasn't just dumped the Elucia now, honestly. Get rid of some of those cards in his opponent's hand and just challenge him now. Because when are you going to play the Elucia? You're filling your hand up with stuff that your opponent can play.
I think the key there was getting rid of the Fireball first, and I agree with this. Because if he did Elucia, and his opponent just Fireball pings him with your Fireball, then they've gained a turn's worth of damage that they wouldn't necessarily have had. So I do like getting rid of that fireball and then potentially going for an Elucia turn, like now, for example.
Oh, if he does it now, it's so good.
Oh, it's back-breaking because of the quest. Not only can he can Elucia, fireball the Rads, and play the Elemental, right?
Yeah.
And obviously like the coin and stuff. So that is actually probably a game-winning Elucia if he goes for it. And I think he should. I guess he doesn't know he can kill
there,
Raz.
right? With the coin existing, I think I just want to do that. Just, it can't be bad. You can cast some of the stuff. There's a fireball that you can cast.
I think it's reasonable for him to be afraid of Raz, because if he goes Apotheosis on the Raz, then that's scary, right? A Raz that's dealing damage to you and healing if he takes any.
But he knows he can kill it, I think, because he got the Mind Vision fireball.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you know what? I forgot that was from Mind Vision. Of course it was. You're completely right.
So I feel like he should have done that there. He doesn't get to use many of the cards, but it's like a 12-point damage swing getting rid of that fireball. Anyway, he chose not to.
He would have used most of them, right? He would have had 5 mana.
Yes, but he didn't know that. He thought maybe thought Elucia plus fireballs a lot of stuff. But now there's a chance for the Solarian Prime to be played, which anything can happen then.
These are the turns where you start considering Fireball Face, because you start adding the turns together, right? Like this could be Quest, Fireball, Ping. Next turn can be Prime. The turn after can be Fireball, Ping, X. Depending on what the Prime does. So I like this because he's run out of cards. He needs to finish this game, and the longer he waits, the more that he's going to be starting with the Priest on 30 health and not having enough burn.
And the more I think about not Eluciating last turn, he knew about the elementals,
the coin and the fireball and the elemental, which was 3 of the 4 cards.
Yeah, so you just do it, right? You just do that and see where you are. If you can't cast the other 2, who cares? But anyway, maybe you and I are just the worst Elucia players in the world. We just keep wanting to play Elucia.
Probably. I would not be surprised. Yeah, I imagine Apotheosis gets played now. You really want to land that on a turn you can attack, and that isn't guaranteed.
And
I probably Cram Session, right? Oh,
unless he's now
setting really... Yeah, well, he's really just respecting damage, right? That is a 1/2 that can attack face, so I'm going to remove it and heal, which I can't argue with too much.
I mean, do you ever get a better chance to dump the Prime? Maybe you can dip your hand now, but I don't know. I want to polymorph this Kaj or something.
Yeah, and this is, again, I've spoken about this a lot, but it is so important. If he fireballs this Kaj, I think he loses the game.
Yeah.
So it goes from the Prime... It's 2 choices. The Prime has to deal with the Kaj, or the Prime has to win you the game. And I think dealing with the Kaj is more likely than it's straight up winning. Because if he fireballs this Kaj, the Prime has to do 30 damage, basically, right?
Maybe he can do the rest. Maybe he can just play everything apart from the Prime. Fireball the Kaj, play the missiles, play the Sorcerer's Apprentice, dump everything on the board, and then hope that the Prime next turn finds him a card.
But the Prime has to do way more, right, in that instance than it does in this instance. So I think Prime now is correct.
Yeah, it doesn't waste the cards trying to hit minions. Counterspell's all right, but not enough, I think.
Oof. Not bad, but definitely not good enough, I don't think.
Not the Primes we've come to know and hate, Raven. Just a mediocre Prime.
Yeah, he can check the secrets, and he can steal this Prime now.
He can do what he likes now.
I think I would have liked to have seen him heal the Kaj there.
Sure.
Because if it was Flame Ward, the Kaj is dead, he loses the Apotheosis. He could have healed, played Cram Session, and still been able to Cabal and Wave of Apathy.
Okay.
Check in Mirror Entity.
Yeah. Playing sensibly, playing solid. I like it. Remembering again that it's his first big tournament.
So this is him playing around Entity more than Flame Ward. Because if he played around Flame Ward with heal, he wouldn't have been able to check this guaranteed steal for Entity, because the Entity would have procced off the Cabal Acolyte, which meant that the Cabal Acolyte on the other side could have been stolen, right? As opposed to the Prime. So this is fine, just a different way of doing it.
Well, that makes sense, because you said he's been looking after his health total the whole game. Flame Ward only kills your board. Say that very carefully.
Wow.
Whereas Entity actually gives your opponent something to kill you with. So that was consistent with how he played the whole game. And he got it gets one on the board.
And that is why, although I love Burn Mage, it's not an easy deck to play. Some games you'll see it and you'll think, that deck just killed someone, and in like 2 minutes. Like, what that's insane. But against classes that can heal, that and Paladin mainly, and I guess Druid to an extent, but it's nowhere near as difficult with Druid, you have to be very careful, and you almost have to like god draw to be able to kill them, because if your opponent draws any like strong opening hand and they can fight for board early, you definitely don't fight for board that well. And you saw that he lost board pretty early, and then the more removal he was using on minions, it made it so that it had to be Solarian deal with the lifesteal, which it didn't really do, and then Fireball, Frostbolt, Frostbolt with spell damage minions all at the same time, which it's still a big ask. So very, very difficult matchup, but the mage has a lot of other good matchups that aren't, Paladin Priest, basically.
But that is why we saw some people for the Masters Tour bring the Mozaki Mage, which is,
right,
I'm going to really oversimplify, but kind of the same deck, but more punch. It's got a little bit more. It can go a little bit longer in the game. It can hit you really hard a lot later.
Yeah, it's like in, those old school action films where you'd always get the fight scenes where there'd be one character that's normally like smaller but super fast and punches someone like 1,000,000 times and then they die. Or you get the huge hulking, they'll punch you once because that's all they need, but they'll do it slowly. It's like one big wind up for a punch. So it's definitely two very different styles for different opponents, because again, the Burn Mage does very well versus, say, Aggro Rogue, and I imagine the Mozaki Mage a lot of the time just dies versus Aggro Rogue. So really tough one to keep a track of here. But it looks like Paladin is going to be next up on the menu, Lorinda.
The Paladin so far has looked good today, which is definitely in contrast to how we saw it in the Masters Tour. It's been getting it done. We've seen it take down a couple of priests in that first match. We didn't see it much in the second match, so Paladin having a good day at the office, but will it continue, Raven? I'm still not convinced.
Well, we're going to find out. I think Paladin is very good, and an interesting take here where there is the Pyromancer in there as well, so a bit of flexible usage of AoE clear with some spells. We'll see how it goes off, though. First day of school being kept here for Victor on the bottom, and the Rogue on the top. I don't think I'll ever be good at Rogue Mulligans, Lorinda, but this one looks like a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, I always keep all the cards, and it's always wrong.
I assume all Rogue players just always draw the best cards, because that's what it feels like when I play against them. So the Mulligan just doesn't matter, but it does look like a big keep there, and this does work because Foxy Fraud plus anything is normally a good opener, right? That's like a decent base rule, I guess, and that looks like at least what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll coin out Hero Power here, if he's going to coin out the Foxy Fraud.
Backstab.
Oh, he's going for the full-on crazy here, I think.
No, I think he's using it to go slower, right? So he can backstab one thief and save Fraud. It's not too bad.
Oh, what do you take? They've all got some merit here. I wanted him to. I was hoping he would. I didn't think.
The Mana Biscuit makes more sense. Mana Biscuit, if that was a rogue card, the world would end. It would be insane. It would just unbuff Van Cleef. Unnerf, I guess, Van Cleef, sorry.
Right, so this is where he has to pay a little bit for his previous turn. Nothing bad. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just has consequences when you have a slower turn one.
This is kind of nuts, right? It's going to go for Feral Cat. I was looking at like just Hand of a Door, Blessing of Wisdom, go. Like just have a big minion that requires a solid answer. I guess it being susceptible to Eviscerate is something to consider, and Blessing of Wisdom, a good card for either a huge minion of your opponents to make them less, or get them more punished for attacking you, or just something to pen flingers. But yeah,
I guess my argument
then.
here is that the cat also draws you a card, even though it doesn't draw you one from your deck, so it's not quite as good.
Sure.
So you can save the Blessing of Wisdom maybe for a Crab Rider or something later and get an extra card. So you've kind of done the same thing by doing this, but you've got another minion in the board. And having stuff on the board against Rogue is essential, because they will kill all your things and then hit you in the face really hard if you let them. And this is a really good pickup from this cat as well.
I think
slowing down the Rogue.
So there's either like a pyro play here, or he could just start with first day of school, see if there's any of the one drops that will actually help kill this. Other than that, yeah, I think you play first day of school here and just see what's what, and then go from there.
Honestly, you could play any of the cards on the right-hand side of his hand, and they're probably fine. In fact, any of the cards in his hand are probably fine.
I think you could play any of the cards, yeah. If he does any combo, it's fine. Devout Pupil, of course, has the bonus of getting cheaper later in the game, but this is also a reasonably difficult minion to deal with, and he's even going to trade. Oh, was not expecting the trade line there.
No, nor was I. But actually, now I look at it, I kind of like it. He's seen a backstab go. And this sets him up for the reborn minion next turn.
Or more likely, now, a wild pyromancer.
Yes. And presumably...
Oh. Well, not now, right? Because Oasis will be the weakened one, and then it'll just be... I guess he's not going to double trade, right?
It depends how he chooses what he wants to do. I don't think he double trades, but he will try and take the shield off, I think. And if he uses his face to take the shield off, we might well see a pyromancer turn. But he restrains. Good.
Yeah, I like this.
I kind of still like the pyromancer.
Yeah, but there's a mind game here, right?
Yes.
Because in a perfect world, you would trade the 4/4 first with the 4/5, and then pyromancer the other two minions. But because that is so obvious, there's a small chance that you do it the other way to guarantee that you're killing the right minion, but then your Devout Pupil takes way more damage. So this is the stall now. This is what the stall's for. The mind games are real, and everyone laughs at me when I talk about mind games. With this card.
Time you're dead right.
But in this situation, it is a very real thing because the information is so obvious.
Yeah, I'm not taking the easy path because I'm not Sottle, who would beat you up for saying that. I actually think that this time around you're dead right, and this was a really difficult decision because he wasn't weakening himself much by doing it wrong, but. Yeah, I liked it, and I like him calling the bluff or calling the non-bluff as well. Just if you bluffed me, well done. If you're going to mind games me on this big stage of this world final, good luck to you. You can have the slight advantage.
Play. Looks like Conjure Mana Biscuit's going to come down, probably to activate the Miscreant, and then that can build up for a bigger questing going forward. Because right now, there has to be some way to deal with this board, because although it doesn't look that threatening, there's just no answers, right? He can dagger into this 5/5, but he'll just end up taking 10 damage for nothing.
Yeah, and not only have you got to deal with this board, you've still got to keep enough stuff back to actually build your own. So his plan, such as it is, will be to somehow get this questing down and play some cards after it in a future turn. But
actually,
yeah, when you word it like that, ouch.
Also, this Aldrin was just wrong, right?
Okay, I think so, because he just suddenly changed his mind at the end there.
So if he was playing One Thief, for example, One Thief could have got him Devolving Missiles, which negates the need to swing the weapon in, right? But he already preemptively did all that before he even might have needed to swing. So
I think he got to the end and realised he'd miscounted or something because he hovered over the one thief as if to go, yeah, like all the things you've just said. And he goes, oh, these don't work with no mana. I better not do that, and change his play. Which is a good thing. Like, if you can spot that your play has gone wrong, you shouldn't be in that spot. But if you're in that spot and you change your mind, at least that's okay. Don't make it worse by pretending that you were going to do it all along.
Commit. Yeah.
Don't commit.
Yeah. Here, though, there is a moment looking at health totals that Libram of Justice could be equipped here and just swung face. It doesn't have to be. There are plenty of other options, but I wouldn't hate it, Lorinda. That is almost lethal just with the weapon swings. You'd have to push 4 damage, in which there was 4 damage on the board at that point, right? The Pyro hits for 3, the Attendant hits for 1, and then you have 3 swings of 5. That adds up to 19 to me.
And we're kind of programmed to save this against Rogue until you get the lifesteal. But if you're going to kill them, you don't care about the lifesteal because they're dead. They can't hit you. That's how it works. This one's starting to look all over. But I'm not going to say it just yet. There's a World Kick and a One Thief still to have some say in the matter.
This game could get very weird very quickly with a World Kick and One Thief. Like, things can change. The problem, honestly, is actually where we're at in the time scale of the game. 6 mana is not a lot of mana to make something happen. Coerce, nice pickup. Frost Nova, definitely not bad to buy some time. It looks like he's going to cash that in now.
But like you say, it is buying time largely.
It's got to be weapon, right? Please.
Yeah, but what do you hit? Face?
Face.
You're the hunter player. Tell me. You hit face, yeah?
I think it's face because it's literally weapon lethal in 3 turns. Obviously, if taunts and drastic things don't happen, and you are forcing your opponent to have to make more defensive choices, he's going to respect the World Kick.
So I thought he might, and
the
reason I thought he might, and the reason I would have, I don't think this either makes it right, is he saw last turn was a panic turn. It was World Kick into Spellman into freeze your stuff. Like, nothing happened. And if you kill that World Kick, that's the panic mode, your opponent trying to get out of trouble, just can't happen. So I understand why he respected it there. It looked like a way to stop himself from covering basically everything. But now your opponent's on 5 more health.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me is Victor does not have a ton of stuff in his hand, right? It'll be a long time before that Salet's dead, unless this Pyro lives. And I'd actually like to see, like, hit with the Pyro and then Salet Wisdom to just kill off the Salet and draw cards.
Me too.
Oh, okay, this game got spicier.
I think it's just lethal.
Yes, it is.
Penflinger, Blessing Wisdom, hit you with another Penflinger.
Attack first, yeah. As long as that Aldrin didn't get messed up. It is, in fact, lethal. Wow, out of nowhere. And of course, there was no punish for not swinging the weapon in that game, but it was definitely one that could have spiraled out of control. So again, going off what you said, Lorinda, I do respect the World Kick, and if you kill it, great. But it definitely feels bad to swing basically one of your lethal charges into a 1-2 that almost certainly makes the game last a turn longer. And cards such as Secret Passage exist, which can really change things up. So not wrong and not right, just definitely a bit of a different style of risk there being taken. But it paid off. He got the damage anyway. As ever, the Paladin with the Penflingers can work miracles of their own. So good victory there for Victor. And he's going to go 2-1 up in the series. And only 1 deck left to get a win with.
Yeah, I think that's a really tough decision. Like, I think it was only because of the exact circumstance where his opponent's obviously like, I've got to find something with One Thief. I've got to find something with World Kick. Now I've got to play the card I got from the One Thief, and it doesn't even stop you. It's a Frost Nova. It does nothing, basically. Buys me another draw.
Right.
I think that just says, okay, killing this World Kick restricts all of the options. Yeah, there's still the Secret Passage. Yeah, there's still a couple of bits and pieces. But killing that World Kick is a big deal. I don't even know if it was right. I mean, he won the game, therefore it was right. That's how this game works. But I don't even know if it was right. But it was an interesting decision, and one that I think a lot of people will talk about after the game.
Yeah, and it's one of those ways, right? Because it's something that makes Paladin more than just a on curve deck, right? A lot of the time you can't even play it on curve, but because it can play late game so well and it can play aggressive pretty well, depending on hand, of course, you making that call. Obviously, I would just always hit face because that's just the kind of person I am. But making that call is a very real decision point, right? And one that can win you X% and lose you X% of games. But it does look like we are going to dive back into a Burn Mage here as the deck that's going to be locked in next. And again, I'm excited to see what the matchup will be because it's very powerful on one hand, and as we saw versus the Priest, can be potentially very weak on the other. Because healing is just such a problem, especially in this list that doesn't run Zephyrus. And I think that's just, for me, now that I've seen Zephyrus lists, that is question number one for me is, should I play Zephyrus or should I not? I think that's like literally question number one when I look at different builds. Like, what is actually worth and not? Looks like we're going to dive straight into the game, Lorinda, and it is, of course, going to be against Rogue. And this is a much more straightforward one for the Mage player. They can do X damage, they just have to count the turns and make sure they don't lose quicker, of course, if the Rogue starts building up a big board. So a little bit more of a straightforward matchup than the Priest.
And now I know why you like this deck, because this is just Hunter 101. This is count the turns. Do I have to waste any of this damage on this minion? Oh, I have to kill this 4/3. Okay, well, I'll Frostbolt that and carry on putting the rest into your face.
It's Hunter with card draw, Lorinda. Oh, what more could anyone
imagine
want?
giving Hunter card? Imagine, if that ever happens, Raven's just going to be so thrilled.
I mean, in a week's time or so, Buzzard's getting unnerfed. So Buzzard's going to be 2 mana, which is fantastic. And also, Tracking discovers a card from your deck now without discarding anything. So that's kind of cool. But anyway, getting back to a more relevant thing. An early discover here almost certainly will not be the Goose as the choice. This is a tough one, though. I actually quite like Netherwind Portal, honestly. It's just another minion. It's more aggro, more pressure.
All right. I'm ready to work out how to go for the biggest questing ever, because then your opponent has to find ways to freeze it.
It's one turn away.
I know what I would do, and I think it's stupid. But I'm going to do the Raven here.
Foxy Fraud Shadow Step?
And leave this turn alone. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's exactly what I want to do.
I'm no rogue specialist, but I think that's right, because your next turn is so much better.
Yeah, and then you just get the world's biggest ever questing. You see where you're at with your draw.
The replay.
Okay.
Is this... Wait a minute. Was this all in on Van Cleave?
No, it was all in on just combo
I guess there are
cards
other
and card
options.
advantage.
I don't know what I think about that turn. I honestly don't know what I think about that turn. It turned out okay. He got the miscreant down. He's got pretty good board control. He's got the two lackeys, of course, to help out. I think I maybe just joined you with the question plan, but hey, what do we know, Lorinda? We're just the casters, right?
Exactly. But now that the reason that look at the hand now, this questing is suddenly now stranded as a mediocre minion. That being said, on turn 4, it will be a 3 whatever that is when you buff it all up. So it's not a total disaster or anything.
Oh, awkward. Going to be the dagger there to follow up, ping off the last damage on that kobold. Oh, not bad. Just going to go for the missiles now or wait? I think he'll wait with the missiles.
I think he'll wait.
Yeah, let him have the 3 damage. Flame. I was going to call it Flame Waker. Firebrand plus missiles. Maybe even with the Apprentice. He's going to be a very, very good turn.
They've both got good turns coming up now.
Obviously scared of this secret. Knows it's not Ice Barrier or Flame Ward, but could still be Mirror Entity, which would be a bit of a problem. Could be Counterspell, of course, as well.
I want to play the questing, but I've wanted to play it since turn 1. If it's Mirror, you just trade in.
Doesn't work.
And if it's not, you have a big taunty boy. And now this is Firebrand's not looking like it was a moment ago, right? Now suddenly you've got to deal with this questing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you now from my experience, I like this response a lot. You could be a little bit risky and go for the Arcane Missiles Firebrand anyway, but the second the question doesn't die, you probably just lose. Because the deck doesn't have response. It doesn't have a natural devolving missiles. You have to discover it, and you can't rely on that fast enough. So I like the respect for the Quest Adventure on that turn there.
And this is his payoff. This is going to clear a lot of this board. Fishing around with his hero power there to find out what's died and what hasn't. And the answer is basically everything.
There's more where that came from, though. And the problem, I don't think he pings, right? Yeah, I agree with this. Because he wants the quest to get cooking. He wants to draw more cards next turn. And if he pings, he wouldn't be able to do that.
Yep.
And let's be honest, if your opponent trades in these minions he's got into yours, okay. It's not my main damage, who cares?
Yeah. Rogue's not killing you from 22 here very often. We can see that actually the hand's getting really dangerous, but the stealth rogue might, but the well kick rogue doesn't quite pack the same punch. But there is a lot of damage, like trying to prove me wrong here. All right, there's another eviscerate for that. I think that's the best tempo play, just to eviscerate this. It does leave you with a very mediocre board, so I understand why he's considering it strongly.
He has seen a lot of removal, though, right? So there is a certain level of hope that this Whirl Kick would live.
Sure.
Well, maybe this is better. He gets another card from Whirl Kick anyway, and also retains the Eviscerate, and there's just an additional minion on board.
Sure. Yeah, and your Plunderer's done his work as well, because sometimes it's not that hard to activate usually, but it's nice to use it while you can, I guess.
But yeah, this is where the game could pop off here for the mage, because he's about to draw a lot of spells, and guess what? That's what he's missing right now, spells. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow, that is actually, in a strange way, the worst set of spells he could have drawn. Because he needs to kill this Whirl Kick. Okay, that helps. Good. Yeah, okay. This needs to hit the Whirl Kick once. There we go.
And now he's probably in control, although we know don't count Rogue out too quickly.
Prep Swindle probably going to start.
More cards. Yeah. Into one thief, Shadow Step, one thief.
Ooh. Tough call here between Netherwind Portal and Ice Barrier. Both have merit. I think I would actually pick Netherwind.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
It's scary though, because it's not 8 health, but I think that you lose if you don't get the board. So, like, the mage is built to work off board. You're not really as a rogue.
I think there's also
you need a Netherwind.
Such low threat from the minions. You're probably going to kill the minions anyway. Like, how many times are you expecting to get attacked from these minions? So potentially, it's just better removal. He did go for Font of Power instead, which I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I didn't either. But nobody's got anything that does anything. Maybe Font of Power, maybe the point is to just get something that you can win the game with. Something a bit chunky that might just do it for you. Perhaps not fancying his chances in this noodle fight right now.
Oh, Phoenix number 2. But the big problem here, I guess, is Arcane Intellect probably has to be played. You can't play Cram Session. And this draw has to be very good, either very aggressive or high value base. And this is a horrible Jandis turn as well. This is really bad, actually. Oh, he's playing missiles without any spell damage. I think that might be an overreaction.
Maybe. I think I might have liked to see the Sorcerer's Apprentice get played this turn as well, but before the Intellect. As it happens, he probably knew there weren't that many spells left because he's already drawn the 3, but I'd have liked to see Sorcerer's Apprentice try and have a mini pop-off turn there. If he's going to missiles anyway.
Yeah, I was just really surprised about that turn. There was also the option to play 2 1/2s instead of a 3/2. And although, of course, the 3/2 challenges more minions, it can just be killed by the 2/2 on board. So some interesting choices there. Cramp Session is going to be available now with 1 Phoenix up. Sorcerer's Apprentice almost certainly comes down this turn with 9 mana.
I mean, otherwise he holds it for the next game.
Oh, that Arcane Explosion is huge.
It is.
Going to be nice ordering too. Cramp Session is going to proc the Netherwind Portal, which procs the minion, which then potentially dies from the Arcane Explosion that is almost certainly going to be played this turn. This is the turn he needed. Something along these lines is really good.
It is. And he's held it very well to get to this point. I don't know how much damage this is, but it's a lot of damage.
Oh, no. And I apologize. That Secret's Barrier, he just did Barrier last turn. It's not Netherwind Portal. My bad. I'm an idiot.
No, I should have.
Okay, well, Kick might kick himself out. You never know. You never know. I mean, this is important because Victor is very not dead next turn, right? He can probably coerce the spell damage.
Yes, that seems good.
Just coerce the Phoenix?
Yep, I think so. Makes sense to me. And hope you're not dead, which you expect to be, but you're not.
Edwin Van Cleef.
Singular 4 mana 2/2.
Okay. Oh. This is weird though, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if he attacks,
he knows what it is as well.
Yeah, he's not going to attack, right? He's just drawing cards to try and. Oh. Okay. That's what 1, 2, 3. That's 4 damage, and he can ping 5 damage. That's just correct, right?
Yeah, and just tell your opponent you've got no healing.
Yep.
He is on 8 though, but he kills all the minions. Yeah.
Yeah, the minions die. It has to be something pretty incredible because he's seen 2 eviscerates, right? Okay, that's funny. And that's going to be the concede. This game is going to a game number 5. The mage just about got there. It was extremely close, but with the help of a ton of spell damage and a lot of card draw, the answers were there eventually. So a nice win there. And it does mean we are going to that game number 5, but that was a pretty scary game, I think, for both players there, Lorinda.
Real back and forth there. I thought that the mage was probably out of it about halfway. The rogue just started to get the well kicked down. Got a couple of secrets, but nothing really happened. And there was that weird start where on turn 1, he went for the Shadow Step Foxy secret passage stuff, rather than just going hold it for big questing. I'm not saying that's wrong, but it didn't help the situation, I don't think, later on.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that, honestly. I think although it half paid off, I think he still spent too much for what he got, and I think other than it being exactly Edwin Van Cleef, it was not going to be worth it. What was my problem? It had to be one of 30 cards, or 20x cards based on however many he's going to draw, have left, and so on. And it's like that. Unless it was exactly Van Cleef, it was never going to be good enough, in my opinion. But now, Lorinda, we're going to end this series in a rogue mirror, and again, these generally go one of 2 ways. Someone gets the board early and stays aggressive and closes out the game in that fashion, whether it's with a help with questing or not, or they drag on and it's about that resource generation and resource control. So yeah, pretty interesting overall, but just look at these mulligans. Who do you think has the upper hand here, Lorinda?
I love this bottom hand so much. I like what he kept his way, threw away the questing, he threw away the whirl kick. It's all about get your thing on the board and keep it there. Make your opponent have to deal with it.
Right.
And just keep doing that. And then you play a secret passage, hope your opponent's used up too many resources dealing with your early stuff, and just finish them off with it. You don't have to panic. You don't have to rush. Going back to what I said earlier. But 3-mana questing, that's not doing it in this game, most likely, unless it
Mhm.
goes the very drawn-out route. You just want all this early stuff, and that's exactly what he's going for.
I like mirror image a lot.
I do
I feel like it always gets work done. The
How do you like
problem with
mirror
ring...
image? Hold it for next turn.
Oh yeah. I don't think he has to play it this turn by any means.
Defend your
I
questing with it.
100% agree. I think that the problem with ring toss, although on paper it's a powerful card, it's actually super hard to corrupt in Rogue because the curve is so low.
Yeah.
Of course, did it end up taking a Pexis Blast? This is I guess, a reactionary tool to a question from your opponent. But I would prefer to like be the aggressor with another 1-mana spell for the question, for his own question, I guess.
Me too. I just wonder if he thinks he's got enough. Maybe he feels that he's still going to be fine here. He's got questing, coin, plunderer. That gives him a board. And the only thing he can't deal with is a big questing on the other side. Maybe he feels that he just wants that insurance. It's also 5 to face. If it's just a lot.
Oh yeah.
Oh. But yeah, I liked the whole questing. If you haven't got eviscerate, I win the game line last turn. Of course, those 0-2s would have just got in the way. Now, this is really similar to the last game. I would be very tempted. I want these big questings, but questing, coin, secret passage, and see how many shadow steps and preps you can pick up.
Yeah, this is one where I think the secret passage is much more worth it. There's also this option of just, instead of secret passage and going crazy, just remove everything from the board and make your opponent have like raw direct removal. But double plunderer is scary. Like, this is like the perfect hand to deal with this board. It's kind of nutty.
It is, but he's very low on resources at the end of this turn. But yeah, the plunderers.
You can get away with dagger though, right? So he keeps a plunderer for the world kick. Yeah, I like this. Not double playing plunderer. So he has world kick plunderer, but he also has Jandis next turn. So although he doesn't have a big or a large hand, he has a high quality hand, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a nothing turn. This is where it all turns around by the look of it for me.
He does get to push 3 damage though, and that 3-1 is a little bit awkward. Loads up the weapon. I'll be honest, I forgot that was corrupted. So I thought that turn was a lot worse than it looked, but this is a pretty nice play. But this Jandis is so much more difficult for the rogue to deal with here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. But we know what is the mind games time, Raven. I'll let you talk about mind games. I know you love them.
Is this mind games, though? I think this one, you just always put it on the taunt, right? Because...
Usually, yeah.
Because, sorry, as in always keep the taunt safe, is what I mean. Because right now, there has to be a double trade. And it's a favorable trade because the weapon's buffed. So, but like, you would normally put the plunderer in first. And if that was the weakened one, oh, he gets the news. Okay, fair enough. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I've seen this done because sometimes the argument is they're going to hit the taunt anyway. But not with a 2-1 on the board. So that was cheeky.
Yeah,
but remember, he set this up in game 1.
Maybe my brain is just... Yeah, maybe my brain's being weird there, but I would have thought, like, he can always test the taunt with a 2-1 that gets a throwaway minion on board. Whereas you can't necessarily get to the weak one if it's just like weapon swing 2-1 into the taunt and then done.
That's how I
very interesting.
But I think he set that up in game 1 by putting it on the right minion and just behaving himself in game 1.
Right.
He bought himself a little bit of a cheeky one in this game, which might set up for a win. It's hard to tell.
Ooh. This turn could go off with World Kick, potentially. Or he could just Apexis Blast and call it a day. He
does
can't make the
blast get him
trade
anywhere?
into evolution, though, can he? If this had one more health, the Miscreant, he could have Pexis Blast, trade, and then Witchy, which would be a sick turn.
He's going for the well kick. This way does keep him the board more often than the other way, I think.
Surely he can't go face, right?
Well, he's got
Surely
9
not.
damage in hand. That's what he's thinking.
And his opponent's on 17. How does he kill him?
Yeah. Well, I agree with you, but
Yeah, I could not tell you what that card is. I actually can't remember. Is it the draw card?
I'll find out
I'm
for
not
you.
sure. I actually can't. I'm sure I should know the. Well, I should know the card
I
definitely.
definitely should know.
I can't
the cards,
remember
sure.
exactly. I'm sure it's draw. Here though, big turn. Tons of resources again. This world kick is the type of world kick you want to do here. Tons of resources, spending tons of mana, and there's also just second world kick to do it all over again next turn. The Kidnapper could also come in clutch. A bit of a clunky card to play normally, but when one's generated and you only need one bounce, then that can be enough. But this is where I worry that this Eviscerate to face was a little bit adventurous for me.
Yeah, this is a Shifty Sophomore. It's a 4/4 for 4 with Spell Burst, and you're right. It adds a combo card to your hand. It's not a bad result.
Right. I knew it generated you cards. I just couldn't remember how many and what. And this is the weird thing about, like, I get he has Eviscerate and a Pexis Blast, but his opponent was on 17. Like, where's this like Pyroblast coming from is my question. And he's just going for it. I mean, okay. I guess at this point, because he's so far behind and he already made the decision, why not? But I think he could have just killed the Bone Wraith and then moved on from there.
I do agree. I think if he only needed one more Eviscerate to find for lethal, maybe you go for it. Maybe you just go, okay, I need it to be my lucky day. But to find 8 damage seemed unlikely, and he just conceded the board when he went for it.
Oh wow, look at this turn. Oh.
I think a lot of this is self-inflicted, I'm afraid. I mean, he hasn't played badly through this match in general. And he did say in his, things, it's his first big tournament. And he's acquitted himself well, but I do feel that he's just been slightly outplayed in this one.
Yeah, and you can get in the position where you think, I cannot win this game without a bit of help. Yeah. So I'm going to put stuff face, hope I get the good draw to finish. I just wonder how likely that good draw was. And because he could have killed the Bone Wraith. It wasn't immortal. He wasn't forced into ignoring the taunt and going face. He could have killed it. So interesting play there. But you can just see, and Lauren, the game's over. Head cracks in hand, right? Like, it always gets there. So there's just not much to do at this point. There's a secret. There's the Bone Wraith still up as a pesky taunt. And all the work in the world for Vic to do to turn this game around now.
Well, can he find 8 damage to the face? He can't attack with minions, and that is not the minion he's looking for. All of these cards say, don't win this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and that's going to be the concede, and that's going to be the loss, and he's going to be out of the tournament now. A shame. I think that series was actually really good, very fun, at least in my opinion. But I think that was just... The rogue games felt a bit weird, and maybe just because, you and myself are not exactly super rogue specialists or anything, but I would have definitely gone about them a slightly different way. But it was just tough, right? When your opponent gets a successful world kick turn, and by successful I mean more than generating a card, but a really successful one, and you don't, then that's a very, very difficult thing to deal with as rogue, because the nature of a mirror match is if someone has a couple of better turns than you, and you're not catching up, you are probably going to lose. And that's just the way it works in a pretty much identical mirror match. So a tough matchup over there for all. But, any more words on that one, Lorinda?
No, I just think it was a good showing for his first big tournament from Jetron, but overall I feel that the more experienced player did come out on top, going through to that second semi-final. I think, honestly, that's been the story of the day so far, is the more experienced players have been getting it done. And there's a lot to do in these tournaments. If you're the more experienced player, you're used to making a lineup, you're used to pacing yourself the night before, so you're well rested and stuff. You've got a team around you to help you. And so far, I think the three players that have the most experience have won all three matches.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. For anyone watching, if this continues to be the trend for the day and for the tournament, then that's fine, because the lesser experienced playing these things, the better you are going to be, right? That's just the way you get more relaxed and more comfortable with it. So here we're looking at Kabixo's Warlock, which is a Zoo Warlock, Lorinda, which is super aggressive.
Yeah, I think there's a Zoo on both sides of this one, actually. Kabixo and Drevo, who, is almost certainly the favourite for this tournament, although Thomas will give him a run for the money for absolute sure. But Drivo's the guy who has been playing the most Hearthstone in recent times. And, with Gabby as a teammate, he's in a pretty strong position. But the paper doesn't win the games. You win the games by playing the Hearthstone, Raven.
Yeah, and the Zoo list is something that's been performing super well, but we are changing up the speed here when we get ready for this next match, because it looks like Drevo is these are probably bans, right? So it's going to be potential bans on this Rogue as well. So it looks like, I'm not 100%, you and Derek can get into this in a little minute, that these hyper aggro decks are going to be banned out. And this, personally, for me, Lorinda, is more of what I expected from everyone's lineup. I thought people were going to step away from a lot of, Priest, the average warrior, and so on, and go, actually, let's just go nuts. Zoo performed very well. Aggro Rogue, I think, although not as popular, did all right in the tournament, and there are other aggro options as well. But I'm excited that at least I get to sit back now, have a little break myself, and watch some potentially more aggro lineups go at it, because they're matchups I really enjoy as much as the, I guess, slower, more slow burn style matchups we've had so far today.
Yeah, we'll have a little talk about the lineup. I've got them in front of me. So Drivo's got the Stealth Rogue, the Libram Paladin, the OTK Demon Hunter, and the Zoo. And on the other side of it, it's what you said. It's the Zoo, the Libram Paladin, the Rogue again, and the Bomb Warrior. A lot more normal. But that OTK Demon Hunter is something that we saw from Maverick. It's really good, but it melts your brain to play it well. It's so complicated. It's so easy. You just do the things, then you kill your opponent. But it's so brain melting to preserve the right amount of stuff.
And also, it's a weird deck to go with against aggro, right? Because in one hand, this is just feelings, not stats. Of course, that's what you're here for. But on one hand, you as aggro against Demon Hunter, you feel like, oh, I can go too fast. Demon Hunter does only have so much AoE removal. I can go too fast and win the game before they draw it. On the other hand, the games you play where they skull early enough and then they gain 1 billion life and feels like you were never going to win the matchup feels really bad. So it's definitely a tricky one there in just terms of how you approach it. And I guess with a big aggro lineup, you do just go in there saying, one of these games I'll try, it will be too fast for them and they won't get quite the draw, and maybe you can turn 5 kill them sort of thing and make it go fast enough.
Something else interesting to me about Drivo's lineup is that he didn't bring any of this basically last week. I think maybe the Rogue. So he's changed it all up. He has had to learn this Demon Hunter deck in a week, effectively, assuming he practiced really hard for next week, for last tournament.
As this match is starting, though, Lorinda, I'm going to interrupt you because I am going to leave and let Derek take over from me. So enjoy, guys.
Have a nice rest, Raven. See you in a while. And welcome, Derek Brown. How are you?
I believe I've been summoned. Am I audible?
You are
good?
Indeed.
Excellent. Here we go. Jumping into a much more aggressive matchup on both sides now for our two competitive. Zoo up against Aggro Weapon Rogue, which is a matchup that we've seen a fair bit, obviously both on ladder, if you've been playing much Hearthstone recently, and in the most recent Masters Tour. that, because Zoo has a couple of tools at its disposal now, a couple of tricks it can pull off to pull things back in its favor against all that damage.
And I'm going to let you elaborate with the tricks in just a moment, because obviously it does seem a bit weird that you hurt yourself and then the rogue's hurting you really quickly and you don't die. So what exactly can you do as a Zoo to stop that from being a thing that happens?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, obviously, as we see in hand right now, is Minari Mosha as a way to gain a huge amount of healing, which is, exemplified, I should say, perfectly by the situation we see here, where for Dravo, Minari Mosha is clearly the best play on this turn. It's not really even close in terms of just developing the board, but that is how important the lifesteal that you gain is. He plays a 2-1 instead of a 3-4, even with the buff factored in, if we want to call it kind of awkwardly a 3-2 that he played there. It's a lot worse on the board, but that is how crucial the healing is to swing this one around.
Yeah, you take so much damage so rapidly if you do allow it to continue. Sorry, just distracted there for a second. That you are going to need to fight back. But the problem is that you do have to have something to actually target with it. So it's going to be a mess here to try and get this together.
Okay, and I mean, at this point, I was looking at trying to play some of the minions that died off a little bit earlier, but now I'm kind of just looking at Nightshade Matron. I'm aware that you discard the Flesh Giant here, which definitely stings, but I don't see it coming down that soon anyway, and this 3-1 is pretty scary looking.
Just checking the decks, because I think that it might be Dravo on the top, because I think he's the one who's playing the stealthy rogue. Just checking they're both not playing it, so... Yeah, I think Dravo is actually the top player. Just going with that for now.
I think you might be correct. Yeah, the list that we've got for Kabixo is the Whirl Kick Rogue instead. Yeah, I got confused because they are both running Zoo, I believe, which further complicates
things. Yeah, they are
things.
both running Zoo, which doesn't
but you
help
may be
us.
right there.
So we're going to assume that Dravo is at the top for now, but I could be wrong on that one. But anyway, the Zoo has developed and got back into it, and still on 24, which is obviously a pretty decent spot to be in, but their giant has been removed.
Okay, and so
Rogue now needs...
yeah, just the fact that Kabixo here had the opportunity to start just like pointing stuff at the face at this point and playing stealth minions instead, but he is still prioritizing some amount of board control still at this point, which I can, while I can get behind it, I'm not necessarily sure I like the way he went about it the most, because he had quite a lot of stuff he didn't play on this turn, with the prep still in hand and the 2-1 as well. Oh, sorry, the Sneaky Delinquent as well, or the Spectral Delinquent now. It could have been quite a nice way to pile on even more threats onto the board, which he didn't manage to accomplish with this much slower play.
Well, we are going to have a look at this board state for some time, I should think, as somebody has disconnected. Luckily, we do have, as we always say at this point these days, the waiting feature in Friends games that will wait for forever, I believe, or at least until a downtime or something. So we'll see how that goes in just a moment. But that one looked fairly equally balanced, with the Rogue holding onto the cards, rightly or wrongly, for a bigger turn coming up, and the Zoo going just fine.
Yep, just doing its thing. It wasn't far from the dream start for the Zoo, because they obviously didn't get the Hand of Gul'dan, the discard, or some big Dark Glare pop-off, but it was still just like development. He was getting tempo on board. I guess, there's a couple of things we could already disagree on, like the Minari Mosha saving that, whereas he could have just gone maximum development onto the board to try and lock things down as early as possible. But for the most part, just standard Zoo fare. As we see here, I mean, you'd have to imagine, again, if he's saving the Minari Mosha once, he's probably going to do it again with just playing all 3 other minions in his hand.
Yeah, although at some point, I mean, for this turn it makes absolute sense, but at some point you do have to just get your minions out there and try and kill them. This is what Zoo is supposed to do. He can, of course, now actually heal when he uses the Mosha as well, but the Rogue has saved for this moment, and seems to be wanting to use as much value as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty juicy now. I would even start to argue that Eviscerate shouldn't even be pointed at a minion. You can use the Prize Plunderer to take out Canrathad and then just launch everything else to the dome very happily.
Yeah, you really restrict the options of the zoo if you do that. All right, well, it looks like he's going to prep it out. Or they might be just prepping out more cards. Okay. Getting the value out of this Prize Plunderer, which is always superb when you get 3 or 4 off this card.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was wondering if he could have found a way. I think he could have played the Prize Plunderer anyway without having to go prep plus the cutting class. Because now he has less activators for the pen flinger, which is a little bit rough. But I mean, the message is here that he has just won this game. Nothing really matters at this point.
Sure,
whether it is lethal or not. The game is over.
There's a lot of damage here. He killed the taunt. Yeah.
I think it is just lethal anyway. Like the amount that he can deliver here with Deadly Poison prep, or Deadly Poison Eviscerate. Sorry, all this goodness coming through. Very, very clean game for the Rogue. Just doing what it does, clearing up the board when it has to and launching everything else to the face, and the Zoo not even coming close to pulling this one back.
1-0 and probably to Dravo, but we're not quite sure. But somebody's winning 1-0. We'll work it out in the next game. And that was well done. What did you think of the Mosha hold back there? I couldn't work out if you were disdainful or okay with it. I understand why he did it, but would that be your play?
Yeah, I mean, the distinction that you have to bring then is, was he likely to gain board control if he played out the Mosha a little bit sooner, which is, not necessarily something that you can guarantee. The 2-1 was very, very weak in the Wriggling Horror that he played in that instance just because of the pen flinger. So I do think he should have played the Minari Mosha, but at the same time, it's very, very scary to do so. That healing is so critical in the matchup. But the problem is, if you're healing but you're not gaining board control, it doesn't make any difference. You're still going to go on to lose that game of Hearthstone. You need both to come together, which is why I think sacrificing a little bit of healing for more board control was probably the way to go, as it looks like, again, trying to avoid any confusion, that Trevo is going for the Zoo again, if it was he on the bottom that side.
Okay, so that would be the Zoo. Have a look what he's getting. 15 Battle Cry minions is something that kind of gets lost in the shuffle here. You don't really think of Zoo as having Battle Cries in particular, because most of them say hurt you or hurt you more. And we are going to see the Paladin from Kabixo.
Indeed. Pretty standard list here, all things considered. The Silas thrown in as well, I think, is... it looks like a bit of a misstep for this tournament. It's obviously hard to know exactly what you're going to be going up against, but all the warriors that we've seen thus far have been Pain Warriors, Bomb Warriors. There hasn't been very much Rattlegore at all. And so Silas... you'd much rather just be running another early game card, I would have to imagine, rather than a expensive late game card. But it's still just Paladin. Despite its weakness over the recent Masters Tour, I think it's still a very, very strong bring to any tournament lineup.
Yeah, and it's very hard to play it particularly horribly. If you're like a player who's just in a tournament, doesn't get to play many tournaments, just bringing a deck that is... I'm not going to say it's easy to play correctly, because it's not, but it's going to let you off if you make a mistake or two, I guess.
Okay, and up against the Zoo, you kind of have a couple of ways to go about it. Obviously, getting ahead on board with 1-drop plus Hand of Adal is a great way to win the game, and it will have a very good chance of doing so if the Zoo can't get a foothold on the board. But obviously, if you don't hit that, going for some kind of a broomstick to clear by giving all your minions rush is, potentially a win con, and then stabilize later on with your big taunts.
Just going to have an interjection about Kabixo. There's a quote from Kabixo in this. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he kept asking his mother for Pokemon cards. And eventually she gave in and bought the cards for him. And she said, card games are usually of temporary interest. And here I am, a professional card game player, and my mum is one of my top supporters.
Oh,
So she got that one wrong. Just tried to tell him not to have the card.
Yeah, like I imagine his Pokemon cards, like mine, are probably folded up in half in the bottom of a drawer somewhere back home. But while the specific game may vary, yeah, card games are for life.
They really are. Okay, so back into this game now, and the Paladin trying to put health on the board, as in health totals on the minions. Always a good defense against Sue to have those things that can trade 2 or 3 times. And as there is no horror here to buff these, this is going to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he was probably just going to lead into double trade, raise dead, and play them both again, as if nothing ever happened. Like, I was looking if there's any kind of way he can make some nonsense happen by, like, trading one in and then raise dead whispers to discard the Hand of Gul'dan, but everything just gets in the way. I don't think he can quite finagle it so that he is discarding the Hand of Gul'dan on this turn. But in a couple turns' time,
giant.
Whew, and it costs 3 on turn 3. This is like the most damage that you can deal to yourself with a deck in Hearthstone.
Yeah, just the 13 in 2 turns. That's absolutely ridiculous. And the giant on 3 just going to make up for it so rapidly. Yeah. I've seen a lot of 4s. I'm not sure I've seen a 3. 4's sort of fairly standard fare, but yeah.
Oi, oi, oi.
Turbo giant, but you're not going to be messing around waiting for the broom. You're just going to slam that thing on the board.
Yeah, throw that down. Nightshade Matron on the following turn. Wicked Whispers. There needs to be a board clear here right now from Canberk as...
And there's part of it.
Barov off the top is necessary to pull this game back. He obviously could go for it right now, but I think you're running into some real nightmare scenarios where you get hit with Wicked Whispers or Wriggling Horror. So I think just instead playing the Salit's Pride on this turn, getting yourself Broom or Penflinger for the next turn feels like a much more sensible approach.
Yeah, you've got a very good chance of hitting the Broom, which then just lets you run the Barov into everything, of course, and clear up that board. I don't see why... Well, I see why you wouldn't do it, because if you miss, you lose the game. So he's got to take this very seriously. And assess it. Am I going to lose the game anyway? Is there a slower or more sensible way of approaching this? But I like slamming the Pride and assuming I'm going to get a Broom.
Yeah,
it's me a tough too. One looks to make under pressure, though.
Toying with the Barov there. I just think there's too many punishes to it. Like, you're so likely to be able to activate it in some capacity on the turn. There's no need to take the risk of it right now.
Yeah, I sometimes think that players in that situation hover over the Barov to show the viewers they've seen it. Like,
yeah, sure.
I sometimes feel they just do it to say, yeah, I'm not playing this, but look, I did at least look at this card. I'm not actually an idiot. Yeah, it's you guys that are the idiots.
Didn't want to go with the Libram of Wisdom there either, which I guess is to guarantee that he can have it castable next turn to go with the Penflinger. Bit of a strange way to go.
That makes some sense. At least now he can do this.
Yeah, the only alternative I really saw was just going for, as he was reaching there, the Aldor Truth Seeker, which, tanked a lot of damage, so I can respect just going for the Barov here instead. But there's a couple of interesting ways to approach this now. For Dravo.
Yeah, there's it is really awkward. He's got all the small stuff, so he's probably going to want to use the horror to get those out of Barov explosion range. Because putting your things on 1 health, yeah, there's a Penflinger, but at least you can get rid of the Barov and force the Flinger. That needs a target for the Librams to work with it really well. So just go fairly wide, get rid of Barov maybe with Soulfire, and just challenge the Flinger to be able to deal with everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a bunch of ways that you could go about this right here, like Wriggling Horror, Broom plus Wicked Whispers, I guess, is what I'd be looking at here. Yeah. Very nice. Means that nothing on his board is dying apart from the Wriggling Horror. Maximum damage going to the face, demanding that answer comes down from Canberk immediately, which is very, very difficult to do in this situation. And on top of that, because he kept the Soulfire, he's very possibly just looking at play all his minions and then discard Hand of Gul'dan guaranteed next turn.
Yeah, and just to get that refill, so important, obviously, but I don't even mention it half the time because, I mean, I should, but it's sort of a given that Zoo just gets this refill so easily now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit above average, I think, in terms of the refill that you can expect. Like, double-handed Gul'dan discarded by turn 6, a turn 3 Giant to go along with it.
Yeah,
honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Canberk is still in this game at all. He's obviously very far behind, but it's a miracle to even be in the contention at this point.
Yeah, he's lost the one good card. Oh, my goodness. And what's happening, David? What's this turn? Ooh. Where does it end?
Disgusting.
I'm not sure this turn ever ends. It's just a never-ending turn.
Almost lethal right now. I guess 4 damage off, but
on both
doesn't
sides.
Take much to get there. Yeah,
I think he can kill both players soon. He's only leading by 1 health point.
Is that lethal? It's not, right, because there's not enough board space. Like, he can go... No, actually, no, it's not quite there. He's a mana short and a board space short. But it's kind of close,
I think he's having
actually.
the same issues as us, honestly, at this point.
Yeah. He's just like, okay, just get the turn done. Do it. Because it was like, it was almost there, because like you attack, you play your Broom, rush your minions in, play Flame Imp, but then he was 1 mana off, I think, being able to play the Minari Mosher as well to hit for lethal, but very, very close.
I think you're right. However, I'm not sure it matters. I mean, it does matter because I'd nice to have seen that lethal on turn 6, but
yeah,
I mean, what on earth does Kabixo do here?
He dies. This is game over now. He has no way to clear off the important minions here. The Libram of Hope can heal him up a little bit, put a big taunt in the way, but even with all that defensive capabilities, it's still not going to be enough to win him this game. Not the way I see it, anyway.
No, I mean, I'm not going to disagree. I don't think... How does he stay in here? He can kill this off. This is kind of a lot.
Well, he can't kill anything off, but if he buffs it up to a 9/9, he's alive at 1 HP, as I count it. After you trade everything in, but then Broom just cleans it out. And
Soulfire, thank you. Just makes our life easy. Thank you, kill him.
Even though I think there was just lethal on that board, it does not matter. It's mega super lethal now, as it is going to be equalizing, I believe, this series 1 game each here. Still need to get confirmation on exactly what the scoreline is after there was a little bit of a mix-up, I think, on the player cams after the first game. But we'll operate under the assumption, I guess, that it's 1 game apiece now for the moment.
Yeah, just for now, somebody on the bottom has won and lost with Warlock, so that feels like 1-1. We'll work it out as we go, because at some point a player has to play the Demon Hunter. And then we know who Drivo is.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. But very nicely done there by Drivo. I think it was, he was given the goods with that hand, but he played it pretty well. I agreed with everything that I saw there. And on the other side, the Paladin, I mean, it gave it everything he could. I respect that he held back on the barrel for an extra turn just to avoid disaster. It was very unlucky that he didn't get a Broomstick off of the Salit's Pride. That would have made things a lot more likely for him to swing things back. But it wasn't to be in this instance, and he does end up losing that game with the Paladin, as we are all too used to seeing at this point, Lorinda.
Yeah, it started off the day, a couple of priests getting beat by paladins. Like, ooh, maybe paladins, starting to perform like we thought it would, and now it's struggling again. It just seems like a middle of the road deck. It wins some and loses some, which I know is kind of what Hearthstone decks do. But the paladin feels very, very much exactly bang in the middle. It's like the marker. You need to be able to beat paladin to be able to bring a deck. If you can't beat paladin, don't bring that deck. But it doesn't necessarily feel like one you really get excited about bringing yourself.
Not really. I mean, when Raven was saying earlier that pure version of Paladin is such a joke to even consider at this point. I do agree that this version is better overall, but kind of the point that I'm talking about when I say that you would like to bring pure Paladin, or the benefits of pure Paladin, is if you look at that 3 or 4 cost slot in this version of Paladin, it's an absolute joke. Like, Salet's Pride is not a tempo play, it's a draw card. Barov is not a tempo play, it's a removal card. And there's no 4-drops whatsoever. Whereas if you look at pure Paladin, you've got Goody 2 shields, you've got the True Silver Champion guy that you can throw down, Blessing of Kings, Blessing of Authority. There's so many beefy cards that you can just play that apply a lot of pressure, which is what I feel this deck is missing. Instead opting for a much more kind of combo-oriented game plan with Salet's Pride drawing you a whole bunch of stuff.
And of course, they're both
can feel Paladin. A little flimsy. Yeah, it's a Paladin mirror here, as we've seen many times already.
So someone's going to win.
Someone is going to win.
Yeah, and you're looking like when in a meta where everyone's spamming like wide boards and stuff, and Consecration doesn't find a slot in your deck. Just all those little weird interactions. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's strange. Like, you're backing you up that all of these powerful cards are not being played in favor of this. Yeah, calling it a combo deck's kind of interesting, because it sort of is.
Well, okay, a reasonable start here for Canberk on the top with his Paladin. Lacking a little bit of the draw, obviously, to get this ball rolling, whereas, I mean, a single Salet's Pride, despite the fact that I was just kind of saying how weak it can just be absolutely brutally strong, because it gets you the other Salet's Pride, which gets you more card draw, and the cycle just keeps on rolling and rolling and rolling, and you can really draw, 4 or 5 cards from your deck that all spring from one good draw of a Salet's Pride.
Yeah, it's just not Arcane Intellect, is it? It's just it's a nice enough card, but it's not Arcane Intellect. It tries to be.
Sure.
And we're going to see the power of it over these next couple of turns for absolute sure from Drivo.
Okay. This is a hand that can start to do stuff for Dravo. He's got the Penflinger, he's got the Libram of Wisdom. He can start playing that over and over to get the Devout Pupil cheaper. If he can find himself Aldor Truthseeker, Lady Liadrin, he doesn't need much for this hand to enter turbo mode.
Yeah, he's got the old 3 versus 0 minions going on, which means that your Libram of Wisdom's become absolutely crazy, because you get to play them multiple times for multiple buffs in one turn. It gets expensive, but it does also get incredibly useful when you pick up that Lady Liadrin after you've played it on 3 or 4 minions a turn for a while.
Yeah, so we probably are looking at a Penflinger turn here. I guess you can go for the old offensive Libram of Blessing of Wisdom if you wanted to instead, but interestingly enough, he's going for Blessing of Wisdom cast on his own minion here, which I don't know if I can necessarily agree with here, because there's a Penflinger in the other hand. This is going to die on this turn. And so then you've basically conceded a card draw, whereas if you'd left a minion on the other side, at the very least, they're just not going to attack with it. And if they do, then you get a whole extra card, which feels very, very nice.
The Blessing is a super important card. I'm very surprised at that myself.
Although, having said that, this does actually allow him to play the Devout Pupil a turn earlier, which is a pretty big deal, to be fair. I'd kind of missed that from his hand. But it's a close one, actually. And giving up a card draw just to play this a turn earlier, very close, I think.
Maybe it's okay if he feels like the rest of his hand is doing nothing, so maybe he's feeling the pressure of, I have to play this or I lose. It is easy when your hand is poor to stop trusting your deck and just panic that you need to do what you possibly can right now.
Just an awkward hand, all things considered as well, for Dravo, as this Crab Rider really wants to have Blessing of Wisdom cast on it, of course, but I guess actually by sacrificing in the Libram of Wisdom and then casting it again, he gets the double activation, 2 card draw. Very, very nice sequencing. Which surely he's going to go for, right?
I mean, I assumed he was, but he's going to go slow by the look of this.
Interesting.
He's valuing the very long term. Because this is a super slow turn. But it's also
slow.
Look at the hands now, the hand sizes, after how he's played it.
I guess he only would have got one card draw right, actually, because it would have killed it in one fell swoop.
Yeah, he doesn't get the attack into the face
sure.
because it's only the rush. But
fair enough, fair enough.
But now he will get the 2 attacks.
He will indeed, and he can even get down Devout Pupil at the same time, and Libram of Wisdom, and Blessing of Wisdom as well.
I feel that when you get to this situation so early as Camberk's got to, where you're having to Penflinger to use up so much mana, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it?
He's not doing anything wrong as such. It's just like that's all he's got is basically turning mana into damage, and that's not good. Penflingers are not fireballs.
All right,
so this is
see what you get.
This is the payoff from last turn. The holding on allowed this Crab Rider to get all these cards this turn, which is nice.
Yeah, this was definitely the way to go about it from Draver. I kind of missed that he was only getting 1 card draw on the previous turn, whereas he gets 2 now. And as you can see, like his hand is looking so juicy. The extra Truth Seeker is huge because now his Libram of Wisdoms cost 0, and he can start popping off with Penflinger every turn. Devout Pupils are huge amounts of tempo. Camberk is a very long way behind right now, even with all these board clears available.
I've seen and played a significant number of these mirrors in particular, and I have not seen so many hero powers in the first 2 or 3 turns as Draver's gone with here. And he didn't have to. Like I've seen people have to do it. That's different, but he's chosen to do it, and it's paying off for him. Absolutely great. That's an official term. Absolutely great, mate.
Good greatly. Yeah, he's going with the Broom Clear here instead of Aldor Truth Seeker plus Libram of Justice, which is obviously, the highest immediate tempo. You get 2, 4, 5 bodies on the board, which is a pretty big deal. Kind of the reason why I liked going for Truth Seeker is that, you can play these Devout Pupils for 0, very likely in the near future, and of course you get a weapon, a 1/3 weapon on the board, and this Libram of Justice is probably a little bit awkward to make use of. But he gets the card draw here, he gets the minions down, it's demanding an answer from Camberk, and it's still just looking so clean for Draver.
Do you see that? He dodged playing the hand because he knows that the only way he loses this is to a Barov. So why put another resource down there? If the opponent hasn't got Barov, you just win here anyway. So he chose just to make another 1/1 hero power rather than commit to the hand, which he drew because he ordered his things so well, but just doesn't feel the need to commit it.
And even then, how do you go about clearing with Barov? Like, do you go Barov double Penflinger your Barov is essentially conceding here. Barov Penflinger, and then play the Libram of Justice is awful.
I like the conceding.
Yeah.
I can see both hands. I like conceding here. But realistically, I think this is giving him one more draw at a Broom, which protects his Penflingers, which protects... I don't know. I'm trying to make something work, Darek, and I can't.
Draver, he could fill up a 20-card hand at this point. Like, he can go Blessing of Wisdom again and draw 4 cards with this Crab Rider just attacking for 1 million every turn. This is absurd.
Yeah, I think what we're down to here, given that we can see how this game is ending, is just how Draver chooses to do it. Like, how he chooses to commit things, exactly what he holds back and so on, just because it's not really going to matter, we can see. But from where he is, every 1% matters. Maybe there'll be something he chooses out of interest not to do.
And honestly, even though we could argue that he's going too quickly on the card draw, I just don't think that's really much of a concern for him at all, to be honest. He's going to be putting down so much pressure every turn from here on in that I just don't think that fatigue is really any kind of a concern for him.
No, I think the only concern
Overdraw,
a couple of turns ago... Maybe. I think the only concern was a couple of turns ago where maybe if your opponent had Barov Broom, you didn't want to put everything out there. But that's long gone. Like, it burns a hand of Odal, who cares now?
Yeah, that was obviously scary because if you burned Liadrin, things were maybe looking a little bit sketchy. But now, of course, with as long as he plays this correctly, no fear of overdrawing, he is totally fine.
Yeah, and with the amount of experience he's gained in the last sort of 6-9 months, I don't expect him to make any sort of mess of this at all.
Okay, looking like he's gearing up for a Barov. I was kind of wondering if he'd just go for like Hand of the Dull plus Libram of Wisdom plus Swing and just like beat through it the old-fashioned way. But he can quite happily connect this 4 damage face as well, which is not inconsequential.
Given that there's a million different ways to do this, I want to be playing my Librams as many times as possible for my Liadrin to be nutty. Just as a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it looks like how he's going about it.
Because it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
And quite clearly we can see the real fear for Kambuk is just that he's losing on board. Even if we don't factor in infinite penflingers, Lady Liadrins, all that nonsense that we know Paladin is so capable of doing, he's just dying to tempo.
Yep. Yeah, this stopped being a game. I mean, the draw has not helped. We can't comment on the draw at the top. We can say that Drivo has rammed home a really good draw really well here, though.
Yeah, he got given the goods, and he is making the best of it with aplomb. Not sure where he got that plom from, but he's
yeah, I think he got pretty much every other card as well as ploms. I'm sure that Plom sounds like a card out of the new set, to be honest. I've seen some of the names.
We've got Scab, Scutterbutter, and Plom.
There'll never be a better card name than Scab Scutterbutter.
I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right. I'm not even sure if I will ever say it right. I'm probably sure
I mean, you just say it all as one
time.
word, and it sounds even more ridiculous if you put the two together.
Well, Lady Liadrin, not even close, I'm going to predict, to pulling this one back. I don't think that Librams of Hope are playable on this turn. They cost like 4. Yeah, just 1 too expensive, unfortunately. And Dravo is going to be able to push this one home 2-1 up in our 4th quarter-final of the day. A single game away from taking down Canberg. And, you know, I hope for the best for both of these players. Obviously, this is, or I imagine would have been hosted in Turkey, where, of course, Canberg is the country that he is representing, were things allowable. So it'd be very cool to see the kind of a home field player doing his country proud. But at the same time, Dravo, for me, is the real shining star of this 8-player lineup. And so I really hope that he's able to get a strong stamp in his player book and just come away with a big victory here over a wide field. We're only seeing the top 8 here, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. There was a rigorous test qualification process to get to this point already.
Yeah, and you mentioned the home field thing. There is a virtual Istanbul you can go to if you go to the Red Bull site and have a look around for the M.E.O Season 3 site. And if you can get drops on there and you can enter competitions and there's games to play and stuff. So you can explore as if you were there. We know we can't be there, unfortunately, but they've done their best to put on a virtual show along with the tournament, which I think is really a nice touch, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm hoping for one day we can have virtual Skegness. Hey, Neil.
I'll just open the window.
A very alternate experience. As we are getting to see the warrior deck from Kabik. So this kind of new build that obviously has been here for a while of Bomb Warrior, but has come back into the forefront of the non-skipper variant, which for a while you kind of couldn't play because there was too much aggro. There was aggro Demon Hunter, Face Hunter, when Hunter was still a class in Hearthstone. But now this version that there's a little bit less aggro. It's only really the Weapon Rogue that you'd be especially afraid of. You go for the non-skipper version. You plug in extra removal. It does come with a bit less armor gain, but you are more consistently able to hit those weapons because you have the full suite of Corsair Caches, Wrench Calibers, and Horde Pillagers as well to just keep swinging face every single turn.
And if you're in a position where you can maybe ban Rogue or something like that, which you can in the tournaments, then you don't need to go all in on those skippers. You can just play the normal deck. But This is a tough matchup. It's interesting. It gets more and more interesting as we've seen in playtesting ourselves when the warrior tries to get a lot of armor. But the demon hunter has to be on their toes all times.
Yeah, like this one varies drastically from some of the testing we did, obviously, with Control Warrior. Like, I would put the Bomb Warrior pretty firmly in the lead, I will say, against Demon Hunter, just because of the classic conundrum of a draw-based deck against Bomb Warrior. You are basically just smashing your face into the bombs, rather than just drawing them slowly over the course of the game. Having said that, though, Dravo does have a very nice hand here. Coin Skull on turn 4 is huge amounts of draw right out of the gate. And even though Il'gynoth is not a good draw, of course, by any stretch of the imagination, it does open up the possibility of just an early combo coming out of nowhere, maybe even on turn 6, on the turn after the skull has been played. It's possible.
Yeah, I would actually argue that it's not, because you've got the skull, that Il'gynoth isn't a bad draw in this particular instance where you'll get to the Bomb Warrior. Like, all you can do to win it is get your combo as quickly as possible and avoid the face planting into the bombs you were talking about by just having the combo. So whilst you never really want to draw your combo cards in combo decks, you want to draw your card draw. In this specific example, maybe it's okay to have the Il'gynoth early.
And we do see Dravo foregoing the Spectral Sight, which does hurt. It's got to be said. Obviously, the reason is that if he drew up to 9 and then the Thalnos died, he would overdraw a card. But even then, I don't think it was necessarily cut and dry as to whether or not you were supposed to play the Spectral Sight there, because with Il'gynoth in hand, if you overdraw one card, it's likely not the end of the world.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the fact you can afford... The reason this deck works is you can afford to mess up with some of your cards. You can get rid of one or two of your combo pieces, but I feel that he doesn't want to do that here just because he will die to the bombs if that is the case.
That's fair. Obviously, the fact that he played the Spectral Sight at all on the turn after that, though, obviously on his previous turn 4, it does now mean that he is, if he's following that metric of not wanting to overdraw, he can't play Coin Skull here. So instead, we're looking at a turn where you just dump some of the cards from your hand, which is fine. Going with a turn off the pedal here is not the end of the world at all.
It's fine, but, he is in some sort of hurry, but he's okay. I mean, he is capable of gaining health in the deck. That's kind of what it does, so there's time.
Yeah. I like that Kamberk is using this opportunity to attack with Krastenov as well. Obviously, it's a bad trade, and he had many better ways to clear that off, but there's no guarantee that a minion is going to be on the board anytime soon. So I do like that he's just getting that value while he can at the moment.
Is he trying to skull here by getting rid of all the cards first, or is he just going to draw cards with his other stuff first?
I think he's going Skull. He's starting with Illidari Studies in case he gets Skull from that, in which case he can just play that one and then save the original Skull for the next turn. But he's got himself a pretty rough draw there. The Crimson Sigil Runner is just the easiest one to get rid of, so I can respect going for it.
Yeah. Does pick up the Warblades, though. Getting them ×2 means that he can protect himself a little bit longer. He's got the Chaos Strike and some other bits to just get himself some more health back next turn.
This is going to be a close one, Neil. Like, he's just a Moarg away from basically having the entire combo. But he is going to need quite a lot of, juice to get that combo rolling, because Kamberk is at a very healthy life total. Obviously, there's many, many bombs in the deck, so he's very close to dying already. But with Org Merchant, another copy of Fellscream Blast, like, it's literally a single Moarg Artificer away from winning the game.
Yeah. And he's managed to, because of, not even deliberately, but he's managed to keep the health total down because obviously the Bomb Warrior has been busy putting bombs in the deck, not getting armor. Yeah. And those couple of attacks have just put it back into normality again. It was just in danger of running away for a second there, but he's fine.
Okay, play your 8-mana 12/12, hit them in the face, and then keep hitting them in the face on the following turn.
All right, that sounds like a complex game plan. Just hit people for 12. Yeah, I like it.
What? You don't play Deathwing here? Seriously?
There's an Artificer.
Oh, so he doesn't have mana. I should have clarified that. I guess he has to get the combo rolling on this turn, right, and then actually play the combo next turn. I think, as I see, or maybe even the turn off, because he doesn't have the 4/4 demon that he would be able to cheapen these Moog artificers with.
Fell Screamer? Fell
Screamer. Damn, I'm losing it. Raging Fell Screamer, that's the one. I forgot the adjective to it.
Oh, so you wanted both words. I thought I gave you enough clues with my charades.
Because obviously at the moment he's not able to complete this combo with the mana that he has available due to, a pretty unfortunate skull. He didn't get the Moags, didn't get the Il'gynoth, didn't get any of the actual combo cards cheapened, which definitely hurts. But even then, I've got to say, how do you not play an 8-mana 12/12 there? That has to be illegal. No amount of armor that you can gain is worth not having a 12/12 on the board.
I didn't play an Asura onto an empty board in 2015 in a tournament in a quarter-final, and I still regret it. So, yeah, I'm all for playing 12/12s.
Oof! Okay, well, a single bomb away from just losing the game on the spot there. But now looking at the amount of mana that is available, I'm trying to count up if this is the game. You can only play one Moog plus a Fellscream Blast if he wants to go for lethal. Obviously, he can just go for the Mega Heal, which I imagine is what he's leading up to here. Because this is not lethal, obviously.
Yeah, the Mega Heal, though, is going to
it's a big deal.
Be a big deal. It's going to put a lot of pressure back on the opponent to do something, like have a 12/12, for instance.
So does he just go I-Beam and heal for, what would that be, 12?
Yeah.
Unless he wants to Fellscream Blast his own board to heal for... what would that be?
All of it.
Still 12?
Is that all it is? Okay.
Yeah, 3 doubled. It's the same either way. He can heal. He can do both if he wants to heal up for 24. But the problem is then he's using up a lot of his resources.
Well, he's done both and used up a lot of resources, but also now the bombs he has taken won't kill him. He's now challenging his opponent to actually do something that kills him. Because there's only, I don't know, but 3, let's say, bombs left. It's not enough in there for sure.
No, not immediately, but Dravo cannot afford to use any more combo pieces on healing. Maybe the Soul Cleave, I suppose, as the remaining piece of non-essential combo piece, but he needs that other I-Beam just to go face.
Well, to be fair, the 12/12 would have died, so here it is.
Yikes, that is not a skull. Players have been really bad at hitting skull off I-Beam in this tournament so far, I've seen.
Yeah. Definitely an issue. And could just be dead next turn now.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this 12/12. Obviously it's better now that the removal has been used, but the point still stands. This is so difficult for Demon Hunter to deal with. They just don't kill 12/12s. And with, boom off the top that is not being played, I guess he can go for a more weapon-based approach.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe he knows there's only one bomb in there or something, to be fair.
I mean, I think it's just as long as he doesn't die to the combo on this turn, then he probably just wins, which...
Yeah, I agree.
Enough. That's one bomb. And that's it for the moment. That is quite a bit of damage. 7, 9... there's just not mana. He needs the Raging Fell Screamer to already have been played. And I think if it had, it might actually just be lethal here with the exact mana utilization to play everything other than the Ooze. But the mana just isn't there. He didn't discount anything from the Skull. He didn't discount anything from the Fell Screamer. It's not enough.
Yeah, the Skull it was nice to keep him alive for an extra turn or two, but it didn't actually advance his game plan in any way.
Yeah, and playing this Moog out is essentially conceding. If I'm honest, you can't go for Il'gynoth here unless you're winning the game, is pretty much exclusively how Demon Hunter works. But with only one Yeah, with one Moog left in the deck, he knew it wasn't getting there. It was just too perfect of a hand from Camberk. And even if I agree with some of his pacing of his threats, I think he could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive in the mid-game. For the most part, he got the weapons, he swung face, he cleared everything off the board. It's a 1-2-3 step that you do with Warrior, and it's pretty potent, it turns out, especially against a deck that has to draw every card in its deck to win.
Yeah, and I was saying he'd be happy to have that Il'gynoth early, but it turned out that just sat in his hand being a waste of space. He'd much rather it have been anything else for the whole game. And go traditional, get the card draw. It would have been a lot better. But not much he could do about it apart from queue it up again and try and take down the Paladin. The deck we treat with probably more disdain than it should be treated with, but even so.
And were it to go up against the Demon Hunter, if that is what Dravo, I believe, is his last remaining deck, right?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, 2-2, yep. Game 5 of the series here. It's a close matchup, much closer, I would put it, than the Bomb Warrior up against the Demon Hunter. But I would, I think, have to give the advantage to Dravo just about. In my experience, while the Paladin has a lot of minions that are very difficult for Demon Hunter to deal with, Divine Shields can be a nightmare that come off the Devout Pupil, or of course the Librams of Hope. I still think they struggle to put on quite enough pressure to stop the Demon Hunter before they get that combo. Like, you have to get a pretty disastrous hand to not kill your opponent by, like, turn 9. Like, it's a very fast combo deck. It doesn't need millions of turns to get all the pieces. Mostly, you're dead before turn 10 hits.
Yeah, and Paladin doesn't really kill quickly. It wins quickly by virtue of the fact it swamps boards and does all that stuff, and the inevitability happens. But it doesn't actually do the 30 points that quickly. And the Demon Hunter just bypasses all of your healing and all of your taunts and all of your fiddle-faddling around and just kills you. So you actually have to deliver lethal damage.
Okay, respectable hands for both players here. 1-drop, 2-drop for Camberk on the Paladin, and Dravo on the other side. He's got the draw, right? Illidari Studies, Double Jump. There's some pretty juicy cards that could potentially be found here.
Yep, he's not messing around.
Sure. Play the Sigil Runner. I just don't see you outcasting these other cards. They are it's a 5-3 rush or a 2-2 weapon most of the time, I think, here.
I mean, he's got time. He's using his time. I agree with you.
Yeah, of course.
Sigil Runner. 5-3's not even a good shape against Paladin. Everything they've got is 4-6, so 5-3 just interacts really horribly with it.
Like, taking a 3-mana 5-3 rush, if you factor in the discount from Illidari Studies, was tempting. You know, that's just a 3-mana deal 5 damage onto the board is pretty good. But it's not quite good enough, I think, to justify not taking a card draw there, which was very, very powerful, as we saw. Gets him closer to that extra card draw, and the cycle continues.
The contrast in those two turns, the turn before, he was really considered, what do I take from this Discover? And then he draws Spectral Sight, and it's played before we got to see the card. Like, yep, that's the card I need, bam. I want to draw some cards.
Now, obviously, Dravo needs to be a little bit careful here. Like, going for the clear, if he is going for it here with Fellscream Blast and the Immolation Aura, fine, perfectly on board with that. But it's how he uses this double jump, I think, that is the interesting part, because if he was to draw Skull, technically he can play all the cards in his game and all the cards in his hand and still win the game, still have the combo intact. But it's a lot of pretty good cards. That's both Fellscream Blasts, an Ethereal Orc Merchant for an extra bit of spell damage. So I do think he wants to, if possible, play these double jumps when he has 6 mana spare on turn 6, most likely with the coin. So I like the lines that Dravo is taking thus far.
Meanwhile, we're seeing very little from Camberk that can really... The problem is with the Paladin here, you don't get much control over the game. This is why the good players do like this Demon Hunter deck. They're the ones who decide who wins the game, if you like. Sure. What the Demon Hunter does matters far more than what the Paladin does. The Paladin just does what it does.
And I mean, this just works out gorgeously. Swampoos plus, I guess, Soul Cleave, just because it's a slightly more expensive, slightly clunkier card to get rid of. But, I mean, there are multiple ways that you can go about this. Just Hero Power is fine. Playing Immolation Aura would also be fine. Like, the main problem with this line is that you don't get rid of any cards, whereas you might be wanting to play Skull soon. But it's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I think he's fine actually just holding on to these and getting rid of them by using them to kill things, because he knows the Paladin's going to keep dropping stuff, so it's not the normal. Although now he's got the Skull, now he needs to dump stuff, so...
Yep, I mean, it's just...
Here we go.
Gorgeous from Dravo. I love the fact that despite the fact he kept the despite the fact that he kept the double jump in hand in his starting hand, he still saved it up until this point to get the Skull guaranteed outcast. I think that's very, very good hand management there. And as a result, he gets double reduced cost Moarg. The combo is just, it's there in the next turn or two. It's there next turn if he wants it.
The huge intake of breath there, but double Moarg reduce is just so ridiculous. It makes the game so much easier for you.
So what are we looking at? Next turn, 6, 12, 24, I think, as just like easy damage. And then there might be a way to manipulate a little bit extra if you get creative with it. But the
there's a Chaos Spike if that can hit face, for instance.
Yeah.
Which I think...
Overdrawing the Skull is fine. I think that's just...
I think you get the Chaos Strike in, don't you?
Oh, one... No, it's 1 mana off lethal, right? Because you're using 6 mana to play the combo, and then you're 1 mana off playing the additional Chaos Strike. So I guess it's 1 mana or 1 damage off lethal with the hero power, however you want to go about it. And I don't think there's any way that you can get fancy with how you... Yeah, because even if you hero power down the 4/5 first, the Murloc only adds 1 extra damage, so it is, I think, no matter how you slice it, just short.
Yeah, so he's just going to win next turn instead. Now he's going to have more mana.
Fine, I'll win next turn. Like, even that, you could just leave it on the board, right? It's an extra minion that you can target. I mean, he'll still be able to target his own stuff, I suppose, but either way.
In the horrible world where you somehow lose this, that minion gets buffed, so you just kill it just in case. I don't think... I mean, I'm with you. Sure is exactly the right answer to that statement.
Yeah, and Philosophy even doubles it again. Like, it's 1 billion damage now, not even close. It was a tough way for Camberg to go out, because honestly, he put up a very, very respectable fight. There were a couple of things that I disagreed with him on, but, you know, to be fair, they were pretty minor things, and for a player who we haven't seen all too much of on the Hearthstone competitive circuit, a very respectable first outing. But in the end, it is, to be honest, the expected result. Dravo, a real shining star in Hearthstone Esports, get the first win and goes through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and this is a player, if you're watching this and you don't watch much Hearthstone, maybe you're watching this as part of the whole M.E.O. thing. Dravo is a player to keep an eye on, not just for this tournament, but for the next year, to be honest. He's very, very good contention to just become a Grandmaster over the next year, although Europe being Europe, that's not as easy as maybe it sounds. But here's somebody to keep an eye on as we watch this festival of games, basically.
That's right. I expect good things as well from him going forward, as I believe we do now have our bracket set in effect for our semi-final matches. There have been some great games, and I think for the most part, I agree with you that, as you were saying at the end of the last quarterfinal, the more experienced players, the slightly better playing players, have pretty much consistently come out on top here. But having said that, it's been by the slimmest of margins, which really shows how pristine your play has to be to compete at the top level in Hearthstone. Like, minor differences, even if they wouldn't have impacted how things shook out in this particular instance, over a large sample size, you are just going to do better if you're cleaning up your play, as we are seeing from our 4 semi-finalists, who I believe will be Shura, Thomas, Aomin, and now Dravo as well for our remaining 3 matches today.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight once again that all of the players who got here went through a pretty tough qualification process in the first place. They haven't just been invited as some players to play a tournament. This is a World Championships event, so they have been qualifying all around Europe for the last, I don't know, year almost to get here. So when we're talking about the lesser players, we're talking about the lesser players in this environment at the top level. We're not talking about people who just turned up for a bit of fun.
Absolutely not. And I mean, a perfect example of those players is Shura that we see here on the Paladin, representing Italy. As I was saying, one of those countries that is doing better and better, it feels like, as time goes on, having a real resurgence in Hearthstone ability. And Shura is one of those players who, we don't know all too much about, but for the most part has been playing some pretty good Hearthstone so far already this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm going to jump out and let Raven have a go at this one, I think. So it's been fun again. And just one interesting thing about Shura, and I haven't even read it all, but the players were asked to fill in a little form about, say something about yourself. And Shura's is this big, and it starts with, I don't like to talk about myself too much. And there's like 9 paragraphs of information that I will get to later if he reaches the final.
Fair enough. Hopefully we can see a little bit more about him later on. But then again, Thomas, a player who I've known for a good long while. And he's been playing some very, very pristine Hearthstone. He's been doing it for a long time. Strong ladder finishes to boast next to his name. As I believe we are taking a look at the banned decks here, with the Warrior banned away, if I'm correct, from Thomas. And then the Paladin was banned away from Shura. It's an interesting ban, obviously, with us seeing how weak Paladin generally has been looking over the last couple of weeks.
Well, Thomas he took basically a year off Hearthstone, as I understand it. I'm not massively clued up on Thomas, but he was a very strong player who was making it to HCT championship level events, the top 64. And then he took a year off, give or take, came back and instantly qualified for a Masters Tour. So, and I think that was part of the qualification for this. So, interesting if there's going to be any gaps in his gameplay. Maybe, Paladin bans, maybe he doesn't like it.
Who knows? We shall have to see. Taking a look at the rest of their decks that they have as I pull them up on the screen. Going for the Paladin ban, you have to have a pretty good reason to do that, of course. And having Bomb Warrior in your lineup, maybe he wasn't expecting to have that banned away, would be a pretty big reason, as that is a pretty good matchup overall for the Paladin, I believe. But as with what he's got left, that Warlock, I think, for Thomas might be the weird point that is warping his ban strategy quite heavily, because it's a deck that can struggle, I think, against the onslaught of late game from the Paladin. And so getting rid of that with the Warlock, we were kind of confused by it because it didn't seem like a full anti-priest strategy, as most Warlocks are. But now it's maybe starting to fall into place a little bit more.
Absolutely. I think I can hear them trying to start the game as well. So it won't be very long now before we get into that game number 1 of this first semi-final. We are going to finish the entire tournament today, of course. And there is a look at this Ticketus Warlock again from Thomas.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool deck, even if it hasn't looked especially powerful thus far, to be honest. I do like the build of the deck a lot. Like the combo, even though there's very few corrupt cards in the deck, the combo of Ticketus, Cascading Disaster, and Yashiraj, I think was beautifully exemplified by Thomas, where he took a very weak turn to deliberately play Cascading Disaster, and then the turn after was able to go Yashiraj, Ticketus, and the Cascading Disaster all in one turn. There's a lot of cool tricks that you can pull off with this deck that Thomas clearly knows inside and out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing him get on with this. And I think to talk you through is going to be Raven, though, not me on this occasion.
As I think that does mean that Raven could be joining us now, if we are so lucky.
Joining you.
I can hear you.
Okay, well, let's just pretend that the stream can as well at the same time, so that's no problem at all. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty exciting match for me, honestly, because I believe we are starting off with that Priest versus Warlock matchup. And just going off what you were saying just then, honestly, Derek, was the Warlock, I agree with you, it's a cool deck in just the way it's built, whether it's strong or not, it probably isn't top tier because you just don't see it all over ladder, for example, right? But it is interesting that in if you get the call right of like what you assume the meta would be for a tournament, we can see like It feels like it's potentially good versus Priest because the game will go on for a while. We've seen it potentially have the ability to get big wins versus combo decks as well. We saw an ETC Warrior earlier. We've seen tons of the OTK Demon Hunter, of course. So all of these things combined, it looks like it can be good. It's just how consistently it can actually take games. So we're going to find out, with this lineup across the whole of the rest of the day, of course, as we are going to dive right into that semi-final number one. And again, like I mentioned, the Priest off to a quick start here, getting ready. We did miss the mulligans, but we are deep into it now, Derek, as the early turns at least have already happened. Nothing too crazy by looks things. A live tap from the Warlock, and not too much for Priest either, just with that palm reading by looks things coming out for turn 3.
Yeah, very slow start for the Priest, as we're going to get to see what I think is kind of the main reason to bring Warlock overall, which we haven't seen all too much of, is against the Priest. Because while Ilusha does seem for the most part to be able to wreak havoc with any of these control decks, the problem comes into play with Ticketus, because when you swap your deck and your hand with your opponent and you get a corrupted Ticketus, if you're burning cards from your opponent's side, it's actually your own deck that you're deleting. So no matter what you do here as the Priest, you're going to lose in fatigue once the Ticketus rolls around.
Right.
So it's a matchup where the Priest definitely needs to be on the aggressive side.
It can be interesting, though, because I have seen games where, because the Priest normally draws so slowly, the fatigue count isn't always the end of the world, unless it's like Ticketus into Yasharaj, Ticketus, minus 10 cards, okay. But if we, would keep an eye on card count or, just rough deck size, the Warlock, even after Ticketus, is probably still at worst even with the Priest. So it's not like a lot of other decks, say even Paladin, Demon Hunter, a few Rogue, where they're drawing and going through the deck quickly. Because Priest goes slowly, it might not be the end of the world, but if they hit some key cards, as well as fatiguing, that's when it starts to pile up, right?
Yeah, you have to draw pretty quickly to counteract 10 cards. And then, obviously, the problem is that if you're drawing so many cards as the Warlock, you're basically guaranteed to hit Ticketus and Yasharaj in a timely fashion, which means then that the Priest has very, very tough time fighting back against it. So, all in all, you are definitely looking to be the aggressor here on the Priest side, which so far has obviously not been going to plan, but maybe with a Zephyrus to start ramping this up a little bit, it could maybe get there. Next turn, who knows, Circle of Healing, Zephyrus plus Edwin might be a way to start ramping up this pressure.
It's tough, right, though, because that's next turn, but this turn doesn't look so great. And, heal pass looks miserable. Even with the ooze looks pretty miserable. And all it means is you're just giving the Warlock more time to invoke with the options it has available. And also just continue the card draw to get to some of these, game-ending draws, whether that's Ticketus or honestly, whether it's just cascading early to start proccing the Corrupt on it, because it can corrupt itself twice. And also even just Galakron, right? Like, if you play Galakron and Priest doesn't have, say, Soul Mirror or Plague, then, well, that's a lot of demons and potentially a weapon that you've got to deal with, and that is pretty difficult overall, honestly. We are going to see the Zephyrus come down now, though, and it's pretty lackluster, isn't it? It's like, okay, Zephyrus clears a board, but it's really only killing a 1-drop and a, 4-1, 5-1, whatever it was. So it's like, it's fine, but it's definitely not good.
Yeah, I mean, on that Zephyrus, you're kind of being like the Wolverine touching the picture of Sea Giant meme, because you really wish that you could pick the Sea Giant there. But, I mean, with a 6-1 on the board, like, it's too scary. You have to just take the clear. And, I mean, as you're saying, it's not good enough. This does not win the matchup, as, oh my goodness, like, Thomas's hand is just absolutely turbo. He's got card draw, removal, pressure as well. Everything is going his way.
I mean, right now, again, it won't just win the game, of course. If you look at the shape of his hand, he is one Ticketus away from a good time, because he has both Militia and Siamat to proc Ticketus, no problem whatsoever. He has the Yasharaj ready. While he is doing this, Cascading is getting corrupted. So it's all lining up. If anything, I'm not exactly sure how many Soul Fragments are in there, But he could just like drop Militia this turn and just see if there's a Soul Mirror. And if there is, fine.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not actually sure. I mean, he drew one after the School Spirits was played last turn, and I don't think he's played all too many others, which like definitely leans me towards just going for Siamat, because you've just seen Galakron. If you're ever going to play one single big minion,
Right.
This is probably the best turn to do so. But at the same time, like, you could argue that all he cares about is finding that Ticketus, in which case Devoted Maniac, tap, Armor Vendor is not a ridiculous play at all. It puts pressure on the board, keeps drawing.
And it's also finding that mana to get these invokes done, right? You want the invokes done so you're ready for the, whatever happens in the future if that Galakron comes off the top. And just so you spend the mana now while you're under pretty much zero pressure.
Okay, I'm on board with this plan. I think getting Galakron, as you said, pressing that hero power every turn as soon as possible is a big deal. And obviously, as we've been saying time and again, Ticketus is the ticket to success.
Don't know whether to laugh or cry, Derek. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Me neither, buddy.
I was not prepared, but also not surprised by that comment. Again, though, this is, I think, just one of those weird hands where the priest has a lot of cards, but nothing to do, if that makes any sense. Because nothing really achieves anything. Again, harkening back to what I think we were talking about earlier, where just these 1/1s from invoking are a nightmare because they exist, but you don't want to deal with them.
Yep, this is what Dravo, I believe, would call garbage in Shura's hand right now. Like, no way to apply any meaningful pressure. I don't even know what that card he generated was. Is that like Flesh Giant, given that it's got a reduced mana
I guess
cost?
so, yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that it was hero power pass is grim, right? Like, that is not what you want.
Yeah. And now the only real concern for Thomas is hand space, right? Like, if he goes Devoted Maniac tap, he doesn't necessarily have a way to dump a card, in which case, now I think I'm more likely looking at some of the other options in hand. Like, I mean, I guess you could just Devoted Maniac pass, but Siamat on this turn, I don't know. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it an overextension. It's close.
I also think that there's merit to getting Soul Mirror out of the way now, if it's there, because then suddenly when you do get Ticketus, you have that like Ticketus, Yashraj, Ticketus turns back to back, where without Soul Mirror, there's only really like Plague or multiple different cards to deal with the board, which is difficult to get hold of, right? Looks like you might be going for this and just passing and not hero power, because you would overdraw, right? Yeah. I mean, this is still fine. This is a board that has to be dealt with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Thomas does not have to do anything to win this game right now. He can just keep plodding along, playing his medium-sized threats. If the board is cleared, then you go Siamat. If the board is cleared again, then you go Sociologist, Militia. Quite happily, he can just carry on here doing that.
This would... Okay, it wouldn't overdraw because of Circle of Healing, right?
Right.
Oh, well, it would still overdraw him the turn after, right?
Yeah, he'd get both dragons, but he would then overdraw a card, which, is not ridiculous. Being able to set up for Soul Mirror plus double dragon, it's a pretty strong turn. Yeah,
that's like the expansion to the old game. Although you might be too young for that reference. I don't know.
I think I played it on my Xbox, off of like Xbox Arcade once or something, and was like, this sucks. I'm playing Minecraft.
Oh, wow. Wow. Shows the age difference there, Derek. You probably played it on something that was called, like, I don't know, Xbox Oldies or something.
Yeah.
Oh, makes me sick. Anyway, moving on. It was just Alex Straza. It looks like he's just okay burning a card. But it is risky. Like you said, Soul Mirror with the dragons is good, but you have to expect that, like, Soul Mirror wouldn't fully work on this board to an extent. Okay, it would now, because the main's been dealt with. But are you even expecting these dragons to live when Thomas has had to do nothing reactive this whole game? With the amount of removal that exists in Warlock? It's tough.
You're not, but it's the best.
You've got to do something.
Like, you've got to do something, exactly. Yeah, like I guess you go for penance as well and just go for single dragon. That might have been Lorinda's favorite game. I think single dragon was a bit before your time.
Dragon.
Yeah, dragon.
Oh, they're not
Vastly
impressive
less
either,
popular.
these dragons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once
like,
that multiplayer came in,
then you're laughing.
Mm.
Okay, again, like it's just a case of waiting for the ticketus now for Thomas. Again, as I've been saying, like because I think we've kind of reached that point where both players, if they just dump their stats on the board each turn, they're just going to trade and reach an equilibrium pretty much every turn. No one is doing anything broken enough to swing the board definitively in their favor. In which case, maybe Thomas just stops drawing cards and lets the natural card draw from his deck deliver the ticketus.
For me, post Soul Mirror, I actually like the look of Trade Dark Skies Militia this turn. Okay. Even if it just summons a 3/3, even if it's just one, I'm not 100% sure how many it will summon, but it will summon one because it's glowing, right? So it does something. And it's post Soul Mirror. It is a reasonable threat level on board, even if it just summons the one. And it would, if it soaks a Shadow Word Death, I mean, this works too, I guess. If it soaks a Shadow Word Death, okay, you have Yashiraj, Tiamat, and Ticketus in your deck. Like, great, eat up that Shadow Word Death. So I like this a lot. And obviously, it's summoning 4 is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it was a very nice optimization on the, I think, the best line there from Thomas. And it also just gets cards out of his hand. Like, being able to play Veiled Worshipper in the next few turns is a pretty big deal in its own right. As now, he decides the time is nigh. I'm taking your hand. I don't exactly know what it's going to do, but he's just trying to get something working here.
I love the idea because the militia would have proc Ticketus, right? So I love the idea.
No. Well, no, because you want unprocced Ticketus if you're the priest here, because
your
deck
no,
is
right,
now the
right.
Warlock's deck.
No,
so
of course.
I made this exact mistake on ladder the other day against Pardub, and he added me and said, "You're an idiot. You could have burned my deck." And I was like, "No, you're an idiot. It goes the other way around." And he's like, "No, you're an idiot. It wasn't corrupted." And I was like, "Yeah, I am an idiot."
So you basically just did an IRL Elucia thing where you just went back and forth with each other, trading insults instead of cards. So yeah, you're completely right. So that is an interesting one. But regardless, the Elucia kind of sucked because there was nothing to do on 6 mana. He couldn't play Tiamat. He could have played the Galakron, but instead he went for the Veiled Worshipper instead. It just was not an Elucia when it could have been a potentially powerful one.
And I mean, you're looking at Ysera obviously to just try and keep the pressure going. You have to remember that if you're not going to play it here, you just want to pick the worst one for your opponent, which I guess is the Netherwing. Yeah.
What about Evasive Worm? And he just plays 2 Evasive Worms this turn. The 1 mana one and the 6 mana one. Like, that's okay. He could instead, again, like you said, pick the worst one and play Giant Evasive Worm and Imprisoned Imp or something. But double Evasive Worm, like, that's kind of hard to deal with, considering the cards that you've got access to.
I think Double Worm was the foreign knockoff of Double Dragon, a lot less popular.
Yeah.
Turns out when you don't have limbs, it's a lot less interesting of a fighting game.
But that was the inspiration for Earthworm Jim. So, it did actually get somewhere in the end, didn't it? Where he actually got given limbs.
I did actually play Earthworm Jim. That's one of the first games I ever played.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
This Elucia was just great for Thomas, wasn't it?
It was just insane.
He just created a board from his opponent's hand. Look at the state of I was going to pick a name now, but look at the state of the hand now. There is Ticketus, funnily enough, but it's bad because there's nothing. Well, I guess the mind control.
Right, so he has to play mind control and then play Ticketus before Thomas draws Ticketus, and if that happens, maybe there's a chance. This kind of opens up then all of a sudden. Because without Ticketus, Thomas doesn't have that much ability to win in the late game, actually.
And this is what I was meaning. Even although we don't have deck tracking numbers, look at the deck size. That is a significant difference in card count. So that's what I mean by even if Priest burns 5 cards, unless it's literally their 5 best cards, the game's fine because they have so many because they draw so slowly.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the difference here, like if Alessandro is able to burn Thomas's Ticketus with his own Ticketus, the difference is not between 0 and 5 cards. It's 0 and 10 cards that the Priest then saves with Yasharaj as well. So the game all of a sudden flips on its head. And we have a game plan now for Alessandro, who honestly I've been counting out of the running for quite a few turns at this point.
A lot of time to think about this turn as well because so I like this a lot because he knows there's a mind control in hand, so he just doesn't play a minion to mind control, so he can't proc. I guess he doesn't know about the Ticketus, right? He doesn't know about the Ticketus, actually. Never mind. I thought he knew about the Ticketus, but he doesn't. I'm wrong. Sorry, because that would have been sick.
Honestly, like at this point, if you're thinking, how do I lose this game? They've played a Thought Steal. You know that's the most expensive card in their hand. Like, the thought might have crossed Thomas's mind. It's not ridiculous to start playing that way.
Because against a 1/3, is there a great reason to just not play Shield of Galakron? That was my initial, like, the path that led me to that thought. Because Shield of Galakron is just a good minion, right?
Well, still no Ticketus in sight. Like, you'd have to imagine if he carries on with how he's been playing, it's going to be another tap here just to still aggressively look for that Ticketus before it can be burned away or anything else can go wrong.
And if he truly is a god, he will tap and then twist in Nether, so there's still nothing to mind control. This is when we really see the answer to that question.
And then Mass Resurrect is played and he's like, damn it! My removal.
I mean, there are a lot of bad minions in there, though, but yeah, that's right. Mass Resurrect might be a bit of a problem. It has to be tap, right? It has to be.
You'd think so, unless he wants to go with like I don't know, Shield of Galakron, Cascading Disaster. Like he does want to get that played at some point, so Yasharaj can put it back in his hand. But yeah, I think you are correct. It is still as likely to be the tap.
We have an animation worry. So what he can do is... Oh, okay. He could have played the 1/3s, right? Because Ticketus would burn the souls.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. That would have been a pretty big deal. I mean, if he plays them this turn, then it's fine.
Yeah, he can still play them this turn, of course. Yeah. He can, like, go face, Nether, and then double Jailer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy for us because we have that information, right? That Ticketus is the big deal here for Alessandro.
It's a very, very big deal now. I mean, the Priest does have a respectable board. Getting back the Alexstrasza was obviously huge off the mass res. But what it feels like this is going to come down to is, can Thomas draw Ticketus this turn? Because if he doesn't, there aren't that many more than 5 cards left in the deck, I don't think, at this point. It's very likely that Ticketus just goes. And
it looks like he's eyeing up the trades into Cascading to clear this board and not overly commit with Dark Skies, Twisting Nether. Which I like. Get it in the pool. You know, spend that mana to get it in the pool for Yasharaj.
I agree. Oh, is he still fitting in that tap?
No.
Oh, no. Okay. Not on this turn. Sure.
You're going to play a Jailer, though. He doesn't.
I wonder what he's thinking of it, as it's got to be Ticketus on this turn now. This is the potential disaster for Thomas, as Ticketus is the first card burned.
And Galakron. Get out of this game.
That's just it, right? There's nothing left.
Yeah, he takes Twisting Nether from the Lazul, and there's the concede. Not a surprise. Not a surprise, because honestly, that might look silly to concede for people, for players who have maybe not got super experience in Hearthstone or this deck or the matchup. But okay, he plays Yasharaj as a 10-10. The Priest just kills it. see him at, the priest just kills it. There's nothing left in the deck to win the game. It really was Ticketus and then the Yasharaj into Ticketus plan. So it was a little bit unfortunate there for Thomas to not draw Ticketus early enough, and also obviously that adds to the Thought Steal, because if he'd drawn it earlier, Thought Steal wouldn't have taken it because it's from the deck. So unfortunate, but again, if he was, this would be like an Omega Mind level play, but if he had any inkling that the Thought Steal could have got a Ticketus, he could have shuffled quite easily way more fragments in the deck, which then Ticketus can burn instead. So obviously there are things to improve, but you would have had to have the full wrinkle brain to be able to go for that kind of play. So it was a tough one, an unfortunate ending, but again, in this matchup, Ticketus not only isn't a guaranteed win versus Priest like it is versus some other matchups, but also things like this can happen. They can Thought Steal, they can Elutia the Ticketus as well. They can do many different things to mess with that, so it definitely can't be plan A. But the fact it hit Galakron as well was just like, oh, well, yeah, okay, that's just game. There just isn't enough stuff. So, a rough one there, but a good game number one for Alessandro, because he looked like he was going to be out of that one, Derek.
Yeah, it was a 1 in a million shot. Like, to hit the Ticketus off of the Thought Steal, and then for Thomas, that's what breaks my heart so much about that game, is Thomas was drawing as aggressively as possible at expense to massive amounts of tempo. He was trying to avoid that exact scenario, but still Shiro was able to get the very fortunate outcome to make that happen. Well orchestrated to get there, but still a stroke of luck for Shiro to get the win in that one. But he can still utilize that fortunate streak there to get the win here with his Rogue up against Thomas's Guardian Animals Druid, Clown Druid. I'm not exactly what we're calling this, not sure what we're calling this version of the deck. But either way, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm not actually sure who I would give the advantage to here. It really depends on how the Druid draws, because, Rogue obviously can get off to one of those explosive starts to which the Druid has no real response. Yeah,
I think at least, again, we've not this Clown Druid, or, most Druids are clowny to be fair, but, this type of Druid, this matchup hasn't really been around for a while now, but when it was around more often, the Rogue not only played Secret, so for example Ambush, which is a big deal against Druid of course, but also played Stunner, right, which is huge. If they ramp out or bloom out something overload big and then they just stunner it back, that is a big deal game-winning moment. That doesn't really exist in this deck because they don't play Secrets anymore. So just from that kind of knowledge, I would say Druid is generally favored here, but Rogue, as we well know, is capable of generating the strangest games of Hearthstone that can really give them tools that they shouldn't be allowed to have, which can make all the difference in a matchup like this. And look at these opening hands. I see a ramp available here for Thomas, but this hand from Alessandro is not too fantastic.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a hand with this many 0 mana cards. It looks like it should be doing something broken, but it's actually just doing nothing at the moment right now until he picks up Questing Adventurer to go alongside all of this, or I'm not even sure if Edwin is in the list for him. I don't really see it getting the job done quite as I think yet.
Maybe a Foxy Fraud would do something, because you could generate bounces of whatever, but yeah, something needs to come together for this hand. But already we can see Thomas getting the ramp there. There's an Innovate, so he can choose when he wants to push that Innovate and get something useful out of it. And for now, I do wonder if it's Innovate Moonfang to then have Dreaming Drake corrupted, but it looks like Thomas has other ideas for this Innovate, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious problem is that if you go Innovate Moonfang here and then Dreaming Drake is a 5/6 the turn after, you get very high amounts of immediate tempo. It's a much stronger couple of turns than what we're seeing here. But then you are potentially a lot further away from getting down Survival of the Fittest, the Clown, the Strongman. So I can understand why you would want to hold back, especially as Moonfang protected behind a taunt is a pretty big deal. But even then, I don't know. It's a lot of tempo you're losing out on by not getting a 5/6 taunt in play.
Yeah, I think one thing that would worry me is Rogue has the capability to deal 3 separate points of damage fairly easily, especially with the dagger pre-equipped. So maybe the fear is that, well, Moonfang might just get dealt with, and then you play one more big minion, but that's just one minion against Rogue, and then there's nothing to do, like you said. So I do get this, but I do think Moonfang was definitely tempting at worst.
Oh, Nitro boost Abyss, that is a grim
That's
turn.
respect.
Yeah.
It's a lot of respect.
Wow, okay, that's a nice draw. Obviously, the only alternative I was really seeing there was going for, the immediate play of getting Whirl Kick, Wand Thief, step it, build a bunch of value. But I guess this clearing off the board, if they don't have a strong play on the following turn, means that could stick about. But quite clearly, Thomas has the best play on this turn.
And here's where the game can open up now for Alessandro, right? Like okay. Indeed. And this is what I meant earlier, where to me, on paper, the Druid looks favored, but it's Rogue, right? Like they can do this, so you can't just say, "Oh, Druid wins all these." There's the emote already. There's going to be a ton of resources for Alessandro. Another devolving missiles, absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you stop the value train now with. Okay, so with Edwin in hand, my temptation is just to stop here, obviously to get the biggest Edwin as possible with the Shadow Step in the next couple of turns. I can see the argument for stepping the Whirl Kick here in order to get it back to hand, but that's the only thing I would.
That's what I was thinking
here. Yeah, I do think in the end I like just stopping completely, because even if he doesn't have anything to step next turn, he can just play Secret Passage and he'll generate something off of a Miscreant most likely, or a Pharaoh Cat as well.
And this is the problem. The Moonfang is already dead if he plays it.
Yep.
It of course would on the board kill the Whirl Kick, which is a victory in itself at this point, but just to play that and for it to die, and then next turn innovate into nothing because there's no 8-drops available. This is very, very quickly looking pretty bad for Thomas, all off the back of that Whirl Kick and the Wand Thief, of course.
But what are you going to do? Like, are you really not playing the Moonfang here? I know that he has to sack everything into it, but
I think he plays it. I just think he doesn't enjoy the fact he has to play it because it's already dead, right? Like the benefit of Moonfang just doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
On this board. Oh, and now just go wild.
Oh, it's so insane here. Sure, you can just finish that off with the Whirl Kick if you have to, plus the dagger. All looking very, very clean.
Oh, Deep Freeze looking good. Nice.
Yeah,
good late game tool. Might not be needed, but it is a very good one card power level, right? Like it's just one card in your hand. If it gets to it, you can freeze something and put 2 very annoying minions on the board.
And this needs to be a... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and honestly, although the Whirl Kick's dead, it has easily done its job, and there's not only more stuff in hand, there's also just the Secret Passage, right? Which just acts kind of like a Whirl Kick in that it just generates a fresh set of resources pretty easily.
And everything is just so awkward here. Like, he can get the Survival of the Fittest down to 9 mana for next turn, but then to innovate into it would use up the mana bank that the nature studies had gotten you. I guess he's just going to go for innovate into Ysera, but it's also slow. It's so much damage.
I honestly think the desperation level is a hope he doesn't trade these 2/2s away and draw Bloom to be able to have Survival of the Fittest. But it sounds a bit silly, but I think that's one of the hopeful outs. But we can see it's just been taken apart like it was nothing.
Okay, that's
insane.
I mean, it's still a big deal. The mana doesn't work out great because if you Bloom here into Survival plus Strongman, you're looking at 7 mana next turn, so you can't play any of your big threats. So then, do you not do that? Like, I'm not really sure what else you have to do. Like, you just go play the strongman as a 10-10 here, and then pray that you find some way to survive into getting Clown on the following turn.
And there'll be 8 mana, right, with the Innovate next turn?
Yeah, sorry, factoring in the Innovate, but still not enough to get the Clown.
So for example, Guardian Animals could be massive because he's played the Survival Instinct, so... Survival of the Fittest, sorry. Oh, is that just game?
It's not game, but Flick off the top. Even if the Clown can come down now, it's just one of the most brutal interactions of the game. I don't even want to think what that would look like in the real world if Flick were to go on an absolute killing spree, murdering all the clowns one after the other. But it is just too much as Thomas goes down 0-2. And while in the first quarterfinal, he was the only 3-0 sweep, I believe. It felt like his opponent had nothing to do. What was he meant to do that game? Like, we can argue about the Moonfang ordering. I'm still not sure if that would have been enough to get him over the finish line, as he just didn't hit the ramp.
Yeah, and obviously, thankfully, that's a problem Druid can have, because if they didn't have that problem, they'd just win every game of Hearthstone. But yeah, I think this is a tough series so far for Thomas, because in game 1, he had the issue of just not drawing Ticketus, which led to his demise, basically. In game 2, he not only missed the ramp, but then his opponent got access to that Devolving Missiles, which stopped the Twilight Runner, which could have unlocked the rest of his deck. So I'm not saying, he's only lost because he's got unlucky, but it's not helped, right? Like, that's the problem. He's not had the good end of the stick in either of these first 2 games. So, hopefully for him that turns around. But for Alessandro, this must be feeling fantastic, because if I was a player in this tournament and I watched Thomas's previous match, I'd be like, I wish I wasn't against this guy, because he has played very, very well, very, very steady, and he's a scary opponent. So to be 2-0 up now and say, well, one more game, I'm in the finals. That is insane. Like, Alessandro must at least be, feeling that effect, and 9 times out of 10, that's a good thing, right? You have that mental momentum, so to speak. So you're going to be feeling good about game number 3. So, good luck to both these players here, and hopefully, just for maybe Thomas's mental game, things don't all just unravel again for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, based on my sample size of 2 Lithuanian Hearthstone players, I would say they're 2 for 2 on being salty players. I've got to be honest. Understandably so. He got a very bad couple of beats. But like I say, I hope that Thomas can get his head in the game for this final one. He's got a decent hand, Wild Growth plus Twilight Runner. I don't imagine he's going to go Bloom Wild Growth here, even though he's considering it. It's just a decent start to get some card draw and try and find that Overgrowth.
Yeah, and honestly, I need to check. Was this the ETC Warrior or not? Because the decks look so similar, I need to just triple check. I can't remember who had the ETC. But yeah, either way, this can be a dangerous game. Although the ramp's there, as you mentioned, like, Warrior can just not allow you to play the game, which is scary in itself, because they just draw so many cards and then bring that big burst one way or another. Yeah,
this is the non-ETC version, which I'd have to guess works against Shura, because obviously if you play a big board of clowns, ETC can absolutely still win you the game just by delivering that 40 damage of burst. But Korkron Lethal cannot get there anymore. So it does need to be a slightly more aggressive approach from Shura if he is going to be going for the Pain Warrior, as we see here. But to be fair, this is the kind of hand that can start getting stuff done. Coin into Warmal Challenger, as we see now, looks pretty strong. Skipper plus Bomb Wrangler as well, plus the Battle Rage. There's a lot of card draw waiting to happen here.
I'd even be interested into coin Bomb Wrangler instead, purely because this type of Druid isn't running, like any of the removal, right? There's no like Luna in there or anything like that.
Sure.
So there's not really removal, so you're not scared of needing to be forced to get value from Bomb Wrangler. But here's some ramp though, Derek. So at least that is there. Ramp plus Twilight Runner and a Broom guarantees card draw as well as mana here for Thomas. So he'll be feeling at least a little bit better about this opening.
Yeah, whatever Thomas has done in the break, it's worked, because he's got the good hand here. I'm not even sure about what the best way to order this would be. Like, Overgrowth on the following turn, like usually you just want to play Overgrowth as soon as possible is kind of how you play Druid, but floating mana when you could play such a powerful card as Twilight Runner does feel a bit clunky. I think he probably just ends up going for the Twilight Runner here because it's able to clear off the Bomb Wrangler as well, but no, he disagrees.
So I think the reason is because there is a Broom in hand, right? So he can 1,000,000% guarantee the Twilight Runner Broom turn to get the cards no matter what. Obviously, there's a chance that if he plays Twilight Runner and a risky skipper turn happens, the bombs could kill the Twilight Runner. So I think just because the Broom's there, it's just worthwhile to do it this way around.
Fair enough. A pitiful pirate coming down for sure, but it still does a little bit more damage, something that has to be answered on the other side. But, I mean, I'm not even sure if you would answer it this turn, to be honest, because while Twilight Runner Broom is tempting, honestly, I'm kind of just looking at Overflow on this turn, and then just gearing up towards getting Survival of the Fittest, Clown, the real powerhouse plays. But I suppose Twilight Runner does do a similar thing, even if it draws you less cards overall.
Yeah, I guess it's all just about what level of respect you give this Bomb Wrangler to an extent, right? Because the Bomb Wrangler's probably the one that will cause the most havoc, unless there's a multi-card combo with the Challenger, of course, duplicating it. But also, if Challenger is duplicated, you need to be less afraid of a Korkron combo. So there's like weird benefits for Challenger to be a problem. I know that sounds weird, but he's going to go for this, get the draws off, kill the Bomb Wrangler. And he went at that extra step as well, using Lightning Bloom to get the Dragon down too, which I honestly don't hate.
Oh, so many ways to approach this turn. Like second Broom could even have been used to deal with the Horde Pillager in a slightly more effective manner, whereas now it's obviously a 5-2 on the board instead of a 5-6. And it is a pretty devastating way this actually works out for Thomas, because Shura gets to clear the board, draw a lot of cards in the meanwhile. It's all coming together pretty nicely.
Yeah, there's combo pieces. Card draw is king for Warrior, just as much as ramp is king for Druid. And the only weird thing about this game so far is that Alessandro just hasn't had a weapon. Therefore, he couldn't damage himself, and he's drawn one less card. You know, cutting class is 5 mana, so on, so on, so on. But that is just like a bit of an oddity and just unlikely at this point in the game. But still, he is not got the most aggressive board, but Thomas is on 21 health. There's now Grom in a Rage and Shield of Honor in hand, so there are multiple ways, especially if this Challenger lives, that you could just Shield of Honor the Challenger. And that's a real problematic minion, especially when you've seen one Broom already get used up.
Okay, Survival of the Fittest being found is a pretty big deal as well. Like, all these things you're saying about the Warrior hand are absolutely true, but are they going to come down quickly enough? Because if he gets, Clown or a big Guardian Animals turn after the Survival of the Fittest comes into play, it's just not going to be big enough to win this.
But it might be too big a window, though, for Alessandro, right? Because not only, one, was that just a fantastic draw, but he has Barov. So that turn, he can Barov and then maybe set up enough or do enough damage, because Barov is only 3 mana. So it's tough. I think it's really close, actually, all of a sudden.
I agree. This is the one weak turn. This is the calm before the storm for Thomas here, because he has to go. You'd imagine Survival of the Fittest strongman. You develop a 10-10, which is not bad at all, obviously, for what is this, turn 6 or 7 it would be at this point. But then he starts really popping off. We're looking at Twilight Runner or Guardian Animals, Dreaming Drake, Broom. Very, very strong stuff indeed. I mean, you could even go Survival Strongman and then innovate out the Broom as a 5/5 as well, which looks very strong on this turn.
Then again, there's also after that still like Yashiraj Strongman, and Yashiraj is buffed, right? So that could just be lethal in some worlds. He's going to go for the Guardian Animals though, and this is where I think it's strong, But the more that this Survivor the Fittest doesn't get played, the more I feel
Yeah.
it's never going to get played. And that is a little bit scary, but Thomas has wrestled control of this board and he has taunts. So that's a positive going forward when this isn't ETC Warrior, of course.
I like that he's holding back the strongman here. These taunts are very valuable. He's already got one on the board, of course. And then next turn, he could obviously, I'm looking at, as you were saying, go with the survival of the fittest. But Yashiraj is already pretty juiced up. It's got the double Dreaming Drake strongman you could play and then play another one afterwards as well. So this is huge amounts of pressure if Thomas wants to go for a preemptive Yashiraj. And then if the Barov is used this turn, as it very possibly will, afterwards, he could then just go for the preemptive Yashiraj and buff it with survival the turn after when it's not cleared. So I still do think that Thomas is in a very good position here, but you raise a good point. He needs to be careful to not let Shura get too much time before he plays the survival.
Yeah, luckily for Thomas, though, this is a pretty horrible turn here for Alessandro. Yep. He just... Nothing adds up, right? Nothing feels good, even if he swings the weapon and then if he didn't make that turn but equipped the other weapon, he starts to bank the damage, but he can't even clear the board. So even though this feels pretty awful, I do respect this play because he has to make some kind of wiggle room, and that's just funny. Triple survival of the fittest.
+12/+12 to all your minions. I don't even want to think of the clowns that would come off of that bad boy. That is illegal.
Look, I'm scared of clowns normally. Never mind buff clowns. Like that's just too much for me.
These clowns are so buff, you will question everything you've ever held dear.
Yeah. If you don't want me at your birthday party, just tell me you've hired a clown. I won't be there. It's fine.
Oh yeah, by the way, I think your invitation got lost in the mail. I'm sorry, Raven.
Yep. Well, at least just make up that there's a clown there to make me feel better or something, but yeah, it's fine.
I mean, you can just give me an out. I elect not to use it.
And that's real friendship, guys. This is just going, obviously, from bad to worse now. Not only is Alessandro has to work out a way to kill a 14/14, he has Baron, so that's something. It's the way to actually kill it would revolve him swinging in, which close to kills him anyway. He has to like inner rage, right?
Barov double inner rage. That does not sound like a game of Hearthstone that you are winning, especially as I think Thomas has executed this excellently. Like whenever he has a minion on board, he just plays survival. He doesn't need to play anything else in his hand because he's still just developing so much tempo. Is
that the plan to win though? You Barov double inner rage, hope the Barov... Was that worth playing out?
Say your plan. What's the plan?
Okay, the plan. You Barov double inner rage to kill the minions, not the Barov.
Yeah.
You hope the Barov lives, in which if the broom doesn't exist, the Barov probably lives.
Sure.
You also hope they don't have any big taunts.
Sure.
But they play minions. Next turn, you play Grom, trade the Barov to proc the Grom. The Grom goes to 10, then Shield of Honor, because it's damaged.
Plus the 2 weapon swings.
Plus the weapon swing. 2 weapon swings is another 8.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long shot.
It's worth playing out.
But it's a shot. Yeah. I think it's worth playing out. So interesting that it was the concede, of course, because yes, that would be a long shot, but possible. But that was a pretty dire situation. I think we just saw the good moments there from Thomas where it looked a little bit shaky early on, but that 1 or 2 turns, he just made awkward boards and nothing really happened. I think the weapons were a little bit too late for Alessandro. It just couldn't get there, right? And then we see another layer of the differences between these slight builds of if he played ETC and that Grom was ETC, then that game could have gone in a vastly different direction. Because as you mentioned, suddenly taunts are probably like kind of good for you because you have minions to trade into, which is good. Yeah. So yeah, that was excuse me, a pretty big deal there. It does mean Thomas does get to continue, although he won't be playing his Druid, I believe, because he did just win with it.
Yeah, I think that is a graphical error there. I would hope rather than an admin error from the side of our players. As I think now with what was his warrior banned out of the way, if we look at what the classes banned at the start of the series were, indeed, it was his warrior. He's now one with the druid on his side, so he's looking at the demon hunter, I guess, left with the combo demon hunter, and he's lost with the warlock at the start as well.
Yes, so he's got his warlock demon hunter, right? Yeah, and this again is a deck we've cast a lot of Hearthstone over the past couple of weeks, and I still cannot make my mind up about the deck because I think it looks so sick one minute, and then the next one bad skull, like we saw in I think the match you and Lorinda just cast, right? There was a skull that just didn't really hit anything, and then it felt like you're playing with just like a wet noodle of a deck, which just can't really achieve enough. And it is also susceptible to aggro, which might look weird because it's got so much lifesteal, but you need to draw it and play it and still have enough to win the game afterwards. So very, very tricky. Whereas on this side, of course, Shura or Alessandro will be playing the only deck he has left to play, which is that warrior again. And I think this, once more, is a very winnable matchup for Alessandro.
I agree. It's, again, that kind of awkward-sized minions that Demon Hunter really struggles to deal with. Like, if you get a Warm-Wall Challenger down on turn 3, or even turn 2, in a rage, copy it, or Shield of Honor, it's just game over at that point. The Demon Hunter cannot answer minions that are that big, whilst also getting the combo down.
I will just say as a side note, I did quite enjoy your stress at the Deathwing not coming down in the last match. That did tickle
insane, me. Right? Surely that was insane. He didn't play a 12-12 on turn 8. That is a crime.
It was funny to watch. It was more funny to watch you like stress out about it more than anything. But let's get into this game. Alessandro, if he takes this victory on the Warrior, he is done, and he is going to book his spot in the final after semi-final number 2 is finished. Next, of course, if Thomas needs to win to fight back and keep his chances up, and even then, he has to go with this a fairly slow Warlock against this Warrior. And still win to be able to take it. And that's a very difficult matchup, but we'll get to that if it comes to it. This one, I still think, has a good chance here for Alessandro to finish this one early.
Okay, it's entering that weird spot already, because his hand, in one aspect of it, is looking very good. He's got Skull, he can outcast it in the next few turns, coin it out on turn 5 even. But again, it's that double jump when Il'gynoth is to the left of the double jump where things get very awkward, because he... doesn't want to just jam it in case he draws the other skull, because then it's essentially never outcastable for the rest of the game. So he's got to be very, very careful about how he implements the cards here. But I will say that what I've seen from Thomas so far has looked very, very clean on the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I think if we've learned anything just from watching the players today, Thomas has that plan ahead mentality, right? We've seen it multiple times where he will set up a turn multiple turns in advance, and it will pay, it pays off 9 times out of 10. So, this is the kind of deck I can see him being very good at, because it does require a lot of forward thinking. So, what do you think about just cashing in this I-Beam to trade off the minion and then just have coin skull next turn?
Yeah, I mean, I-Beam feels like next to a necessity on this turn. It's just how he structures the rest, because obviously coin skull is what we're looking at next turn, most likely. It's just how he feels like the rest of his mana, because obviously I-Beam swing deals with it on its own. So maybe he goes double jump to try and find, I guess Spectral Sight would be the card you're looking for most of all. Because outside of that, he just needs to really dump cards out of his hand here to make room for that skull. Yeah, sure. You can just play them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine. Okay. And that's not the end of the world, the I-Beam kind of ending up in the middle post skull, because you would imagine the skull cards are very castable if they're not combo pieces. And if they are combo pieces, you can potentially just, when you do a combo, or at least half a combo to clear, you'll get rid of it naturally, right? And it will activate anyway, because if you're doing a combo and you need the I-Beam to win the game, well, you'll have played the other cards, right? So not the worst case
Yeah.
there to be in that spot. We do have a little disconnect, as you can see on screen, but shouldn't be a big issue. The players can reconnect and no problem. The game will continue. There we go. The game will continue as it paused, so no issue at all for these players.
The real question now for Alessandro is, how do you turn this pretty dense hand with, you know, a lot of reasonably decent cards into pressure? How do you close out the game quickly? Because once he sees Coin Skull next turn, he's going to know you're entering the end game already with this Demon Hunter. It gets to the combo so quickly a lot of the time. So is it tempo Warmal? Is it tempo into the... even into the Corkron, potentially, if you're expecting Coin Skull next turn? It's really close.
I think he just can't play Corkron because it always dies, right? I guess it would stop the Coin Skull, which is a reasonable point. But the fact the hero power kills it and it doesn't really achieve anything is scary. So I much prefer the Challenger this turn, and then review after the imagined Coin Skull is going to be played.
So with 8 cards in hand, you can go Coin Skull and not even have to play anything, right? So it seems pretty clean on this turn. The only consideration, I guess, is do you have a clean kill on the Warmal, which is always something to pay attention to. As I said, if next turn you see Inner Rage, Shield of Honor, and a whole bunch of other buffs and copies, things could get very scary. But when you shake it all down, even if they have that, you might be able to just kill them if you go Coin Skull in the next couple turns.
Not great. One combo piece is nice, of course, with the blast, but the other two don't feel like they make a great impact on the game, especially because it's unlikely Thomas can even activate that Spectral Sight.
Right. A lot of cards drawn. Yeah, I think this is absolutely correct. You're getting closer towards those combo effects with Corkron, Mercenary, Inner Rage, Shield of Honor, all that goodness. And you're also just piling on a lot of pressure in the next few turns with all these minions. Ooh.
And these are the tricky turns, right? Because these kind of turns are what always just bamboozle me. Because, like, what can you use? What can you throw away? What's okay to cycle? Because what does your hand size look like at the end of this turn? I think these are all the mental gymnastics these players have to go through. And for some reason, it always boils down, at least when I've played this deck, to why don't I have Immolation Aura? That's what I always feel like, because it's like the most playable card in the deck, right? You don't need it for combo. It does a decent job, like, every time. Like, it's just the most throwawayable card.
Well, I guess speaking of a card that you're happy to throw away, Consume Magic, it cycles, it denies a bit of armor from the Armor Smith if you just target it straight away.
What about
with the
Fellblade? Is that crazy?
Yeah,
I guess it is.
I was looking at that.
Oh, hey, there it is. See? It saves the day. It's the best card in the deck because you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I think I like expending everything here, but then saving the double jump. I think that's the important part about this hand, because you have a very high chance of getting Skull at this point. Exactly. I think it's only like Skull and another Spectral Sight that are left in the deck that aren't Outcast cards, or I guess Philosophy as well. But it's pretty high chance to get it, in which case you want to cast that immediately and then go for the combo on the following turn. And so with no Inner Rage in hand at the moment, you don't really have much that you can do with the Corkron. So I'm kind of looking at
the Bloodsail Brute.
Sure.
I think Blood Boil Brute, of course. That's what I was tripping over my own words. But yeah, it's just a big dude. How does a Demon Hunter deal 8? If they're not going to kill you anyway, right? So I like it. It's an awkward turn, as you said. No big combo pieces to kick off with yet. Put a big dude on the board and see what the Demon Hunter does. Because if they can't kill it, that's 5 extra damage next turn.
So if you go double jump and hit skull, you'd have to play something else first before you'd be able to play it, and Twin Slice adds an extra card to your hand. So I think you're still that little bit off being able to play double jump and hope for skull.
I
Which
guess
is fine.
Could he throw away the 0 cost Fell Screen Blast? I imagine no, right? Especially against Warrior.
He could and still win the game, I think. He still has Fell Screen Blast plus I-Beam, but specifically having one that costs 0 mana is a very big deal, as Inner Rage off the top is now 6, 9, 18, 22 damage, I think I'm counting at the moment, with Corcoran, Shield of Honor, and all that goodness.
I think so. So in that case, should he just equip the weapon instead? Like swing this turn, equip the other weapon, the scythe.
Yeah.
Ready for next turn, and then go.
Ooh, this is kind of interesting. You could go for an alternate line where you play the Bomb Wrangler now to get a bunch of bombs on board.
I think I like the weapon.
Sure. Yeah. It's still probably better.
I think I like the weapon because he might need 2 swings. Because now he has the option as well of, if he draws another Inner Rage, he can Corcoran double Inner Rage, double Bloodsworn Mercenary, right?
Right.
If he goes to 10 mana, of course.
Hits the skull off of the double jump. That is a very, very big deal for Thomas.
Ugh. Didn't really hit anything good there. No, only the one Moag is a problem right now.
So how do you approach this? You kind of want to save the Chaos Strike, obviously, to go with the Il'gynoth turn for, essentially making it 4 damage instead of 2. But I guess you also want the heal here. It's kind of a pretty big concern, so cashing it in immediately is fine.
And maybe just to kill this minion, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's not a huge threat, but for all you know, it's gonna get. It could be like Divine Shield and then copied next turn, and then that's a problem.
That's true.
Because with double Immolation Aura gone, peeling the shields actually gets like weirdly difficult for Demon Hunter, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Getting rid of those Divine Shields.
And I mean, that's the really awkward thing here for Thomas, is even though he's gearing up on all this damage, he's still pretty far away from actually getting lethal here. He doesn't have mana available. Like, Il'gynoth Moag is his turn almost entirely used up, and by dumping out the, as rough as it is, the Orc Merchant there, his amount of damage he can deal is so heavily reduced now.
Is he 1 off? I think he's 1 off, right? If he just goes Corcoran in a rage, copy. Oh, he can't double copy, right? He would have to. He doesn't have the mana for double copy anyway.
Yeah. So he'd have to go still 9, 18. It's still 22, yeah. Oh, brutally close.
Yeah. And this is still a good turn, and you can see already Alessandro just being okay with using 1 Bloodsworn Mercenary because he has the Shield of Honor combo instead of just the double Mercenary combo.
And that's the other thing, is he's up to 59 health now. This is possible for the Demon Hunter to deal, but it's extremely difficult, and it's not possible when both your Moags, nay, all 3 of your Moags, as it will be now, cost 2 mana. I don't see a way out of this one for Thomas.
Or if your Il'gynoth doesn't cost 1, right? Or something like that, yeah. It's like, like you said, doable in certain scenarios, but again, and I feel like I'm just going to people start just thinking I hate Demon Hunter or this type of Demon Hunter. I really don't, but it feels like it falls into these. It feels like you do need a lot of things to go right in a lot of matchups. Not even just like what. It's not like it's only really gets destroyed by Priest because of Elusha. It's other things as well.
I mean, based on my experience, I have to agree with you. I have not had a lot of success with this deck on ladder. Not to say that means it's a bad deck by any stretch of the imagination, seeing how I play. But I agree. It's a deck that's very, very fallible. All these combo decks kind of get a seemingly mythical status a lot of the time, where you think there's no way they can possibly lose when they're in the hands of a good player. But quite demonstrably today, that has shown to not be the case. as we still don't have lethal 100%, but it's possible technically on this turn, I guess.
Yeah, so
Even
he
if it's
needs what,
extremely unlikely.
five damage from the bombs, I believe. Is that right? Am I being bad at counting?
Right. No, I think you're right, yeah.
I think it's 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is very unlikely, but I mean, you could just start by bumping into the Thalnos and see what happens.
Yeah, you just see what the hit is, right? Oh.
Okay.
So then again, that trade just happens anyway, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. So I guess like swing, Corsair Cash, re-equip weapon. Like equip because he still has a weapon, right?
Let me check the list.
I don't think he played Ankar.
Oh, is he not played? Oh, yeah, right, you are Ankar.
I don't think he... Obviously, it's not a ton of damage, but when we're talking about one-off lethal for what feels like 50 turns in a row, he doesn't need a ton of damage.
So how much damage are we looking at here? He can play Il'gynoth, 2 Moargs for 6 mana, and then Ethereal, Eye-Beam, Fell Scream. I do not think that is lethal damage, even with the 10 that you factor in from the weapon. I don't think it's really that close.
Okay, well, that's going to help. Doesn't really need the cleave, so it's not like you losing the spell burst on the weapon is a problem. There's Nitro Boost. There's Shield of Honor.
Is that lethal now? He has how much mana left over?
No, I think he would need to
6-9
play the Nitro Boost.
Lethal.
Wait, is it?
I think so, right? Because he can go Korkron, buff it to 6 with the Inner Rage, 8 with the Nitro Boost, 11 with the Shield of Honor.
Oh, right, yeah, it is.
Exactly.
I thought he was a mana short for some reason, but no, you're right. I think I was imagining the Inner Rage was a mana, and it's just not, clearly. Wow, that is some burst damage.
That is unbelievable. I mean, we thought Nitro Boost was busted in Rogue, which it is, but this is just on another level entirely here. I mean, it doesn't even need it in the end. It's just double Shield of Honor is able to get the job done. But well done there by Shura. What a display. I mean, I kind of thought some of his plays were a little bit shaky in the first quarterfinal of the day, but here he just looked absolutely on fire.
And I think some of those decisions were difficult because yes, there's the Shield of Honors and the Nitro Boost, which means you don't always get like the Korkron double in a rage, double mercenary. But even choosing to do the Armor Smith and expending a mercenary on that, as you saw, there were multiple turns he was a damage off, and maybe if he'd kept a mercenary, then that would have gained him damage. But those are the difficult choices. But the armor also made him safe, like you were saying, of even with all this, because the draws weren't fantastic for Thomas, or the reductions weren't, then the armor's enough. So that's kind of bought him the time or kept him safe anyway. So I think, especially in that last game, decision-making felt very, very on point there from Alessandro. So pretty excited to see him go into the finals.
As am I. My heart goes out to Thomas as a player. As I said, one of the a few players that I've actually met in person. I think I might have met the Rabin in Vegas at one of the tour stops. But either way, it is a sad day for Thomas as he doesn't able to go quite through to the finals. But he can still hold his head high, getting through the qualification process, getting through to the semi-finals. It's a very big achievement indeed. And it is, however, now, though, all about Shura going through to the finals. And we're going to find out who he's going to be playing against very shortly in our second semi-final, sorry.
Yeah, I also just do want to, sort of join you on that shout out, I guess. That I think also Thomas not only has done well to get to top 4, but he also has played very, very well. And I think some of the games, because he's playing some of these sort of not off meta, but like intricate combo decks that have some very glaring weaknesses at moments, then, he has had a rough go of it. Like, for example, in the Galakron matchup, that was rough to like just not get Ticketus after drawing 20 odd cards. That's just, it happens, but it's not often. So that was unfortunate. I think Thomas played very, very well, but taking nothing away from Shura, of course, who is going to be our first finalist of the day. But moving on, looking at these lineups here, we do have this Burn Mage, which again, you're probably all sick of it, but I do love seeing played because for me, it is a lot more complicated than the archetype on paper looks, because managing this damage, especially without Zephyrus, is very difficult in some matchups.
Oh, it's such a sick deck. I really can't get over it. Like seeing it played by the best players really opens my eyes to how it can be piloted.
Right.
Because I mean, I had a reasonable amount of success with it on ladder. If you mulligan for the good cards, understand what the different matchups are, you're going to have a pretty good amount of success just with a baseline understanding. But when you factor in all the intricacies that can come from understanding when your swing turns have to come in particular, it's a very, very powerful deck indeed. But whether or not it can get enough damage before the Demon Hunter can is a very different question indeed, as I'm just remembering these are the banned decks, not the decks that we are going to be seeing. So unfortunately, as cool as the Mage deck is, we're not going to get to see it this series.
It is a shame as well, because it would be, that matchup specifically interests me a lot, because it's a matchup that the Demon Hunter does not have to win. They just have to heal. Right, because there's a finite amount of damage, so it's an interesting matchup, because I think it's one of the few matchups in the game that exists where you can out heal the burn that the mage has. So it's pretty interesting. We are probably not going to see the end of that because there's a rotation coming very soon. I'm looking forward to it though. But yes, those are the band. That is the matchup. Sweet, perfect. The Warrior and the Warlock are banned, I believe. So yeah, this is going to be the matchup, and I believe Lorinda is going to be joining me for this one. So Derek, you may have a rest by my permission. Not that I have any power to do that, but anyway. Lorinda, hello. How's it going?
How's it going, Raven?
Pretty good. Now we get this matchup. I'm excited for this one. This is pretty sick.
I have
like I was
no
saying,
idea how this pans out.
I've not seen it a lot. I don't think... I mean, the Demon Hunter can just kill you with combo, of course. But I do wonder if, they just don't have to, right? Because you can heal so much with this deck. And we even see now, early Immolation Aura, clear these minions off, good. Skull, far left. Everything's lining up, at least for Dravo so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much damage the mage can get done with minions. Yeah, Firebrand, just play it. It's a spider tank. Off you go, 3-4. Try and get some of that chip damage in with your minions. Try and force them to heal, or even waste a card, which is time. Cards are time for this Demon Hunter. Waste a card killing the minion, and then save your burn for 2 or 3 powerful spells at the end. But the end needs to be soon, like turn 7, turn 8, because otherwise the Demon Hunter is just going to go about its business and kill you.
I'll be very interested to see how these Phoenixes are used, because generally, when you play this deck, you'll play a Phoenix when you can, because the spell damage is almost always good for you when it procs. I do wonder, though, if he will wait to play double Phoenix on the same turn, so they proc on the same turn and awaken. Which means just from 4 mana in a previous couple of turns ago, you get +4 spell damage, which is absolutely huge. And although there's the breath of probably the Yogg box you're referring to with that deep breath,
I was excited.
100% agree with Mana Biscuit there. Way, way, way better. But I'm excited. I think this double Phoenix could open up some pretty big windows here.
Something that was interesting to me there was how quickly Dravo just hit his face into the spider tank, into the spider tank minion shape, and then I beamed it. Like, he's been here before. He's played this matchup before. He knows. Obviously, he's a top player, but it's a bit of an unusual one. I wondered if he knew what to do, but he's not messing around. He knows where he wants to be already in this. I think that bodes well for him.
And these are those decision points right now, right? Like, look, there's the Ogg Merchant to kill off the 1-2. The 1-2 isn't a huge threat, but this also puts a minion on board for Dravo. But are we going to see it? Yeah, we are, I think. The double Phoenix. This is sick. Like, this is just correct. I think it's unfortunate he doesn't have Elemental Allies live, but still, just setting up double Phoenix +4 spell damage is absurd. So I'm excited to see what happens here.
And this is what I think Dravo was thinking about last turn when he took so long. I don't think it was the turn at the time. This was full hand, and he was scared that he might have to overdraw. And he is actually going to have to overdraw here, because both Chaos Strike and the Blood Mage just put another card back in your hand anyway, so he couldn't get below the 10 cards here. So last turn, when he took a moment to make an obvious-looking clear, he was trying to work out, can I afford this to go wrong? And this could go bad, and it has.
Oh. Yeah, that's not great for either the combo plan or the heal plan, because you want those for both. And I like that turn there as well from Ailmine, because that is a pure setup turn. He pings, he pays the cost for the Mana Biscuit to put that in the bank, and he plays a 1-2, because why not? Now, this Apprentice draw turn with Cram Session and Mana Biscuit. Now he has the Firebrand to kill off the 4/4. I am ready for this turn, Lorinda. This is why you play Burn Mage. Yeah, look at this. Draw 5 cards for 1 mana.
That seems like good value. But the trouble is,
it's so sick.
Cards have to do something, but they are doing stuff, yeah. Just taking the things he can play quickly, and he's getting on with it as well. He's not messing around with this turn. Talking of players who've been there before, he's been here before as well. Yep. Just going through like you have to.
And almost certainly going to fireball this turn. There is a silly amount of spell damage on the board. He just got to draw his whole deck. This is so sick. I love this deck. 1 mana, draw 7. Why not?
This fireball does 1 million damage. Missiles does 9.
Yeah. Frostbolt to deal more. Probably drew another. Yeah,
and
another
stop
missiles.
The healing. Also stops the healing from the weapon.
Yeah.
With the Frostbolt rather than using the fireball. I don't think it's lethal, but it might be. You know, I've lost track of what's in his hand because it's all sort of clustered together.
It's not lethal, but he has double fireball next turn. Oh wait, it is lethal. Of course,
he put it. He pinged his own minion.
Oh, guys, the deck is so sick. Like, why would you ever want to play anything but this deck until the rotation where I'll probably be playing Hunter every day? That was such a sick game, and you saw it as well. Just that is someone who plays Burn Mage, right? There was no working out there. It was just, okay, boom, 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 draw cards, play. Next, as you said, the Frostbolt first, because get that locked in, can't swing the weapon. And then it was Arcane Missiles, ping, Arcane Missiles. It's like such a great game, such a great ending to get a rapid game number 1. And that's why I love that deck. The setup with the double Phoenix was planned, and it paid off. And it's so cool to watch.
Yeah, and
there you go, I'm done. I'm done, Lorinda, sorry.
No, you ready? Okay. No, he did it so quickly. He didn't even have time for me to say how I didn't think that deck was going to be very good and how it might be the weak point in his lineup. So that's good. It got me off the hook there. Right. But I think he will be happy. That deck did look a little bit dodgy in the first round, to be fair. Got it out of the way with some beautiful play there. He knew exactly what that mana was all going to be used for at the end. Knew what he was looking for with a card draw. Kept the right mana back. Bam, bam, bam. 1 million damage. Turn 7. Who cares? You die. 1-0.
Yeah, really, really nice there. Game number 1. And that means he is going to move straight on to game 2, where it looks like he's going to go for that. The Highlander Priest again. I think Highlander Priest and OTK Demon Hunter are my 2 most questionable decks that everyone thinks is good and is probably very good, but I just don't see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, to my brain, my tiny brain, I just can't like relate to this deck being good when I've seen it fail so many times. So we'll see how it goes. But what are you oohing about, Lorinda?
So I think the Priest is a super good deck, but something I have worked out or sort of come to the conclusion over the last 2 or 3 weeks watching a lot of people play is that this deck is actually really hard to play. It doesn't look like it's that hard to play. You pick up the cards, you put them on curve, you go bingo, 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 you make a big board and you hit them. Or you kill their stuff and then you hit them. But I've come to the conclusion that the deck is actually really punishing of mistakes. We've seen the top players do really well with it, but other people seem to struggle with it mightily. And I think it might just be very hard to play well.
I have honestly hit the point now, because I was playing Highlander Priest the other day, just, for a bit of practice on ladder. And I've hit the point now where I will not play it unless I have someone I know is very good play with me. As in, like coach almost, because I cannot, I do not see the Priest Matrix, right? I don't see where these mistakes happen, because I think the deck or the class at the moment is that difficult to play well. But we'll see how it pays off, because there's all the complications of Priest, but here we have, again, still a high-skill deck, but an absolutely brutally aggressive deck for this aggro rogue coming out of Dravo. And this could even this series up in just as quick a fashion as as his opponent took game number 1.
Yeah, and talk about seeing the Priest Matrix here, like keeping a 4-drop and a 5-drop as Priest against an aggro rogue. Already out of my league. It's like, but aren't you dead by turn 4? But yeah, obviously keeping as much health, as much defense as possible there. But it did seem quite a scary mulligan if your other cards didn't fall into place. Obviously, he has the coin to help with it a bit as well.
Yeah, and speaking of scary mulligans, this is very good for Dravo. Although it looks slow because he's not attacked with the 1-drop, whenever an aggro rogue draws cards, mainly with Greyheart Sage, and of course the terror that is Secret Passage, you should be afraid. Because whenever they have a lot of cards, they're going to do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. And we're about to see that go kind of nutty right now. Self-sharpening sword with the deadly poison, the penflinger's already in hand, more stealth minions to pile on tons of damage, and you can see the respect that his opponent has for this with just playing a broom to kill a 2-1, right? Like, that's how much respect he has for the amount of damage this deck can pump out.
What he has done, though, is forced the cards to come down against the Wretched Tutor, which he did keep in that mulligan. And so that was the game plan, right? He's now going to force Dravo to overload the board a little bit. But I think Dravo might not need to. That's the problem.
And also as well, it's weird because if you play Sneaky Delinquent like he has just dropped now, even if it's... you obviously don't want it to die. You want it to attack next turn. But if it dies, you've not lost as much because the Death Rattle just gives you another one, right? Obviously without the Death Rattle. So you can play that. But... the fear now will be what the follow-up to this Wretched Tutor will be, because if Dravo redevelops, what's next? There's a 2/5 that still exists. Is there an Apotheosis? Is there a big minion? We can see Ogremancer is actually a pretty big problem when it's combined with this 2/5 already on board.
Yeah, and that's what he kept in the mulligan, and fair play. But from Dravo's side, that could easily be Apotheosis. Like, he's going to be... almost forced to kill this because of that mulligan, and then he's got an Ogremancer coming into the face, and it's going to be very difficult to get a hold. And that all goes back to making the correct choice in the mulligan to keep 2 cards that are very good, but slightly more expensive than you might think if you're not really paying attention. It's a pretty good way of getting rid of it. Nice and efficient.
And I like this. This looks bad, I think, at surface level, because it's like, wow, he's just dumped so much damage that he could have put to face. But like I said, if there's a 2/5 already on board, then the Ogremancer comes down. That's 13 health, right? So it's 12 health, sorry, I think. I can't remember how much health an Ogremancer has. Anyway, it's a lot.
Or something massive.
Yes, there we go, yeah. So the problem is, at that point, I think there's no return for the rogue, right? So then even if they just jam face, there's already too much on board. So this looks slow, but I do believe this is correct from Dravo, because also his weapon's only going to get bigger, and cutting class is going to keep the resources going anyway. So he's not like these trades mean he'll never do damage to face. These trades are a necessity right now.
Yep, and because of how he did it, he has just got this perfectly done with no spells needed. And that was set up last turn. And now he gets a 0-mana cutting class, and off he goes, going to do the rogue things, and 2 of the scary cards have been dealt with.
And at this point, I would say, one, you'd think, wow, Priest got a pretty good hand this game. But also you'd be like, they must be running out of stuff now. You know what I mean? Like, you surely cannot expect crazy things to happen, but hey, what do you know? A perfect draw as he gets to play one maker into Zephyrus into... Ooze to kill off this weapon that was just built up.
Yeah. But what about the arcane explosion to get rid of it? Yeah, sure. And off goes the huge weapon.
And suddenly, it does look like this is too good of a hand to beat. Because yes, there's a lot of damage with double Eviscerate, double Penflinger, but the Priest is on 30 right now. Trades are happening, and there's no big weapon, and there's no weapon buffs.
Needs Greyheart Sage, needs a secret passage next turn. I don't think he's got longer than 1 turn. He's just got to hope to pick it up and hope that there is no play for his opponent, which there's not, by the way. This is like a 0 turn for the Priest coming up.
Potentially, but palm reading can help, right? Palm reading at least has that mana spent and done with. Oh my.
Mind.
Oh my. This is like on a lot of games where you go against the AI, right? You put the AI on really difficult and you wonder why it's so hard, and then you realize as you grow up, it's built to beat you. Like, there's nothing you can do. You put it on super hard difficulty and it's just already going to win the game. And this is what this Priest hand feels like. There's been an answer for every turn. Now there's a Wild Pyromancer Radiance if he needs it, or he could even just get away with the Murazon this turn, I think.
Is that what they taught you, Raven?
Yeah.
They told you it's hard. Yeah. I just think you've been lied to all this time. Actually, it's really easy. All the AI stuff.
I'm sure. But when I was young, like with RTS, you'd put the opponent on like extreme difficulty, and they'd start the game like 3 bases, and I'd have like one worker, and I'd wonder how the heck I'm supposed to win a game. That's what it feels like right now, or I imagine it does for Dravo.
However, he has got the roll of cards he needed to be able to make this even a game of Hearthstone. It's still almost impossible, I think, because Alex Straza's coming down next turn, the old Dragon Queen variety.
Yeah, it's fair to point out there's like 20 damage in hand now over the course of 2 turns. Yeah. So there is a lot. It's not lost, because I firmly believe Dravo's good enough that if the game was 100% lost, he would have conceded. So there is still a chance that this deck does a ton of damage, and I do respect, again, the trades. He can't afford a counter race to happen because he'll probably lose.
Dravo does not quit. He is not a quitter. Talk about the concede. He was 0-2 in a Masters Tour a while ago, and all the top players were quitting because they'd got their money and left, basically. And he tweeted that he's not going to quit, and he went 7-2, and it qualified him for the next 2 Masters Tours. And now he's the points leader because of those 2 Masters Tours where he carried on.
And that's what I like to see, honestly. I think, I'm going to be a bit, grim here, I guess.
Go for it.
I think we don't have enough players that want to play the game, which sounds weird, but I think it's very easy to do when you're not doing well in the tournament to just, I'll just drop out, whatever. But when you see a player like Dravo who's like, no, I'm going to play because I want to just do the best I can do, full stop. It's great to see, and it pays off. Look at Dravo. Dravo's here. Dravo did well in Masters Tours. He's doing well overall. So that kind of work ethic pays off. So I'm excited.
And it's why I love these third-party tournaments, because people who are here, they haven't qualified from ladder. They haven't qualified any other way. They wanted to be in this world final, and they're here because they turned up and had a shot in the qualifiers. And of course, I'm sure there'll be qualifiers for another season at some point.
And look at this discipline as well. And Dravo's a very good Hearthstone player, of course. But by now, I would have definitely just gone, whatever I draw, I'm aiming at face and hoping for the best. Because whereas like Dravo's like making trades when he has super limited resources and damage. It's nutty, and it's working to an extent, right? He's killed the Alex Straza, and he has something. Look at all this damage. That is an absurd amount of damage.
I mean, I don't think he can win this, but there's a huge amount of damage here. I mean, I'm the same as you. I'd have been in the next game by now. Or on the bus home.
For every card in hand, there's 2 damage with Penflingers, right?
Yeah.
And then there's 6 for both Sinister Strikes. Depending on how these Nitro boosts work out, you could just say there's like +2, I guess, or whatever. And then a Deadly Poison. And he has a Self-Sharpening Sword. That will add up to 30. It's just what his opponent does in terms of healing, taunts, etc.
This is like a puzzle where you have to ask the question, you win this game, how do you do it? Like someone tells you from the future, you won this game.
Right.
And you go, what? And they tell you, no, you won this game. How did you do it? And you suddenly go, oh, there's a way to win this game? He is doing the best he can to solve that exact puzzle right now. Don't think he's going to manage it, but he has really set it up well. Oh my goodness, this is a lot of damage he's managed to put together.
Yeah, honestly, I would have been out already. The mental fortitude here alone is quite impressive.
As well as he's found a way to make it look realistic that one day he could win this game. Like usually you see people play on and you're like, why doesn't he just give up and let's get on to the next game? But this one, you're looking at it going, okay, I see the point of why he didn't give up. I still think it's a long shot, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, at least look at this, right? If this 7-1 lives, that's 7. 2 Sinister Strikes, that's 13. 4 more damage from the Jugglers, that's 17. The swing from the weapon, and then you know what I mean. There's another 7. That it will just be lethal, right? Like it will add up if it happens. And the fact he's still playing and he's giving himself a chance is insane, in a good way. We're about to see that chance probably go away right now as he sees the taunt generated, the reborn, the clear of the 7-1. Now it's starting to really slip away. But the fact that this was doable, like you said, is pretty sick, honestly. Like I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm a believer, and I don't know if it's not I don't know how much damage this is, Raven. This is a lot of damage, and I think he's just doing it now to see himself because obviously, I don't think he gets there, but he's got me guessing suddenly.
I think for a few minutes of our time, I am well okay with him trying to do this. Like, I am happy to watch.
I'm loving. I've learned a lot watching this. Like I've learned that I too am a quitter and didn't realize it.
Yeah. So now there's the 2 jugglers kill off the taunt and reborn. He swings for 8. There's only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 10 on board, and he gets to swing for 9 next turn. So his opponent has to heal. So
yeah,
no, because he has 2 jugglers.
Yeah.
So a hero power will not do this.
Has he won this?
Oh, no, the Holy Nova.
He's got the Holy Nova to save it.
Insane. The Holy Nova literally saved him.
What a game, Raven. But there's another turn.
So there's 11. Yeah, it saves him for the... No, he's dead, right? He's dead, yeah, because of fatigue, yeah. Honestly, one of the best games of Hearthstone I think I've ever seen. Because that is ridiculous.
I was going to say exact same words. Like, I know it didn't work, but we're both saying, well, why hasn't he given up? It's like, oh, okay, he's going to be disciplined. And it's into... He's not just being disciplined, he knows how to win this.
And that Holy Nova... The Holy Nova off the top might have been one of the only cards that got him there. Like, he needed any additional heal card. And there's not many. There's not many. And that was ludicrous. Like, I thought Dravo was a good player yesterday. But today, I'm like, okay, I'm keeping a very, very, very close eye on that guy. Because, damn, if he's going to play like that, I want to watch more. Because that was pretty ridiculous. And I think many other pro players could well have quit by then. You know, like Grandmasters potentially, right? Like that kind of level. 90%,
so 90% of them. That game was actually over, and yes, he did still lose. It didn't have the dream ending, but he showed us why he played on. It showed us that if you don't believe that he could have won that game at some point, you need to watch it again, because he very nearly won that game of Hearthstone with no damage done and no cards in his library with aggro rogue. That was insane.
Pretty nutty overall, but it does mean, of course, we are going on to our game number 3. This could be a 3-0. We are going to see rogue on rogue action, but 2 different archetypes. The aggro rogue from Dravo once again, and his opponent is going to be playing the more, I don't want to say standard, the more common whirl kick rogue. And you know, what do you make of this matchup, Lorinda? Do you think either one is super favored? Because historically, a more miracle style rogue list like Whirl Kick has actually done surprisingly well versus a lot of aggro decks, even though it looks like it shouldn't, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense to me, actually. I feel that the aggro rogue still has like the edge, and that's kind of why you bring it to me. Otherwise, I think I just prefer the slightly slower one. But I look at it like you're playing the same cards, and then you're just getting your hit in first. So if at any point the aggro rogue stutters, it loses because it doesn't have the big stuff. But I feel like it doesn't stutter very often. I feel like it will get the job done more often than not. But I'm looking at this hand from M.E.O now, and I'm not actually sure that I'm right, because this is a great looking start.
It's a tough one. Both players don't have... I mean, that helps. But both players don't have, like, nutty starts, but both players have like reasonable starts, right? We are going to see the Whirl Kick into Shadow Step, and no doubt to set up a potential Van Cleef turn with Whirl Kick, Prep, Swindle, Van Cleef next turn. And that's going to be the big question. And it's going to be very simple. Can Dravo kill the Van Cleef or race a Van Cleef? Well, we're going to find out.
It's going to be gigantic, Raven. Because the Swindle gets another card that can be prepped as well. With the second prep. This is going to be...
And even if it couldn't, the second prep gets played, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. And then, like you say, it's all about, will he be able to kill it?
Oh. Okay. There might even be a backstab here, honestly. Oh, no.
He's decided not to go all in on it. He's decided to keep a second set up for the turn after.
Yeah, he just wanted options going forward instead of saying, this Van Cleef literally has to win me the game or I'm dead.
Yeah.
And good options, honestly. Like, again, versus this type of rogue, the mage spell generation from one thief can get work done. Any kind of freeze effect, arcane missiles, arcane explosion, like anything like that wreaks havoc among these stealth minions for the rogue. So there are still good options here where Airmine, is
Can he race?
still has a lot of power going forward.
I'm wondering if Dravo's counting the race here. If he just slaps all this into the face and says, good luck with your Edwin, what happens? That's what I think he's asking himself. Like, we're talking about killing the Edwin. Why don't you just ignore it and just put all of these minions, kill the Whirl Kick with your Plunderer? Why not? Nah, he's going to kill it. It's too scary, I guess, but I was excited with the prospect there for a second.
I mean, I'm still excited because last game he chose to pretty much kill everything as well and still nearly won. So I'm okay with this for now.
I think he's in a great spot. I just think that I suspect that some of the thought process there was, well, I can put 15 into face immediately or whatever it was, like huge amount.
This one thief could have a lot to say about this game, though, already. There are so many good cards from Mage. Cone of Cold is okay, but quite expensive. So he is going to go for the slightly cheaper option and build a wider board himself, which, if you look at it, makes sense because he already has tools that can deal with the majority of this board. Why pick Cone of Cold and then use your whole turn on it, right?
Right. But that's why you kill the Edwin, because if you'd left the Edwin alive, got the Cone of Cold, lose all your minions, Edwin hits you for 10 a turn, you don't win that game of Hearthstone anymore. So another decision working well. We're not giving enough credit to AMO for keeping himself together after that last game as well. Imagine how it must have felt playing against that last game. It's like, oh yeah, I won this. Oh my goodness, what's happening?
Literally needed the Nova to stave off lethal. Absolutely huge there. But he is fighting back on this board. He did lose his Edwin earlier on, but I would say it feels even, although of course, whenever the aggro rogue has a health advantage on you, you don't feel like it's even. But this Raz Frost Whisper is going to be a problem.
Yeah, the whole thing's been a bit of a problem since the giant Edwin. And this is something that I think people don't realise when they watch Edwin games. Obviously, there's less of them now that Edwin costs 4. But it's not the Edwin that's the problem. It's what happens after the Edwin's dead. The Edwin very rarely actually kills the opponent. But you get this happen next, is all the opponent's resources get used killing the Edwin.
That's it. It kills the opponent's resources, is what it is sort of it is the true power level there. An additional deadly poison being played now with that swindle to refill some of Dravo's resources that he used. But now, there we go. And it feels bad that that's a very sudden ending to the game. But I was just about to say, I understand, because those cards, like Greyheart Sage is a 3/3 that insta-dies to the board. It achieves nothing. He had a prep and a nitro boost, which doesn't do anything either. He would have to have God drawn the next 3 turns in a row, but I think I am with him on that. I don't like to see concedes, but that was not a winnable game. So unfortunate for Dravo. I think overall he has played very well, and like I said, I have cast Hearthstone for 6 years now or something around that number, and I've cast too many maybe hours of Hearthstone in my life. And that game from Dravo with the aggro rogue against the priest is one of the best games I've ever seen. I think that was incredible. So hats off to Dravo for that one. I think it was fantastic. Unfortunately, he does get knocked out, but again, just a congratulations, because it does mean that Ailmine is going to go through to that final, and that's a huge deal. One of our, or at least to me, lesser known players is going to be making it to the finals of the Red Bull M.E.O.
Yeah, apparently he's been playing since 2014 and has really enjoyed this particular tournament. He's saying all the right things. He knows how to get invites. But this wasn't an invite. He did qualify. But apparently he just spends a lot of time watching streaming in general and practices 3 or 4 hours per day with his lineups. So he's a player who's been around a long time. But with that in mind, we are going to take a very short break. He's going to need a moment to catch his breath after that semi-final. And we're back in just a moment with the final of the tournament. It's finals time here at the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Hearthstone World Finals, and we have just that one match left to go. And with me to go through it all is going to be Darek. And Darek, it's Shura and Eamine, and what have you thought of it all so far?
It's been an up and down road for both of these players. I haven't got to cast either of Eamine's matches so far with the way the schedule worked out, so I'm excited to get a chance to actually get a proper look at his games in depth and in person. But for sure, on the other side, who I've seen a little bit more closely, I was saying after his quarterfinal that it was a pretty good performance. Felt a little bit nervy, maybe. Some of his choices could have been a little bit tighter. And if he tightens up his gameplay, he has a real chance of going all the way. And in that semi-final match, it felt like he did exactly that. Really tightened up that gameplay, felt much more on form. And coming now into the finals, I think he's in with a very, very good shot of going the distance with his pretty standard but just very strong lineup that he's got going here.
Yeah, he has been around the block a little bit. He played in a couple of tour stops back in 2018. And he also wants to shout out to Vicious, who is a streamer that he watched a lot, who helped to inspire him to get better at the game sort of back in the day. And he ended up having a nice story there where he got to meet him and thank him for his help and his commentary and all sorts of other things. So nice story there sort of coming out. And now he's in another big final. I don't think he gets the time that he wants to anymore, which may explain why it took a round for him to kick into gear again. But he's definitely in gear now. And it looks like he's going to be starting off on this Paladin deck.
Yeah, with the Warriors banned away, I believe, from both of our two competitors. We do see Shura, as you were saying, lining up the Paladin. It's, emblematic of his lineup as a whole. It's very, very cookie-cutter stuff. It's just the four best decks, I think many players would argue, in the Warrior, Paladin, Priest, and Rogue. And I think for the most part, his Paladin play has been pretty strong, actually. Some of the things I've liked most, any umbrage that I've taken with his playstyle has most certainly been on the Highlander Priest for the most part. Whereas the Paladin, it feels like he has a very good understanding of the way that you are trying to play it. And I'm sure based on the first match of the day, which Shura was playing in, where both the Priests lost against both the Paladins on either side, he's going to be very happy about this first match. Because even though, of course, Priest does have a good chance in this, I'm starting to favor the Paladin more, I think. They have that strong oomph, that powerful punch of his early game to get things rolling. And then they, of course, have that almost unbeatable late game with all the Librams coming back and Penflingers going over and over.
Yeah, if somebody ever doubts that sample sizes needed to make good Hearthstone predictions are large, look at some of last week's matches and now look at this week's. Like, Paladin looks unstoppable against Priest today. Last week, it looks like they shouldn't have turned up. And that's just how sample sizes. You need dozens, probably hundreds, and maybe thousands of games in a matchup to really know who's boss. Unless it's obviously something ridiculous like Freeze Mage versus Warrior, then after 5 games that obviously the Freeze Mage always wins. But yeah, apart from that, something like that.
I mean, you need that one person who says, "No, it wasn't that unfavored of a matchup for the Freeze Mage at the time." Like, yeah, okay, I'm sure you did have a great win rate against whatever wood rank players you were against at the time playing the Warrior. But to jump into the finals here, our first game. Didn't get to see the mulligans, unfortunately, but it looks like pretty standard stuff for the most part here from our two competitors. The Paladin just curving out nice and smooth here with drops coming down on every turn so far. And the Priest left with, a literally non-existent tempo hand. There is no way to gain the board right now. All that Eamine can do is try and stem the flow of pressure that is coming down from Shura's hand.
Right, we're going to have to be tested on our ability as casters here, and how good are we at Priest really, Darek? Because we can't see the other hand, so we're going to have to cast it as if we're playing the Priest for now, I think is the way we need to do this one. And I like the Holy Nova because that kills some of the things on the board.
Whew, that's a bold claim there, Neil. Can you back that up? Oh, no, wait, it is. Oh, but actually, you were wrong. It doesn't clear the board because it's disconnected anyway. Obviously, I am hoping to be able to get back into the game as soon as possible there. Just making sure that we can see both players' hands there before we jump into the match proper. But I do think for the most part there, that's exactly the kind of hand that you are trying to get with Paladin. He had the Salet's Pride coined out, plenty of card draw, and as long as his hand that we couldn't see isn't just a complete load of rubbish, it's still, I think, going to be a pretty potent start for the Paladin there.
I think one of the reasons the Paladin works is that when you get beyond about 4 cards in your hand, you kind of have a bit of everything. It's hard to have a rubbish hand with this many cards. And it looks like the Nova was cast, the board was cleared, and now he's rebuilding. That's all you've missed, is the Holy Nova being cast.
Whoa, is that rigged fair game he got off the Wand Thief? That's a pretty good card to get. Priest doesn't do much damage to face unless they have, a very extensive board lead. Like, the amount of draw that Shura has here is absurd. He's got Crab Rider plus Blessing of Wisdom, rigged fair game, Salit's Pride. Like, he needs to get rid of cards as quickly as he humanly can here.
And as much as I dislike doing this, I'm going to compliment you on spotting that rigged fair game from 1 pixel of light blue colour on the corner. Nice work on that one. Only because I'm not expecting to see a rigged fair game in that spot, so nice one. And this tutor's got to do too much work. I mean, there's removal here. There's Wretched Tutor. You can see it's all removal. But how do you actually get on the board? What do? You need to find a way to challenge the board.
So if you go for a new, what are you looking for? If it gets Psych Split and you're able to cast it on a 2/5...
I like this.
Not that good. You like the full save. Interesting.
I was coming to this conclusion. You don't want to play the tutor because it's just not good enough. You don't want to play the Hysteria because there'll be a better spot for it. And so eventually you end up going, I want to do nothing.
Sure. I mean, we do the exact same thing this turn, but we I guess we sweep up an extra minion. Okay, yeah, this is fine, I suppose.
Because you're going to play the Renew anyway, so you get to heal all that damage back up.
No, you do, but you have a 2/5 on the board a turn later, which potentially could have been hit with a buff. Like,
sure,
there are a fair few buff cards that you can hit off of Renew. Doesn't make it necessarily correct or incorrect, of course, but fine in this instance. And with the way he's approached it by holding on to the Hysteria, it does mean that he's basically just offering full board control yet again to Shura.
Does have a Galacond though, so Shura must get this right and go wide and not tall, which isn't a hard thing to get right, to be fair, because that's the Paladin does it naturally.
Oh my lord, how do you even approach this? Like, you just have, again, too many cards. Do you just throw out the second broom? I don't hate it, honestly, to get rid of cards.
I mean, I think, you drew this Swamp Ooze, which is just a card that does nothing, but it's got numbers on it, so you play it, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's got numbers on it. Welcome to Hearthstone, Neil. Well done.
Doesn't want to trade at all. Fair enough.
Going to be a mini punish here for that.
Sure.
Oof, kills the worst one as well.
Oh my god, it's just so good. Like, again, all Shura needs to do is just get rid of cards as aggressively as possible, because this Blessing of Wisdom can come down. That, I suppose, makes the Devout Pupil even cheaper. Libram of Judgment instead, sure. Yeah. That's a beating stick.
As we said every single time today, I don't think we've seen it corrupted once. You just play it as a tempo card against most things, in fairness.
Yeah, a 5/3 weapon is just very, very strong.
Maybe in the mirror you keep it back for that massive health swing sometimes if you're coming from behind, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Or obviously against Rogue, but if you're able to corrupt it, good luck.
Sending it all to the dome. I quite agree with this, of course. It's only Apotheosis that you're really afraid of here in terms of being able to clear things up. We do see a pretty cute play from Eomin overdrawing on purpose, because there is the Blessing of Wisdom on the Crab Rider here. Maybe if he can get rid of Liadrin, a Penflinger, a Libram of Wisdom. There are a few good burns here from his perspective that maybe can save this one.
And that's the thing with Priest, right, is there's always a way. That's because there's so much generated stuff. Eventually you can generate a thing into another thing, but this Apotheosis on a 7/5 looks good next turn.
Yeah, it does. Is there... Is there still a broom in hand? There is, right? So you can go Barov Broomstick if you wanted to clear off the board, and then just follow up with Devout Pupil. I might be hyper-focusing on the Apotheosis in hand, which of course Shura cannot see, but honestly, I think it's just a really good tempo swing, even ignoring the possibility for Apotheosis. He gets to clear things up and get a 4-5 with Divine Shield in play. It's super strong. Okay, different approach.
He just dodges this, which is fine.
Yeah, he's instead prioritizing damage to face instead of developing board, which I don't know if I necessarily agree with at this point. I think having an extra bit of damage on the board as opposed to face damage is important, but I mean, these pen flingers can obviously close out the game if there's no Apo.
Nice pickup here. The reason I oofed is sort of Pyro, Apotheosis, and actually getting a card that can kill something at some point. Yeah, a couple of actual minions now. Yeah, the Hearthstone game continues for a moment.
Ooh, now we are looking at a lot of damage coming through. Penflinger, Penflinger, Libram of Justice. Penflinger, Penflinger, Libram of Wisdom. If this isn't lethal, it's very close.
I think
it's a little bit off.
He's miscounted.
Yeah, it's approaching that point, right?
So near.
And the
now he
thing
can
is
actually get an attack to face.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big deal. And also, these minions with Divine Shield, they don't take that much damage from the Wild Pyromancer. So Pyro Apotheosis isn't actually going to heal that much. Like maybe 6, 7, 8 if you're lucky, but that's not enough to win the game on its own.
So he's just counting his end game up here, just to make sure he gets the maximum damage through, I think. He's kind of committed to these flingers now, which in some situations could end up going wrong, but in this situation I don't think it's going to.
Able to get the damage face as well, right? Yeah, with the Libram works out very nice.
Well, gain a lot of
so
health,
if he goes,
but it is a lot.
Right. Pyro... Because I'm wondering if there's a way that you can play Pyro, Cabal, Acolyte, Penance, and Apotheosis, and like steal the Libram from the opposing side whilst also healing. Like, it is there. It's just how you maximize the healing effects at the same time. Like, I guess you just go Cabal, Acolyte, and Pyro, and then you play Apotheosis on the Pyro, and then you play Penance, and you just take the 2-1 at the end.
Yeah. He's actually going to play the Penance first because it doesn't matter, right? Basically, you still get the 3 here. I think it costs him 1 health, but guarantees everything much nicer.
Yeah, it just damages his board a little bit less.
Oh!
Wow, interesting.
We both assumed he's going to Apotheosis the Pyro, right?
That felt very wrong. Like, he left it down to a 50-50 in the end, whereas he realized that was absolutely a mistake. Like, it was the Pyro ordering that he got a bit confused on. He thought Pyro would activate first, and then the spell would go, whereas if he'd gone Pyro, then you play the... Yeah, the order had to be Pyro, then the... You deal the damage, right, with the Penance, and then you go Cabal, Acolyte, and then Apotheosis. It was pretty complicated and pretty finicky, and you do lose out on a bit of health, but to guarantee it, I think that's the way you had to go about it. He got the good order anyway, as we can see here, which was a very, very big deal, and is honestly the only thing that's keeping him in the game right now.
Rigged fair game might actually not be much fun here. He's nearly out of cards. Obviously he wants them, but it's going to be messy. This is another 4 health. I think this is swinging. This Water Bear is another 5.
It's close, right? Because 1 Libram of Wisdom has been burned, 1 has been stolen. So he's only cast 1 Libram of Wisdom, I think, this game. So he's going to have to rely on the other good stuff from Lady Liadrin. Obviously, this turn is still brutally strong with the Libram of Justice, Penflingers, Adal, all that goodness as well. He's still in the lead, but it's not necessarily over quite yet.
Yeah, it's got interesting at the very least. And Priest might be one good roll away from getting a minion that would switch it around. But I feel like he's had a lot of good rolls and he still hasn't turned it around. So that might not even be true.
Okay, so he gets the one Libram of Wisdom. He can't play the... Yeah, it's not really, is it? It does still mean he has a lot of juice in the deck. Like, there's 2 Libram of Hopes in the deck, 2 Hand of Adals in hand. Like, he is winning this game at the moment, even with Plague of Death or Zephyrus into Cabal Shadow Priest or whatever here. He's still very, very far in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's getting interesting.
Oh.
But the pen flingers just keep flinging pens. We saw how close Drevo got in that game in the semi-final by managing his pen flingers so well. This is a bit different because this is Paladin and it's lost a lot of Librams, but they do a lot of damage, these annoying students.
You just got to think here, what if they draw Illusia? Because obviously they're going to be able to steal the pen flingers, but you don't want to give them the ability to play Libram of Hope, 2 free taunts on the other side as well. You want to make it so if they play Illusia, they're just going to die still. So I like this full development he's going for. Even if there is a board clear, he's still winning this game.
All Divine Shields as well. Twisting Nether, yeah, like you say, isn't enough.
Yep,
and
Nether loses the game. Soul Mirror loses the game. Like, if you go Soul Mirror, Zephyrus, Radiance, that might be his only chance to save it.
Yes.
Because that puts taunts in the way. I mean, assuming Zephyrus obliges here and gives you the Radiance, that is. Which
it chose not
doesn't.
to.
Oh no! Inner Fire? What even is Inner Fire here?
Well,
that is a disaster. I mean, I know almost for a fact that Amin was looking for the Radiance here. It's the only card that saves you. I think this was a pretty good spot for him to find pretty much the one line that saves him. Zephyrus just wasn't obliging, so he loses. It's a brutal way to go out, but that's how it be sometimes.
And it's funny because I've joked about Zephyrus not behaving every single time for 2 weeks, and it's done it right every time. And finally, Zephyrus has a breakdown, and I didn't make the meme. Oh, but yeah, that was a really good play. I don't think we should underestimate that play. That was actually really nicely worked out. And Zephyrus just chose not to be Zephyrus for a moment.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one. It's one to throw on Twitter, I guess, at least, and tag whichever of the Hearthstone dev team you feel like making their day miserable on that particular day.
It's usually
but nicely done there,
right,
still,
when it comes to these.
Usually, I mean, I'm a boar man myself, but what can I say? I'm old-fashioned. As Shura here does get a very nice victory. You know, it's not to take away from the fact as Zephyrus wasn't playing along there. It was unfortunate for Amin, but just very nicely done at all points there by Shura. I feel like his Paladin play is very, very on point. He knows exactly when to apply the pressure, what you're looking for in all the matchups. And man, his card draw is just insane. He's hitting it game after game. And this really has been the missing link, right, for Paladin. It's not so much the pressure. It's just that their mid-game doesn't do anything because they don't hit the card draw. Whereas for Shura, he's hitting Rigged Fair Game, Crab Rider plus Blessing of Wisdom, any Hand of Adals you want. Like, it's everything. It's insane.
Yeah, and that is his Paladin out of the way. Like, the deck that at the start of the day we were questioning, well, we have to shut up, I guess, because it's doing its job. It's winning games. It's got it through. And if he doesn't win this final, it won't be the Paladin's fault. He's just cruised through the Paladin games today. So, Shura getting it done with that. Now left with his Priest and, I think, Warlock.
I think it's the Rogue, actually, that Shura is left.
Oh, perhaps it's the Rogue. Okay, I didn't know his fourth deck properly, but yeah. I'm the other side of the draw to you. You've seen all of these. Yeah, that's the Rogue for Amin.
Or at the other side. But it's just emblematic again of Shura's lineup. It's extremely cookie cutter. This is as standard of a lineup as you can get, which is, kind of what I talk about, where these players who are in the established practice groups, they're able to find these weird, wacky alternative lineups. That does not necessarily mean that they are better. Often it does, if you find the next level strategy to counter the baseline. But, the expected lineup is the expected lineup for a reason. It's because they're the 4 best decks currently in the metagame, which, as we can see here for Shura, that's exactly what he's got with this World Kick Rogue.
Well, when he was asked why he's going to win this World Championship, he said it's because it's more than just one player facing another. This is representing all of Italy. So he's every single player he's faced has brought here is to make everybody proud. So it's not fair, really, right? It's a whole country versus one person. But he also says that it's his self-awareness that has got him here to some degree. And he makes it clear that his job's taken away a lot of his practice time. And where I'm going with that is that would explain the cookie cutter lineup. If you haven't got a huge amount of practice time, you can only practice the good decks that are known. You can't try and be clever or tricky. You just have to learn some decks and learn them well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and make no mistake, I am by no means trying to slight him by saying that he's bringing a standard lineup. That's it's not even a respectable strategy. It's the strategy. It's what you should go for unless you find something very, very strong to make you deviate away aside from that. But anyway, jumping into the nitty-gritty of the game, we see a bit of a slow start here for Shura, in all honesty. The Prize Plunderer +1 Thief does make sense here just to get an activator down and try and find some way to keep this hand rolling, as he doesn't go for the box, somewhat disappointingly, but also understandably.
Yeah, the box is just too expensive in these Rogue decks. Like 10 mana? What does that even mean in Rogue anymore? It means you've lost, probably, because you've got to turn 10 somehow. But both of them actually off to this kind of slow start. But I do feel that Eomene's hand, even though it's not developing quickly, it's going to put some big, chunky stuff on the board very soon.
I will say, really like that Eomene actually held back on going from Coin Miscreant on the previous turn. I think going Dagger there, saving the coin while you have Miscreants and Questings in hand is really good recognition of the position that he's in, because now the Miscreant is on board this turn with the Backstab. He's looking at, questing Coin Faceless, or Coin Prize Plunderer as well, if there's development from Shura on the other side. It's a really impressive board that he's developing, and at the moment, I'm not necessarily sure that Shura has the answers to deal with it.
Yeah, can't understate how good Faceless is of all. Like, normally it's one of the worst ones, but in this particular matchup, exactly. Like, just putting a wide board against Rogue in a mirror is lovely. It's a really good role. So many choices now. The coin eviscerates one, the double Faceless is another. What do you want to do about your opponent's 1/4? Do you want to leave it? Do you care? How big do you want your questing to be? So many questions. The Plunderer could be so good too.
Exactly. I think it's just too clean to not go questing, lackey, coin, plunderer. You clear the board, you go wide on your own, you're taking value trades, you're getting a big questing. It's everything that you could possibly want to do in Rogue, and your opponent is doing absolutely nothing in response.
That wasn't a mistake when he attacked into the 2-1 instead of the 1-1, just trying to keep all of his minions as healthy as possible. Far more useful than that 1 health total, I think, at least.
So he can go Titanic Lackey, give it Rush, Dagger, Nitro Boost, Prep Nitro Boost, allows him to clear the questing, and I guess swing his Dagger into something as well. Like, it feels absolutely abominable here. It's such a bad play, but it's kind of the best he's got.
Raven and I were talking about this in the last match with a 10-10 Edwin versus Rogue. It's like, it doesn't kill you, but the fact you have to use all of your resources getting rid of it kills you. Like, look at what he's got left now. Just a sad collection of cards and a hope with a secret passage.
Yeah, the secret passage is it, because it's not even like this isn't stopping. This isn't slowing down for Eomene. This hand is just going absolutely turbo right from the get-go. Evolving this Miscreant is insane. More Faceless Lackeys is insane. He's even got his own secret passage if this doesn't get it done already.
Double Eviscerate, just the casual 8 to the face if he needs it. And all this rubbish on the board does add up to like 12 damage or something. It's just because they're all garbage doesn't mean it doesn't add up pretty quickly.
Oh, I mean, I was looking at Step Windspeaker there to try and get an extra 3 damage with the Fairy Dragon. Like, you can go maximum aggro with this hand.
Right, this is all game 2 depends on this secret passage being amazing. And by amazing, I mean it needs to generate a lot of cards, not just the 4 it's drawing.
Oh, disaster. He needed 1 combo card there, a single combo card, and he could have started popping off, but now he just has to step the well kick back, hope that it's enough on the following turn, but I have very serious doubts as to whether it will be enough.
Yeah, I'm already starting to add up whether this is actually going to be a way to get lethal or not. I don't think it is. If you had to get lethal, you could probably find ways to dig for it, but it's not an actual lethal. Oh, just make a giant Edwin, why not?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was 18 damage because you struggle, or 19 damage actually it would have been on that turn. But as you said, if it's not lethal, it just doesn't matter here because you can keep making a big Edwin, going wide on board, pushing a whole bunch of damage. There is nothing in the Rogue deck that can save it for Shura here. It's game 3.
As we like it. Going down to the wire. Best of 5, of course, in this final, like it has been all day. The qualifiers were best of 3, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
And these players will be, they'll have been looking forward to this for some time. The qualifiers were quite a while ago, so, the winner of this is going to have waited for this achievement for some time. I suspect they'll celebrate a little bit tonight.
You definitely think so, wouldn't you? Yeah, throws it down after a flurry of ultimately unimportant plays there for Shura. The Rogue gets a win, and it was just, I think, a very, very good understanding of the deck in general. He had the good hand, absolutely, from Eomin, but a lot of players, even the good players, I think maybe a year ago, when Miscreant was a little bit newer, maybe even a little bit older than that now, coin into Miscreant was like the play with Rogue. It's what you did any game that it was presented to you. But now players are starting to realize with questing in the deck, with Edwin still in a lot of decks as well, you want to save that coin and go for Miscreant activated either on turn 3 or in other ways with prep or backstab if possible. And he showed that beautifully in that game, got a huge questing, and it was enough to just pull him through to a victory. Yeah,
it also used to be the case that you'd coin Miscreant because your curve was a little bit higher back then as well. Whereas now, if you don't, you kind of might miss the combo if you didn't coin it. Now you're not missing that combo. You can afford to hold on. You're going to have another card that activates it. So, yeah, that combination of factors, beautiful. And it is 1 apiece. And rapid final into game number 3, following up from that semi-final. And here, for me, I know Raven likes the deck. I know he's in the final. But this is the deck on which the whole thing could swing.
It's a bold bring. We saw, who was it at the Masters Tour over the last weekend? It was Trahezen, I think, wasn't it, who brought the spell damage, the burn mage? I may be wrong in that. But either way, we saw it go very, very far. Yeah, we saw it go very far through the recent Masters Tour, and it did pretty well in the time we saw it, but you've got to remember there are quite a few people who brought it who did not go very far with the Burn Mage, and I think for the most part, as I appreciate and I enjoy seeing and watching the deck, there's a reason why it's fairly underrepresented at the moment, because there is a lot that can go wrong. It's like a well-oiled machine. Like, it's very complicated, and what it does is very effective, but like a single grain of sand in the mechanism can just completely make everything fall apart. Like, if your opponent plays too many minions in the early game, you just die. If you miss any card draw, you just die. If they have too much healing, you just die. There's a lot that can go wrong, but if it does have a clear runway to just go for the lethal, as I get my metaphors very mixed up here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this machine just roll along the one way, get sand in it, and then take off.
It says, I suppose, an aeroplane that if a single piece of dust in it gets in it, it explodes, is my analogy.
What a great aeroplane.
Indeed. But overall, yeah, I think when it does what it's meant to do, it's nigh on unbeatable. But most of the time, it does not do that.
Absolutely, how I feel about it too. We have seen it do some absolutely crazy things already in this tournament, though. So, obliterated in the semi-final. I just went straight through. Was it the Priest? I can't remember what it beat in the semi-final. It won in like 7 turns. But back to reality now with a nice-looking hand, but that's the problem. It's nice, and it needs to be a bit better than nice.
Yeah, this deck does not fight for board. That's not what you do. You look for card draw, you look for ways to generate extra card draw, and then you play that card draw. If this can find Cram Session, Arcane Intellect, Primordial Studies as well is okay. But on the other side, it's a very, very nice hand, actually, for the Priest. It's got Ogremancer being able to be coined out, plenty of threats to go alongside that. It's a very powerful start.
And the big relevance there is that these priest minions have high health numbers, and the mage has to go through them usually. It can't just go over the top of them, at least at the start of the game, because the priest will just race you with a big board. So all of this is wasted damage now going into the priest minions. You have to do it. I'm not saying he's doing it wrong. It's just more damage than the 30 you'd like to be doing.
Okay, that's a reasonable draw. Like, if he finds Cram Session off the top, which Thalnos could get him closer to, and he plays this Phoenix on the next couple of turns, it's salvageable, this situation, absolutely. But it's going to have to come real soon, because this coin Ogremancer, or maybe not coin, but Ogremancer in the next couple of turns, at least, I will say, could just lock things out.
Yeah, he's going to try and get it into a situation which probably won't be possible, where he can get it onto a clear board. That would be the ideal, obviously, because then how does this mage ever just get rid of it? Not like without doing irreparable damage to itself.
Wow, he's just going with the Acolyte straight away. Yeah, obviously doing it in this order for a chance to steal the Flame Waker instead of the 1/1.
Hits.
Okay, well, he gets the board clear, I suppose, with the Arcane Explosion. It's pretty impressive. But again, it's going to have to be more than impressive, because there's, pitter-patter of damage, these minions chipping through for 1 or 2 damage at a time. It's just instantly healed up with these renews, and he's back to full health if he wants to.
Yep, and low on cards, no cards. All those Cram Sessions you were talking about have gone. Obviously, there's this Blood Mage, but Blood Mage is going to have to behave itself if it's going to save this one.
He just very quickly didn't pick Raise Dead there. And, Radiance is important to get a bit of extra heal, but, you've got to actually get some pressure on the board as well. You can't just do nothing the whole game.
Well, there's the Cram Session, so in 2 turns' time, that could be a lot of cards, but Jandis changes the plan.
Yeah, you've got to go Jandis here. And, okay, it's a fairly resilient board. Netherwind? I'm not seeing much use for Mana Biscuit with this hand.
Netherwind seems fine. In part because it makes your opponent have to actually think about their play. It's not just the fact of what it does. Because the mage has got so few resources left, making them have to play things in an order they might not want to play them in is good in its own right.
And weirdly enough, despite the fact that this deck, again, as I've said many times, really struggles to get bored, he's actually kind of done it here with the Confection Cyclone, the Jandis. It's not much, but because, of course, we've seen Shura take a very low-value approach to this matchup, he's kind of running out of stuff to do for the moment.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like the last game in some ways, obviously with 2 very different decks and strategies and futures from that point, but at this exact second, the board is not that dissimilar. But here comes the Ogre that's going to make the huge difference to this game.
It's a big deal. There is the clear, though, in hand. You'd have to sink Ping and Frostbolt, of course, into it after a couple of trades. But just knowing that you have the ability to clear that off is a big deal, especially when you can follow up with double Cram Session. That is 6 cards next turn. And Shura's hand has nothing.
Yep. He's going to need something to get some cards, or he's going 2-1 down. Weirdly, because there's 1-1-2 in hand here on this side of the board. But Spellkin's a massive pick. How quick are they playing, by the way? Are they both nervous or are they both this confident?
Lightning fast from both players.
I feel like they haven't played this quickly all day.
Yeah, what they're doing is correct, I think, for the most part, but it is extremely fast. As elemental allies as well is huge. This is so much card draw all of a sudden. He's just winning at this point, I think.
It's a lot of damage. Can he get this Frostbolt and stuff in the face as well? A double Fireball would be nice. Maybe you just launch a Fireball. It's more mana efficient.
Oh, man, this is going to be so close. Like, maybe he's not winning. He obviously hit loads of card draw, and he has loads more yet to come with this Confection Cyclone. But there's a lot of healing left to the Priest, and board control is irreparably lost, I think, for the rest of the game for the Mage.
The problem here is, so how he got out of this last time he got in this position is he saved it. He got down 2 buffs in 1 turn for a lot of damage, and then just launched everything facing 1 turn. But there wasn't much coming back the other way last time. This time around, first of all, he's used one of the Phoenixes anyway, so he can't do the double Phoenix trick. But secondly, he will die if he spends too much time trying to hold on this time, because the Priest is in the process, or was, I mean, he's just missed this turn, but was in the process of building a pretty big board of its own.
Well,
maybe it's okay still for the Mage
to clear this. I mean, it's kind of been a little bit of inconsistency from Shura, where he's been aggressively prioritizing health gain options at some points, whereas here he played a Renew when Hero Power would effectively have done the same thing. I guess he gets to heal a minion this way. I suppose it's fine.
Yeah, 3/5 is pretty hard to deal with, especially when there's a lot of missile side effects going on as well.
I don't really know why you'd cast Renew on that minion, or sorry, Embalming Ritual on that minion instead of the 3/3, of which I can't remember the name, that summons the 1/1s when it dies.
Yeah, I think that was just he's playing too quick. I mean, I know he started a rope there, so he's not playing that quick, but
right.
There seems to be both just throwing cards out there at the moment.
As I think with that only drawing 2 spells, that means that those are the last 2 spells in the deck, right? Unless I miscounted and actually drew 3 there.
I think he's down to 5 cards left in deck. It's possibly 4.
Frostbolt as well? This is so much damage. He just needs the Phoenix
really
now,
is.
Right? Solarian?
Solarian or... No, hang on though. Tricaster. Yeah, Solarian was the instant pick.
Too much mana. Yeah.
I just wanted to work out if he could just win next turn with a Tricaster. It would depend on exactly the composition of his hand.
Oh, Malagos missiles? That's pretty sick.
It's never Malagos apart from when it is.
Yeah, if he doesn't play the Solarian here, he of course gets to bank the mana discount. So I'm kind of on board with this line of just holding back the Solarian and going for maximum Malagos damage next turn.
Changed his mind at the last second. But he did make that decision. He kept those back to make that choice at the end of the turn. He was obviously torn between the 2 decisions there.
So, Soul Mirror to get yourself your own Solarian Prime?
You have to trade carefully if you're going to do that first, though, to make the space.
Sure, yeah.
And what do you want? Do you want your own missiles? Do you want your own... Yeah, do you care?
Yeah, just bump that.
You want the Solarian, but what's the other thing you want?
Yeah, you take your missiles while you're at it as well.
Yeah, this looks good. Nicely worked. He's a lot less likely to draw it, though, given that Ermin's nearly through the entire deck at this point, but yeah.
I think, weirdly enough, there was a way he could have done that and got an extra 1/1 on the board at the end by value trading with the Sugar Elemental, but it's a minor point. And so there's the Imprisoned Phoenix, sorry. That is what we've been waiting for now to get in play, which means if he throws that down, in 2 turns' time, he will be able to explode with all of these spell damage effects, especially given that he will likely have found the Sorcerer's Apprentices at that point as well.
Or the Solarian, or both, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Have we seen neither Apprentice? Is that right?
I mean, I'm just checking they're in the deck. They are both actually there. We just haven't seen either one.
And this Malygos is pretty much perfect. Like, this has to be dealt with or you just lose. And it's a 4-attack minion against Priest. They're not easy to deal with. We've talked about this for years.
That's such a big top deck, though. I mean, he didn't have a way to deal with the Malygos, but now he can dump all his cards, I guess. Like, you have to lose the healing that Penance affords you, or that Radiance and Penance would afford you, as your opponent will be able to play them. But you get to steal Frostbolt, Missiles, Phoenix. This is disastrous for AME. I think that might just be game.
It's got to be bad news for him. Don't forget there's still that Astromancer in the deck if it comes to that. But
so what do you do?
Deal with a Malygos.
Yeah, I mean, he can go double Frostbolt Missiles, which, I mean, almost always clears it up.
Yeah. And he is still on Thursday. 30. That's something that he has protected through this game.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I love the way that he approached that, using up all the burn damage, the Phoenix being left over. Honestly, at this point, it does not matter. Ray's dead to get... what are you looking for? Another Solarian was maybe his best chance. Malygos, sure, yeah. You might have just been able to slam that down again.
But he didn't get it, and it's looking pretty sad now.
Yeah, his last semblance of being able to try and pull this one back is, of course, having board and Solarian Prime. It's never over while you have Solarian in the deck, but it is looking mighty grim at this point.
Yeah. It's not like there's much going on the other side, though, to be fair. Like, these minions are actually irritating. I think they are just irritating. Priest has got a lot of good stuff in the deck.
Yeah, it's one Plague of Death away from winning, or whatever other removal it may be. Zephyrus.
Oh, there you go.
Very nicely. Yeah.
Is he just going to get a Tyrion then? Because that looks like a Twisting Nether to me.
Oh, it doesn't even offer it. Interesting. I guess Cabal Shadow Priest to steal the 1/8.
I mean, Baron Geddon makes a right mess of things.
Yeah, things do get a bit funky then.
Okay, Zeph.
Yeah, not convinced that this is necessarily the best way to go about it, but sure.
I'm sure there's a world there where he could have used his hero power and the Zephyrus has still been fine.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's why I was kind of advocating for the Cabal Shadow Priest line. Yeah, you probably want to save that for a turn and tank a bit of extra damage. Just press hero power, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's a 5-mana 3/5.
Okay, sure. We're just waiting for this Astromancer. You wonder why the game's continuing. There will be an Astromancer. It will do some stuff. It might do some crazy stuff, but it needs to do some stuff.
That's pretty good, I guess. Deals a bit of extra damage. You know, Shura is starting to get to about that half health mark, even if that is not likely to get the job done on its own. Obviously, Plague of Death is just going to eat up everything here, unless he's feeling funky and wants to throw down the Prime.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to just gamble on a Prime in the final of a tournament you waited for a year? Just lob it out there.
And, like, the only question now is whether you play Prime or save it for in response to your opponent's Solarian Prime. Honestly, I think either way is going to win you the game here.
Wow. Yep.
It has to be something...
going nowhere. The sheep's definitely going nowhere.
It has to be such a remarkable Solarian Prime here, right? And it's the last card. He's almost dead. He is actually just dead with the Apotheosis as well, with the Elemental. And that is going to be Game 3, going to Shura. A single win away now from going all the way to being the champion of the M.E.O. Red Bull Season 3 Finals. And what a game. I honestly thought that AME was in no chance of winning that right from the get-go, but he gave us a real, an exciting show in the mid-game, even if it wasn't able to culminate in a victory. As I guess this mage deck is maybe a little bit more versatile than I give it credit for, but if it doesn't get the damage, it doesn't win. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it's just a tough deck to play, and it's not that good anyway. I want to say, obviously, It's in the final of the tournament. What do I know? But I feel like it's like your description at the start about the grain of sand in the oil machine. I think was perfect. It can be good, but not only that, but the machine's really hard to steer at the same time, as well as all the other things.
Right.
It's just tough. But he's got here with it, so he's obviously comfortable with it. And if he can get a win with it, he can still win this tournament.
He can indeed. It's going to be the last remaining deck for Shura, I believe, is now the... what would that be? The Rogue, which he lost with in the
that
first?
He lost with, yeah.
Yeah, in the second game, which is a very good
mirror.
deck. Yeah, exactly. The mirror where there was the huge questing and all that nonsense. A very good deck to be left with if you only have to win once with 2 chances with your World Kick Rogue. I definitely like where he's at. Even against the Bird Mage, despite the fact that there is literally no healing in the Rogue deck, I still like it against the Bird Mage, to be honest. I just think it locks down board too efficiently for the Mage to deal with a lot of the time. And then just pushes very aggressively for the win. Because while the Rogue doesn't have any healing from the burn, neither does the Mage. If Rogue gets bored and starts pushing damage with the Nitro boost, the game ends very quickly.
And I would like them to slow down and consider their options here, because this is going to be a massive fight for 3 turns for tempo. Look at these hands. They can do what they like for 2 or 3 turns. But they are both playing at lightning speed at this time of night now.
They are, and it's a really interesting couple of hands, isn't it? There's a lot of health on the board, obviously, already for Shura with this Miscreant, so that can soak up a lot of missiles. But this hand already for Eamine can do a lot of damage, especially with Cram Session factored in there. That is a monstrous pickup when comboed with the Apprentice, the missiles, the Imprisoned Phoenix coming awake as well. This is going to be a close game.
It sure is. I quite like the Phoenix. The fact it's a 2-3, as well as the fact you probably clear the board on the turn it comes out of being dormant. Those 2 things together make it so powerful right now. But it needs to be, because Shura is just doing the same he's done in the rest of the tournament, just going incredibly wide. And now he is taking a moment to work this out. There's so much going on.
The swing with the dagger earlier on is definitely disincentivizing him from just going Nitro Boost Poison. To which merit he's re-daggering again first. Like, this obviously gets the maximum value out of Nitro Boost with both charges available. But it's a lot of stuff he didn't play on this turn. Like, this could have been Faceless plus Pharaoh Cat as well for a big, big board swing.
Yeah, it felt like the stuff he didn't play was worth more than the 2 extra damage. Well, the 4 extra damage, I guess it is.
Yeah.
I guess 4 is a lot.
Either way, this is now the explosion turn for Emi. This is where everything pays off for him. Drawing 4 cards. If he can get himself another Cram Session, he can draw his entire deck on this turn. Delete the opponent's board. Another Cram Session. Oh my god. Is this just lethal?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's lethal, but I said that earlier and it was. But it's everything else. It's the end of the game.
This
might actually be lethal.
Disgusting.
Just cram the rest of your deck. Told you this would be close. Turn 4, and you basically won the game.
I have never seen this mage deck pop off quite like this. That was... I have no words. That was the most ridiculous mage game I have ever seen.
There's no sand in his machine, Derek. Not a single grain.
Oh my god. Is that just lethal?
Sure, yeah.
May as well be. Yeah. Delete the entire board, push the rogue out of the game. We are most definitely going to game 5, and I apologize for Eamine for ever even insinuating that could have been close to being close. I am not worthy to watch this mage gameplay because that was something else.
I don't know what to say. It's a shame because my job is knowing what to say at this point, but I have no words for what that was. That was just nonsense. I loved it.
Yeah, I think Crane would have a very specific phrase for what that was for sure there, but it's not one that I will share on broadcast, as we are going to Game 5 now in the finals. The Mage out of the way means that it is going to be the Rogue for Shura up against, looking at what is left for Aamine. The Warrior was banned. The Rogue and the Mage have won, so it's just the Priest now, I believe, right? With Priest versus Rogue being our final match. A very close one, and I think a perfect way to wrap things up here for today's Hearthstone action, because it is, in my opinion, the two defining decks of this tournament metagame.
Yeah, and the tournament metagame for the last few weeks, and the last time we will see this metagame. This is the last major event before everything changes. So a great way to end the season as we have a look at the list there. And I want to say as well, could be a great way to end Shura's career. He thinks this is probably going to be his last tournament as a Hearthstone player. He may change his mind after today, by the way it's gone. But that was his comment on the submitted form, that he feels that this might be the end of it, and he hopes the heart of the cards will guide him to success.
Well, I hope the same for him as well. But for Aamine on the other side, I couldn't call it. As always, I want everyone to win, but at the same time, it's a competition. Someone's got to go home sad. But either way, getting all the way through to the finals, all the way through the qualification process, some grueling matches today as well. Both of our competitors here can hold their heads high as we head into one final game of Hearthstone for all the marbles. Now, as we can see, the Priest here, pretty standard fare. He does have the Wave of Apathy plus Cabal Acolyte in his list, which is a little bit unfashionable, but can wreak some pretty big havoc against the Rogue. If they go all in on a big Questing or Edwin, you're going to snatch it right away and feel very happy.
Okay, well, that isn't those things, but a Thought Steal is an interesting decision to make in the mulligan, and one maker is almost certainly a keep, so...
Yeah, I think without the one maker, you very possibly would just keep the Thought Steal, because it's actually just like a good play on turn 2. But with a 2-drop already, you'd rather get the tempo on board.
Yep, we'll probably try and keep this coin for 5. He would rather it be for a 4 or something, but I don't think he's going to want to put it out just yet. If he did, he'd have kept the Thought Steal. So that all adds up to not coining out your one maker.
This hand is coming together pretty nicely now, for sure. He's got, again, Foxy Fraud plus Miscreant, Jandis for a bit of extra pressure on turn 5. It's getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I always get the feeling that whenever I draw Foxy Fraud, my hand is getting there. It doesn't really matter what all the other cards are. Obviously, that's not quite it, but Fox is just so ridiculous as a 3-2, and yeah, it's just a 0-mana 3-2. That triggers combos. It's great.
It is insane. Kaj, though, is a more than welcome top deck for Aamine. I like that he copies the Miscreant as well, because with an Inner Fire in hand, that's very possibly going to end up as a 4-4 rather than a 1-4. Yep. So I like that targeting more than the Foxy Fraud.
I've really enjoyed Inner Fire.
How so?
Since Priest was reworked and most of the nonsense was got rid of, Inner Fire has become a card that now actually does skillful things. Like you have to set up your big minion making machine, and it's not really a 1-drop. It's more of a thing you play on turn 8 that costs 1. I like it. Whereas previously it was just dumb. So I like how Priest has changed to accommodate the card.
No, I agree. I mean, I can't remember, but I think it was Raven who was always just saying, like, correctly so, as he annoyingly is a lot of the time. The Divine Spirit was really the problem. Inner Fire has just been a cool card for quite a long time. It's always the doubling effect that's been the problem there. But now, as it's a nice wide board for Shura, obviously we need to see a board sweep here for Aamine. How he goes about it, though, is a different question entirely.
Yeah, do you want to kill everything? Do you want to actually use the coin just to do this? If you do use the coin, I guess you get to play the Miscreant, which is something.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's okay.
Okay, I mean, this is coming together.
Ooh. Yeah.
There are shenanigans here. I'm not quite sure what they are, but they're here. Kaj on the Thrasher, and then rush again. There's just a board clear here, right?
Yes, the Thrasher will clear a lot of stuff up when it comes back.
Oh, that's so sick. Look at this turn. I love that he spotted it instantly as well. He didn't even have to think about how to go about it there. I mean, instantly spotting the correct play. That was such a sick turn.
Yeah, really happy with that. Yeah, I don't want my criticism of their speed to take away from how well they are playing, by the way. I'm always a fan of slowing down a bit in a final, but maybe you cope with the nerves by just playing the game and not thinking like any differently to usual. Just get on with it.
Interestingly hesitant on the whirl kick entirely here, which I kind of thought would be a pretty snap whirl kick prep eviscerate just to see what happens to clear off the Lake Thrasher. And he's ending up with it in the end. Okay, sure.
Everyone's just waiting to see what it picks up. Because this is massive. Oh, it's just an Edwin.
Ooh. That could be pretty good. It's annoying that you can't cycle it again, obviously. Like, you'd rather go eviscerate and then Edwin afterwards, but, you know, it could be pretty good. It might be difficult to answer, at least from his perspective.
Interesting that he felt the need to backstab this turn anyway, even with an Edwin in his hand.
Yeah, that's true.
That's +2/+2 off the Edwin from next turn, but you just assume it's going to get deathed, and it's a good assumption.
And now, after a very dominant start for Shura, pressure every turn, maximum mana utilization turn after turn, the cracks are starting to show here. Kartut Defender is very underwhelming in terms of what you're developing on this turn. Plenty of options to generate value from Eomin as well with the Draconic Studies and the Thought Steal. And even if there is strong development on the other side, he has plenty of removal as well.
Yeah, and he's not taking any damage, so he's looking good right now if he just keeps it together.
Oh,
that's an amazing Thought Steal as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, this is all fine. Don't think you bother bumping into it.
Yeah, like you could have gone Broom to clear, but I think I'd much rather save the Broom to just go like Proto Drake Broom or something else in the next few turns. So I like this play a lot.
Needs to work this out perfectly to get the damage where he needs the damage to go and to get the Edwin out. Actually, he's a mana short of being able to use everything, which makes things really awkward. No, he can do it. That's fine.
He can play everything. It's just the numbers don't work out perfectly, right? Because he can go, I guess, bump the dagger into the Ogremancer first, and then go with this plus the prize plunderer on it. But instead, he's just ignoring the Ogremancer entirely and sending the Abyss face.
That can't be right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm no rogue player, and I know he's in trouble, and I know he needs to get every point of damage, but that looks not right. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
It's going all in on the idea that there's no answer for this Edwin, and he is losing this game at the moment very, very handily. He is miles and miles behind. So I can understand the idea that he has to just go all in on this. Now, of course, Eomin has the Soul Mirror. He has the complete clear on the board. Ogremancer not going anywhere. This is going to need a miracle to dig Shura out of this one.
Yeah, and I want to change my mind. I think his last turn was fine. I think he did have to go face and just hope that the hand was a whole load of nothing. And the hand, we can see the hand. We can see that it was never going to work. But if he spends 7 damage clearing up an Ogremancer, does it really help him much?
Not much. And you know what helps him even less? Shadow Step. That is the worst card he could possibly top deck. Eomin piling on the pressure. Although we can't see him, you'd have to imagine he's getting pretty hyped right now. He is moments away from just winning the entire tournament. Flick on its own, even with a Shadow Step to bounce it back and potentially play it again, I still don't think is enough to pull him out.
Ooh. No, it looks like it's going to be all over.
Well, Tunnel Blaster is probably the best possible card for sure here. That is the only thing I think that even gives him a hope of being in this game.
Sure.
He's still losing, but it had to be exactly Tunnel Blaster.
I'm putting my broom into this 4-1 and you can't stop me.
Good for you, Neil.
Just... Or something, yeah.
Yeah. And he's going for the steal here instead.
Sure.
Oh, backstab as well.
Is saying that lets him finish it. That's really nice. I mean, yeah, he gives it up, actually. And Aomine is the champion of the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3 World Championships for Hearthstone. And unlike Shura, he is intending to keep playing. He was already saying he's looking forward to playing this again in the future. Well, he'll be playing it again in the future as the world champion. And can't really say much better than that. What a great day at the office.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Aomine. I think he can hold his head high, as I've been saying. Just a pretty strong series of Hearthstone, or day of Hearthstone from Aomine overall. For Shura on the other side, again, like you said, he's been pretty busy with work recently, hasn't been able to apply as much time to Hearthstone as he would like. And factoring all of that in, I think he did a pretty respectable job, to be perfectly honest. He picked up his play a lot towards the latter half of the day and really gave it a good chance of going all the way. In the end, was not quite able to do it, but going all the way to Game 5 yet again, it really was close.
Yeah, and to win this with Mage for Aomine, that's going to put a smile on my face for a few days as well. It's a deck that I've been critical of in general. I know Raven loves to watch it. You're somewhere in between the two, as always. Yeah. But it's great to see somebody bring a lineup that they wanted to bring and get it done and win the tournament with it one way or the other. And of course, Hearthstone is only the first of these World Championship events. Over the coming days, I think the next one is on Monday, there's TFT, there's going to be PUBG. So follow the Red Bull social media for all that good stuff. Check out Istanbul on the virtual tour. You can actually go and walk around where the event is. And so all that good stuff that Red Bull have put on. But the day really doesn't belong to Red Bull. It belongs to Aomine, who is now their world champion.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. And again, thanks to everyone who brought this all together. I've had a lot of fun today casting these matches. There's been quite decidedly some ups and some downs in terms of the play from our players. But overall, I'm very happy. And, as you said, it's the end of an era now for Hearthstone. There really is nothing else in terms of competitive Hearthstone between now and the core set coming out, and of course Forged in the Barrens for a new year of the Griffin coming in as well. And we did it in style, Lorinda. I've enjoyed this meta thoroughly. I've enjoyed this year of Hearthstone thoroughly, and I look forward to what's to come in the future as well.
Me too, and we'll find out very, very soon. I think it's only 4 or 5 days now before we find out exactly like the 1 week meta, the changeover meta, the unnerfed meta, whatever you want to call it. We get a week of that, which I think everyone's going to have a lot of fun with. And then we move into the new era. We lose lackeys. That's the new era defined. And the developers have said they don't really want to go down that infinite generation route again. So a lot of the cards we're seeing don't really do that. They do a lot of other powerful things, but they don't do the lackey thing. And I think we're looking forward to that change too.
Yeah, I think that would be a very, very welcome change. A lot of the cards they've introduced look very cool so far, and the concept of a core set, it's going to be very interesting to see. I'm sure we'll see a lot of our competitors that were playing this weekend all throughout today, playing in future metas as well. Dravo in particular, who of course we have been most hyping up over the weekend. If he can get things done at the upcoming Masters tours, maybe in Orgrimmar, we might see him qualify through to Grand Masters if the current metagame agrees with him and his play style. And who knows? Maybe even Aomine, if we can see more representation from Greece, it could be a bright future for him as well in the next year of competitive Hearthstone.
Absolutely. Hopefully we get to see more of all of these players in the future. But that is us done today here at Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3. But like I say, there are other events coming up, so check those out. But from me, from Darek, from Raven, from all the lovely producers, we are done for the day, and we'll see you next year.